I'll just leave the cam on. If not my.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Honor of Kings Esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifiers. My name is Zero, and joining me, Kindofu. And today we'll be finding out who will be joining the already qualified teams in Riyadh in July. How are you doing, Kin?
Yeah, that's right. A little fuzzy here. But in any case, I think it's going to be a great day. We're looking at 5 different teams coming into the competition, and only one will make it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the 5 teams are from all across the world. We've got Japan, represented by SCARZ. We've got NONGSHIM Red Force from Korea. We've got Virtus Pro from Poland, Tribe Gaming from the US, and Weibo Gaming from Malaysia as well. So, Kin, we've got a good potential of having at least 3 Malaysian teams in Riyadh here.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I think you'll be very excited about that. But let's take a look at what the table is going to be like. So, like you mentioned, we have NONGSHIM Red Force, SCARZ, Tribe Gaming, Virtus Pro, as well as Weibo Gaming. Now, these 5 hopefuls will try and secure that last chance qualifier slot all the way to Riyadh, where they will face up against the other giants as well.
Yep, they'll be playing in a round-robin format, so they'll be playing against each other at least once in a best of 3, and these are the matches that are going to be happening today. SCARZ versus NONGSHIM Red Force will be the first match of the day, followed by Virtus Pro against Tribe Gaming, and then SCARZ will have their second match against Weibo Gaming today as well. NONGSHIM Red Force will be going up against Tribe Gaming as the 4th match, and SCARZ, today is going to be a long day for them because they will have another matchup against Virtus Pro. That's the 3rd match of the day. And finally, NONGSHIM Red Force also having their third match for the entire group stage happening today as well against Weibo Gaming. So plenty of Honor of Kings action today. Do you think we'll be seeing something very similar to what we've seen in the Season 2 Invitational, Kin, or do you think that these teams have their own plans and strategies?
I fully believe it's going to be a total change of the script here. I think we've already seen a couple of the different heroes they are showcasing, and I'm very confident we'll be seeing a totally different meta coming out from all of these boys and girls.
Yep. So, the ever so popular Lady Zen, Mayin, Elaine, do you think they'll be seeing a lot of playtime here during the group stage, or will these teams have something else prepared for us in terms of these popular heroes?
I mean, okay, so they were testing the games out, and they normally do their ping tests and stuff like that. So we saw a couple of errands, we saw a couple of quiz, the Donghuangs, the Liangs. I'm pretty much expecting a couple of in our idea based on invitationals, unorthodox picks, but they are very strong picks nonetheless.
Yeah, there was just so many heroes that was kind of forgotten during the Season 2 Invitational. So I'm excited to see if we're gonna see more of them happening here today, because I love so many different heroes. I wish that they get a bit more spotlight. I hope that they don't pick Dun in the jungle anymore. But hey, we can't have them all, so we'll have to take what we get for today. And of course, the first opening match of the day, SCARZ against NONGSHIM Red Force. 2 rather less popular regions for the Honor of King scene, or even just mobile gaming in general. This is going to be a good showcase of what both these countries have, and what they can bring for us for this tournament.
For sure. So very high expectations for all these 5 teams. Of course, there are a lot of big names here as well. We have Weibo Gaming, we have Virtus Pro, and we have Tribe Gaming. These are names we are all familiar with, along with SCARZ and NONGSHIM Red Force. To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of NONGSHIM Red Force, but I know for a fact they are very big as well. So very high expectations, definitely, for all these 5 different teams. Let's see what kind of drafts they'll give us today. What kind of playground will we be looking at today?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we did see the mid laner for NONGSHIM Red Force. His name is Illusion, and he was absolutely destroying the practice matches. And he's only 16, so I mean, it is just a practice match. Not all the players are fully serious or really playing at their A game, but from what we see yesterday, he can be a force to be reckoned with, and I definitely have my eyes out on Illusion from the side of NONGSHIM. What about you?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we've already seen a couple of the movements coming across from the ping test yesterday. So I think we can expect quite a few nice and slick moves coming out from this boy here. 16, right? You mentioned
16 years old. Yes.
Yes, young and full of tenacity, full of passion as well. That's what we want to see, right, in the Heroes Gorge. So I'm very curious how he's gonna perform today on the side of NONGSHIM Red Force.
No, absolutely. He's definitely the player to look out for the first side. And just talking about the other teams as well. Virtus.pro, they have a rather newer sort of roster. I don't really know too much about them. So I'm hoping to be surprised by how they play. Tribe Gaming, they have Mali as their jungle. For those who know Mali, he's a rather popular streamer as well. And of course, for Weibo Gaming, they did come up 4th, I believe, in the last chance qualifiers for Malaysia for the Season 2 Invitationals. So they were pretty much high up there in terms of the ranking, but they unfortunately could not make it through. So they are gonna try one last time in this last chance qualifiers to try and make it to Riyadh.
Yeah, we'll see, right? It's an exciting journey for sure, and at the same time, it's a very tough one because they had to fight through a lot of different battles just to reach here. At the same time, it always hurts, right? If you're so close yet so far, if you miss that last little bit of your journey before you even make it in, that would be quite the painful experience. But hey, that's the life of competition nonetheless. So we'll see if the players, the boys here from all the different teams and the girls as well, will be able to make sense of the drafts, make sense of the strategies, make sense of whatever that might happen on the Heroes Gorge as well.
Yep, absolutely. So, just off the bat, we haven't seen any of these players actually play a serious game yet. So what sort of heroes do you think in the mid lane do you think we'll be seeing a lot being picked up a lot this last chance qualifiers?
Well, we've already seen the Diaochan being teased. We've seen the Shangguan as well. So these are the couple ones that I'm looking at. Of course, it depends on the draft, right? We've already seen a very strong Zhou Yu yesterday. I think very good wave clear as well. But I think the standard Lady Zhen, Princess Frost, they will still be making their show on the Heroes Gorge. We'll see what kind of other mid laners they will look to try and use to win their way into the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, this is, as the name aptly puts it, the last chance for them to make it there, and everybody wants to be there. It's pretty much almost the biggest tournament for Honor of Kings for the rest of the year. So there's going to be a lot of pressure, a lot of nerves on all these players, knowing that hey, these last 4 games, these 4 best of 3s will determine almost the fate of our entire careers, and no biggie. Everybody's gonna be able to be trying to do their best, and it's going to be interesting to see which teams will be able to rise above the pressure and which teams will fold and crumble under it.
Yeah, for sure, right? This is all part of the journey. It's a step you must take. And so let's take a look at what's going to happen for the draft itself. Straight away, we're going to jump in. SCARZ against a NONGSHIM Red Force. Now, for those of you that are not familiar, SCARZ, once again, let me reiterate, this is a Japanese team. NONGSHIM Red Force going to be coming in all the way from Korea.
Yep, they are. SCARZ is, we have Rilver as their Clash. We've got ASD as their farm lane, Ochi as their roam, Tay as their jungle, and Arashi will be their Clash. Will be playing their Clash as well. So they have a very flexible dual Clash listed. So one of them can at any time go towards the farm lane. I think yesterday we did see Arashi playing the farm lane. So I'm not sure if they're gonna do the same today. But bans already going through. We've got the Diaochan as well as the Musashi banned out there from the side of SCARZ, and the Mai Shiranui banned out from the side of NONGSHIM. I mean, Mai is one of the few Japanese heroes here in the entire hero pool, along with the Musashi. So you don't want to give the Japanese a very comfortable hero.
Yeah, so for sure, right? I think now with the ban on Dolia, these are very standard bans. Musashi, of course, kind of out of the picture. It's the first we've seen, but there's good reason for it as well. This comes in the form of the Illuminating Slash coming out from Musashi. I think it's a very clear indication of that they want to be able to land the skill shots coming in. So Sunpin definitely makes sense, right? You want to be able to save the team with your time bombs, use the time flux to run away and even recover some of the damage that is being dealt from the side of NONGSHIM Red Force.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You don't really want to first pick a Sunpin. It's more of a counter pick in a lot of matchups when you pick it up against something like an Arlie, which NONGSHIM did pick it right up. You pick it against something like a Jing, something that requires that hates playing against silence, and picking up prematurely, I would say, in the first pick. It's kind of risky. You never know whether you need something else in towards your support, whether you need a little bit more CC or you need something to invade the jungle with. The Sun Bin isn't the best hero to do that, but hey, it works out for them regardless. Maybe just because the current meta is all about the Arlies, the Jings, and it fits nicely here. But it looks like SCARZ will be going for a little bit of a cheesier strat to pick up the Yang Yuhuan in the farm lane and in the jungle, and ASD will be picking up the Lady Zen for the mid.
Yep, Yuhuan, very powerful pick here. A lot of iframes to play around with, especially with the Unending Sorrow. Not only does it provide you with the iframes, it provides heals and a little bit of damage to the opponents if you land it nearby them as well. So I like the idea coming out from SCARZ. At the same time, Illusion gonna pick up the Ma Yin for the team at this point. I like the combinations so far, right? And at this point, the Byron ban I think makes a lot of sense as well. The ability to just prevent the Arlie from being dove from the side of SCARZ is going to be quite important.
Also gives Mayin a much better lane. You don't want to lane against something strong like the Byron and the Sun Ce during the laning phase. So that's why they ban out the both of them, which makes a lot of sense. NONGSHIM is drafting kind of very standard. This is a very meta sort of ban and pick phase. Very strong heroes. They ban the counters. While SCARZ, they are a little bit more unorthodox, at least so far it seems. You don't really see a Musashi ban at all, if at all. And the Princess Frost ban here, along with the Heino, makes sense because NONGSHIM is still lacking a mid lane as well as a jungle. So both of those heroes do fit very well in the pool, but looks like NONGSHIM will pick up the pace. So very fast-paced gameplay I'm expecting coming from NONGSHIM here. I expect the Zhang Fei to bring in the Smite as the common skill as well.
Oh, for sure. And with the pacing on the side of NONGSHIM Red Force, you can expect that Kyung on this Arlie, if he is going to be picking up the Arlie, is going to be very fast in terms of the wave clears, in terms of the gold accumulation. So Tay needs to watch out because at this point, Kyung's reach is extremely far, right? With the parasols, with the ability to do the maple dance to kind of block out the skills coming in from the side of SCARZ, it might be too much for them to handle at this point.
Yeah, like you said, the tempo is really fast, and SCARZ doesn't really have a lot of stopping power. They've got the Lady Zen to dissuade the push a little bit, but the Dharma isn't something that really makes people shiver in their boots when they're trying to push the towers early on. And the DNG as well does need a little bit of time to come online. Probably 8 minutes is where he reaches a place where he feels comfortable to join team fights in. So SCARZ is going to be on the back foot here from the draft as far as I can see so far. Having two mages at the start, you have the jungle with the Yuhuan as well as the Lady Zen. They're not going to be able to defend this aggressive push coming from NONGSHIM early on, especially when they're trying to invade the jungle with the Zhang Fei as well as the Pei. That's going to be something that they have to watch out for and try to react in some form or another.
Yeah, for sure. So it really depends on how aggressive NONGSHIM Red Force wants to be. They set the pace of this game. So I expect quite a lot coming out from Siwi here. He's going to be able to influence the rate of farm coming out for the side of NONGSHIM Red Force, but also concurrently, really affecting SCARZ on how they are going to control the game in terms of the lanes, in terms of the neutral objectives as well.
Absolutely, and let's go into the Heroes Gorge for Game 1 of this Best of 3 series. SCARZ and NONGSHIM Red Force opening things up for the entire Last Chance qualifiers, both trying to vie for the final spot for Riyadh, and we're gonna be off to a great start. We do see Dharma trying to help out the Yang Yuhuan out. Like we said, Yang Yuhuan not the fastest jungler, not the best, not the safest jungler as well. So the Dharma is going to give up a little bit of his lane. Oh, a little bit of a mistake there from Arashi using the smite on the small creep, but he's not going to be feeling too bad about that. They will still be able to get that. Meanwhile, we do see Illusion and Faye really trying to keep an eye out on the Crimson Golem on towards the bottom side. 4 heroes trying to protect it away from the Pei, but looks like the Pei is not even anywhere close to it right now. He's more focused up towards the top lane and not really going to be making a lot of aggressive moves for now.
Yep. So at this point, we'll see how NONGSHIM Red Force wants to try and apply that pressure across, and it looks like it's quite the different story though. SCARZ actually trying to make the invade happen.
Yep, SCARZ is trying to outpace the fast-paced lineup coming from the side of NONGSHIM, and that will help a lot, especially when you're trying to shut down this Pei, making sure that the Pei doesn't have a great early game, because Pei is one of those jungle heroes that do fall off towards the later stages of the game. He's very squishy, doesn't really have a lot of scaling capabilities, so if they are able to stop them from snowballing, that will set themselves up for a good mid-game situation.
Yeah, for sure. So no hyper aggression yet in the first 2 minutes. So NONGSHIM Red Force, they really need to watch out here. Nice cannon blast coming in from Illusion. Will allow the steal perhaps? Yes, it will go into the hands of Haku. And that's things we want to see happen coming out from the side of NONGSHIM Red Force.
Yeah, but NONGSHIM is hasn't really turned up the pace yet. They are still very more than happy to just take a little bit of a farm-based game at the moment, waiting for the Pei to come online, and then that's when they'll probably start really putting pressure across the map. Pei rotating up towards the top lane. This might be an opportunity to try and get a kill on towards the Dharma. But looks like Crimson Golem buff before anything else.
Well, I'm just gonna say right here, NONGSHIM Red Force, if they continue this pacing, it's not gonna look good for them in the mid game as well, because you want to be able to snowball on the side of Haku, and if Haku is not that monstrous tiger that we're looking for, it might affect them in the mid game pretty heavily, because they have not restricted the growth of Arashi.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, Arashi's already level 6, and the weakest part of the Yang Yuhuan jungle is the early stages. The first 4 minutes is where she's not that strong. She doesn't have a lot of damage. She doesn't have a lot of CC. That's why we did see the Dharma trying to help her out, trying to speed up her gameplay. But once she reaches that level 8 and getting 2 items on the board, that's when you will have trouble dealing with her heals. The damage she brings out, her iframes, her invulnerability, like you said earlier, is something that it's really something that you don't want to deal with towards the middle stages of the game.
Yeah, for sure. And seems like status quo, they will have a very slight goal lead coming in from the side of NONGSHIM Red Force, but have yet to convert anything. I mean, I can understand why, right? You don't want to throw a lead, you don't want to be in a losing situation, especially when these are the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, but you know what they say, when you're playing safe, you're not playing to win. So sometimes you have to try and take these risks, which is what we constantly see NONGSHIM trying to do. They're taking these risks, they're trying to invade their jungle, trying to slow down their opponents, and hopefully trying to catch someone out of position and get a free kill. But on the other hand, SCARZ look like they're a bit more defensive. They're very reactive so far. Their draft definitely fits towards that sort of timing, where the 8-minute mark is where they really want to play at. So until it reaches that point, I don't think we'll be seeing the side of SCARZ really making a lot of moves across the map. But NONGSHIM will try and up the tempo. They're trying to push up the top tier 1 tower while also trying to defend this. Oh, Yang Yuhuan will get the last hit, and Zhang Fei not be able to get this mine onto it. A little bit too early for his timing.
Yeah, for sure. And at this point, looks like still status quo. They will try to push out this mid lane. It's a very important marker, because right now they should be able to establish map control. Very good play by Kyung there, able to take the T1 down on the top, which means they will secure a 2,000 goal lead at the moment.
Yeah, 2,000 goal lead, all from just better better splitting up of the farm across the map, as well as getting the top tier 1 tower. Sure, they lose the Tyrant, but nothing too much is gonna happen out of it. SCARZ mainly taking the Tyrant just to make sure that their opponents don't get it and start their snowball. So all in all, not a terrible plan whatsoever. But Tay is 1 full level behind Siri at the moment, so his laning stage was not the best that you would hope for the DRNJ.
Yep, for sure.
Another jungle invade. Say the Azir Golem buff does go to Pei, dropping low, in trouble, and will be first blood going towards the way of ASD with that Lady Zen. Her skills do track you wherever you go, so that's a huge opening kill, because that's gonna slow down the Pei by Haku quite a bit, and we might see SCARZ try and put a bit of tower damage on towards this mid lane. Faye, a little bit too low, has to pop the ultimate for him and try and defend the best he can, taking a bit too much damage there as well. But with Arashi providing the heals, they should be okay, and they're going to go back to farming for now. Bottom lane is still not being pushed out here from the side of SCARZ, but that also means that Tay is going to be able to farm a little bit more safer. It just means that he is going to be more passive, not really going to be putting a lot of map presence, map pressure on the map, and that he's going to be relying on the rest of his team. Dharma, we should be seeing getting online soon once he gets that Axe of Torment, once he gets his secondary damage item up, and making maybe the makings of a Kuras will be able to help him survive damage and deal a bit more damage as we head on towards the mid game. But still, 4 heroes from the side of NONGSHIM just loitering around the mid lane, hoping to find an opening, but so far nothing yet. The Azure Golem is about to spawn. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they get a kill onto Zero and Jet. That's going to be Haku. The Pei wants to try and make up for that first blood. Does get 1 kill. Can he get the second? Ochi under the tower. They're not going to die for it, but on the other side, they are trying to slow down the Azure Golem as well. Arashi still able to get it with the smite. So very well-timed smite all around here from Arashi. We did talk about how Arashi was looking like one of the better players from the side of SCARZ, and he's mechanically doing very well so far.
Yep, for sure. And at this point, looks like a 1-1, but it's still the goal lead coming in for the side of NONGSHIM Red Force.
Yep, 3,000 net worth so far. All these jungle invades hasn't really been getting them too much kills or objectives even, but they've been really pressuring the side of SCARZ, not allowing SCARZ to really just get free farm across the map. So reaching that mid game stage very well here for the side of NONGSHIM. The only downside, the only thing I see from the side of NONGSHIM is that they're not really getting this mid lane. It's a very important tower to get to open up the jungle as well as limit the farm from your opponent. And so far, SCARZ has been doing a very good job in pushing out the mid lane, dissuading them to take this tower. It's only the side lanes that have been, constantly being pushed out here. We see Siri getting the top tier 2 tower by herself and able to parasol up to safety.
Yep, you know what? At this point, it's closing into 9 minutes of the game. I think it's a good idea to really take a look at what the evolution of the items are. Oh, hang on.
Let's hold that thought. Mid lane, Zhang Fei pops the ultimate, trying to get a kill. But the Pei gets knocked back. Haku will pay with his life. Arashi will be the one to pick up the last hit. Siri dropping very low as well. Fei has to back off. Sun Bin used his ultimate already, so no more way to stop them. And this Tyrant should not be attempted by either side because it's just about to expire. So we might see the side of SCARZ get the first tower off the game for themselves, and that's gonna open up the mid lane. Oh, Illusion doing a lot of damage. That's a mid Mozu that we don't see very often.
Yeah, of course, at this point, I like him in the roam a little bit better because it puts his Cannon Blast in a more efficient state, right? But at this point, NONGSHIM Red Force, they're still holding that aggression over the neutral objectives, right? The positioning is pretty clean. Right now, SCARZ actually don't really have a lot of vision on the members on the side of NONGSHIM Red Force, which is why they're kind of trying to group up in the mid and figure out where the rest of the NONGSHIM Red Force people are at.
Yeah, but SCARZ has managed to catch up very well. The net worth lead has been cut down to less than 3,000 right now. All off those 2 kills on towards Haku. BB has slowed him down quite a bit and just slowed down the entire tempo from the side of NONGSHIM. This Tyrant gets resetted. Dharma, River trying to get a kill on towards Haku once again. But on the other hand, we do see Lady Zen being gone on as well as Ochi. Ochi will fall, so will the Lady Zen. That's gonna be Siri getting a double kill already. Siri dropping down to half, and we'll have to back off for now. But the Tyrant should be going towards the way of NONGSHIM. We do see Haku soloing it at the moment while Illusion's just trying to dissuade them to try and contest. And the tier 1 tower in the mid will fall as well. So NONGSHIM Red Force turning up the pace after getting a good engagement. They split up the members from the side of SCARZ and they managed to isolate 2 of their SCARZ targets. That was Ochi as well as ASD. And they will start to increase their net worth quite a bit.
Yep, and you start to see, kind of the chinks in the armor, right, for the side of SCARZ, and this is not having enough tank. So yes, Arashi has the iframes, yes, they do have the Lady Zhen as well, but at this point, if they get jumped out of the blue, SCARZ, if they don't react fast enough, it's going to cost them a couple of lives, which will not be fitting for them because they can't stand against the damage of NONGSHIM.
Absolutely. No front lines is why, you don't really want to pick a Sunbin jungle that early, because you never know when you need to flex the support to a more frontliner role, something like a Zhang Fei, something like a Mozi, something even like a Lian Po on towards the front line will be a huge difference maker. Because like you said, they only really have Rilver to play the front line, and Dharma's not one of those that you want to start out in front. You want him to catch out someone in the back line. So if he's forced to play in the semi-tank position, he is going to have a rather rough time in this game.
Yep. You know what? At this point, I would like to request for the items, please. I want to see what the growth of the items is. This will tell us a better story of what's happening. At this point, the Arlie already has the Eternity Blade along with the Doomsday, Crimson Reaper going for the Daybreaker as well, the last item. So they have quite a lot of burst damage potential, and from what I'm seeing, not a lot of tankiness. Yes, they have a couple of Frost Scar Embraces, but what good is that if you can't get the attacks down?
Yeah, Yang Yuhuan is building towards the more tankier version of her item build. Oh, meanwhile, the Overlord does get killed off there by Haku, so that's going to be additional map pressure. This is probably where we see NONGSHIM really want to push up to the high ground. They do have the Vanguard spawning in a couple of seconds, and this is in perfect timing. They should be able to get at least one tier 3 tower, maybe two if they handle the lanes well. The bottom lane is already down to half, and let's see if there's anything that SCARZ can really do to stop this at its tracks, because if they start losing the tier 3s at this point, it's going to be a hard time to come back from.
Yeah, but you can see, right? The game is starting to tense up. This is going to be an important moment for the side of NONGSHIM Red Force. The Koreans are ready to strike. This might be the play here.
Yeah, that's going to be in the bottom lane. The bottom tower already fallen, and they're going to try and get something else. Where's the Vanguard going? He's going to go bottom, surprisingly. Tower's already down, but they're going to decide to send it towards the bottom side. Maybe to pressure the Crystal a little bit, to force them to defend the Crystal, and then they'll get something else across the mid as well as the top tier 3 towers. The tier 3 on top is already down to 2/3 of its health, so that will be the next play, the next target here from the side of NONGSHIM. As we do see they drop the ultimate, the tower does go down, the mid lane is down to half health as well. So NONGSHIM so far getting everything they want, everything they want to get has been going their way. Mid tier 3 down to half health, and the net worth lead has extended to nearly 10,000 at the moment. SCARZ very far behind right now.
Yeah, working in perfect unison coming out from the side of NONGSHIM Red Force here. Playing that strategy very cleanly. Now they will have access to the Tyrant. Bear in mind, this is a Shadow Tyrant, so there's going to be much more damage coming out from the buffs as well. And they have a majority of them. They're all 15 already. And at this point, if you take a look at it, ASD, Tay, Ochik, they have not hit that 15 level mark yet, along with Rilver as well. So this is an important marker for the side of NONGSHIM Red Force. If they want to, they should close the game in the next couple of minutes before SCARZ hit the max level cap as well.
You've absolutely take every advantage you can get. Arlie going for the Arashi. Arashi forced to use his ultimate, so he was not gonna have his ultimate happen if they take next fight quick. Mayin towards the backline, really a lot of damage and knockup done, and we do see Rilva already dead. That's gonna be killed there off by Arlie. A huge play coming from Kyung, and they're gonna go try and end this game right here and now. But Siri a little bit too low. Can they take a fight here? Oh, we do see Illusion dropping, going down very aggressively. Kyung almost dying, will fall, but the crystal will be broke, as NONGSHIM will take the first game of this best of 3 series.
Yep, crystal broken, and NONGSHIM breaks the defense on the side of SCARZ, and it might have broken the spirits of the Japanese warriors at this point. NONGSHIM Red Force, what a display. Played to the strengths of their drafts. Really cool execution as well. Impressive. I like what I'm seeing here, and if this is the state of the games that are going to be going on for the rest of the day, boy, are we in for a treat.
Absolutely. I mean, NONGSHIM played very well for the entire lineup. They didn't really take any unnecessary risks, which was the one thing that I didn't really like about their gameplay. But they played very safe. You know, they knew their game plan. They knew their winning condition. They played it to perfection. They knew when to turn up tempo, and that was very well done by them. Very clean game. That's the word that I will describe it as. A very clean game. No mistakes. And, you know, MVP for game number 1 will be Series 3, 0, and 1. Not the highest amount of damage done to the enemy, but overall, this entire game, we didn't see too many team fights regardless.
Right, and let's take a look at how this went down. 59,000 damage, like you mentioned, right? Take a look at the itemization, and this is all because of the full build here with these Daybreaker, helped out by Illusion, who actually, I like this aggression a lot more, right? Mask of Agony coming in to help, along with the Venomous Staff as well. So he was dealing damage, getting the anti-heal regens down as well. So it was quite brutal against a lineup of SCARZ, who, like you said, Arashi, his heals coming in, the time flux coming in from Ochik didn't really have the best effect, and even Tay with the Doomsday, the lifesteal just was not enough. Now if you take a look at the damage dealt and damage taken, actually Arashi taking the most, which is kind of what you want to see, right, coming up from SCARZ. But even so, he died a little too much because of the burst damage coming in.
Illusion with 124,000 damage, 42% of his entire team's damage dealt to his enemy. That is, you know, we talked about how Mozu in the mid lane is kind of not the best role for him, but you know, Illusion definitely makes it work here. That's a lot of damage being dealt. It all comes down, like you said, to the Mask of Agony. Good item purchase there. Really just being able to soften their opponents up before Siri goes for the kill.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at the highlights of the game as well. NONGSHIM Red Force, a dominant display in the first game of the best of 3 series here. Haku actually got caught out, so it wasn't exactly a best start, right? Which explains the behavior of why they were playing a little bit more safely. But with the Unbridled Outburst here, that's a lot of damage here. And they did get a return kill. Once again, Haku looks like he's being caught out quite a lot, right? But at the same time, on the backlines, the moment Siri gets access, it is just a death sentence altogether.
Yeah, maybe just early game nerves, teams not really engaging at the same time. Here we see the final fight. Kyung, huge knock up towards the back, able to set things up perfectly for his team to get a kill as well as really start pressuring the Crystal. And you know, despite not getting the full team ace, they were still able to finish off the Crystal just because the damage from Series was way too high towards the end, and they got the victory altogether. So game 1 going towards the way of NONGSHIM Red Force. They're 1 game away from securing the first point in the group stages. This is the round robin, of course, for the last chance qualifiers. So every win they can get is going to be huge. And of course, the time that you win is going to be important as well, because this is in a tiebreaker situation, the time spent to win will come into play as well, not to mention the head-to-head as well. So, you know, you want to win fast, you want to win strong, and you want to try and win every match, of course.
Yeah, for sure. I think every point matters at this stage of the game, and especially when you're going up against 4 other competitors, NONGSHIM Red Force will do well for themselves to try and score as many wins as they can, because we only will have 1 team that makes it out. Now, in the next 5 minutes or so, it's going to be the rematch, SCARZ against NONGSHIM Red Force, going for the second game of this series. And if it stands so, it could be a 2-0 coming out from NONGSHIM Red Force. Beautiful drafts. Let's see what they want to do in the second game as well. Zero, how do you feel about performance of SCARZ, their counterpart?
I'm not sure if it came down to a draft issue, because from what I see, you know, they do look mechanically sound. I mean, SCARZ, Arashi, he took a lot of pressure in the jungle, but he always had the smite ready every single time. So the constant pressure didn't really do too much to him. He pretty much got every single zero golem buff that he needed, but it might have just come down to the draft where it was just a little bit, like you said, no lack of frontline, just really causing issues there. No one really be able to initiate the fights, and that's why even at the start of the draft, we talked about the Sunbin first pick. He's not one of those first pick potential heroes. He's usually drafted in a counter pick situation, and you know, if you show your hand too early and you lack the front line and you don't fill it up in the other rows, like even in towards the jungle or the marksman position, then you're gonna have a tough time taking these fights.
Yeah, for sure. So I think SCARZ, maybe they'll do well to treat the draft a little differently. I think the draft itself makes sense, but they couldn't get the ideal win conditions that they were looking for. So it was kind of unfortunate for them. But SCARZ, I think, like you said, very sound drafting mechanics. And I'm looking for them to impress upon us on the next game, because it's really important, like we mentioned, every point counts.
Yep, absolutely. And I guess the only downside of drafting soundly is that you become predictable, right? Everybody already knows what you're going to play. You're going to play something standard. Your Arlie, the Lady Zens, the Zhang Feis coming out. And against some teams, if you are out drafting them, and if you do have better mechanical skill, then that will be fine. But if you're facing up against someone who's equally skilled and also very good in the draft, then you might be facing some issues, because then you become predictable. You fall into traps they can set up during the draft phase. And I mean, so far NONGSHIM hasn't had to go too far out of the playbook to try and take a win, but that's something to look out for, especially when you go through further on for this qualifier.
Well, there's one thing we know about the Japanese, and that is they are wonderfully creative. So I'm very sure they will have very creative strats to come back into this game as well. They will be looking to tie this series up, and as it stands now, I think they just need to make like minor adjustments, and we should be seeing the Japanese uproar coming very soon.
Yeah, for sure. From the Land of the Rising Dawn, they have a lot of interesting strategies. I mean, eventually they'll find something that works, but when you're down 0-1, maybe this is time to go back to something standard, something that you're more comfortable with or have practiced a lot with, to try and take the win for Sisters game number 3. There's not many opportunities that these teams get to try and make it to Riyadh. You basically have 4 best of 3s to play, and you would hope to try and take them all. If not, that is almost the end of the year for you, because this is one of the last few major tournaments for the Honor of Kings. We're already in July for 2024, so you want to give it your all. Everything you've practiced, everything you've prepared should be brought out here, and try and take the win against these stronger teams.
Yep, the timer is ticking for sure for the Japanese Warriors here, so they need to figure something out. They need to figure it quick, because if they don't, NONGSHIM Red Force more than happy to eat them up across the board, across the gorge as well.
Yep, first win, always very important. You start your day with, especially a long day for both of these teams. Both these teams have to play 3 best of 3 series, so it's going to be a long day. They kind of have to pace themselves as well. Don't burn themselves out in the first few games. So looking for a fast win, looking for an easy win is going to be beneficial for you. But if you get these long drawn out games going 30 minutes where it could have gone either way, then your mentality gets to really get affected. And when you're playing in so many games today, you want to be able to be in your freshest of mind towards the end.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, with that being said, we are less than 10 seconds away coming into the match itself. So SCARZ, let's see if they have something prepared for us in the draft as well. Now, in the meantime, Zero, any expectations for maybe the jungler coming out from the side of SCARZ? I mean, he did well on the Yuhuan, but not the best.
He did well. Yeah, he played the best he could on the Yuhuan. He didn't have a lot of the usual setups that you expect when you want to play a Yuhuan jungle. Something like a Delia, something like a Taiyen to be able to really accentuate the entire team snowball with the healing, and lack of setup for her damage, because her damage is rather hard to land. The second skill does take a little bit of a finesse to be able to connect. You can't be too far in, you can't be too far out, and the auto attacks do need some form of stun to be able to set up as well to do consistent damage. So I don't mind the Yuhuan once again. I think it's a very interesting strategy that I do like to play as well as see quite often, but you need to draft around it. You need a mid lane that provides CC. The Lady Zen was okay for that, but not really the front line that you want. But the jungle really, the Clash lane is the one that I'm really looking out for. You want to pair it up with something like a lane, an Ada, or even something simple like a Lian Po to be able to set up those stuns, those crowd control, and then you go in for the kill.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? Maybe one replacement they could consider is actually the Lian Po here. Lian Po will be able to kind of force them around, and if it happens, he's able to pincer them in as well, making full use, buying some time for the Lady Sun, buying time for the Yuhuan to get the skills off, like the more full tempo or even a Tragic Death as well, right? They have huge bursts, and the range is pretty insane as well.
Yeah, they just have to fill in these gaps. And I sound like a broken record, but it all comes down to that Sun Bin first pick, where it just sort of fell flat. It didn't really do much. It wasn't providing a lot of things to his entire team. So hope to not see a Sun Bin first pick again. Like I said earlier, that hero is usually picked as a counter to certain heroes, but it is definitely not a first pick potential, at least not in this current meta.
Like the first ban, it's going to be the Zhangfei taken out immediately for the side of SCARZ. They know that the Unbridled Outburst with the Leaping Saviors, these are the two key skills that didn't allow the kills to happen for the side of SCARZ. So very good, presence of mind to take that out of the strategies for the side of NONGSHIM Red Force. But now, NONGSHIM Red Force, they will have the pick of their own for the bans. Let's see, they will take out a Sun Bin. Sun Bin actually makes sense in the sense of the disruptions. But, at this point, Rilva, let's see what he has to offer.
Yeah, he did play the Dharma earlier on, a very forgettable game, I would say. We didn't see too much from the Dharma, no huge plays, nothing out of the ordinary. The laning was very passive, and the mid to late game stages, it's not his fault altogether. It was just how the entire game situation went that River couldn't really shine on the Dharma. So yeah, maybe we do see a better game from River this time. But NONGSHIM taking their time with this second ban. They will ban out the Da Qiao as nothing too fancy about that. But they will pick up the This is interesting. Are they gonna pick that up right away for the side of NONGSHIM? Nope, they're gonna go for something more standard. Is it gonna be a Heino lock-in? No bans of the Heino in this game yet. They did ban it out in the first game of the series, but they're gonna go for the Heino and the Lady Sun. Oh no, switching their hands for the Mai, and they will lock in the Mai for the first two picks.
Yeah, that's a very scary starting pick, because with the Mai Shiranui as well as the Lady Sun, there is a lot of burst damage, right? And right now it's about buying time. Mai Shiranui, the moment she hits level 2, she's going to be quite the threat already. Haku needs a little bit more time in terms of itemization. So same thing. This time they're going to give Arashi that Yuhuan back into his hands. Now the question is, can they buy enough time or slow down the farm of NONGSHIM Red Force to be able to make that difference?
Yeah, but this is already a much better sort of composition. They have the R-Leap to be able to weave in and out. They have the Delia to play along with the Yuhuan. So a lot more synergistic draft, I would say, coming from the side of SCARZ. Now they just need to close things out with a good Clash laner as well as a good mid. So I'm looking at potentially, like we said earlier, the Lian Po would be nice. The Byron, the Sun Ce would be a good Clash lane hero for them. Even the lane wouldn't be too bad. You've got the pairing with the Leah. You've got you set up the kills. He's a very strong laner by his own, or even something like a Lu Bu, which we didn't see too much during the Season 2 Invitational, but could fit into their lineup as well.
I think actually on the side of SCARZ, they lack a little bit of damage. They need more damage, right? They need to be able to burst down Haku or any other member on the side of NONGSHIM Red Force, because with the Ming, longevity is one key skill that he's going to be able to offer, and that life regeneration, extra health will spoil the game for SCARZ. So SCARZ, I'm looking at maybe something like a Kanemaru. Maybe something, you know what, Kanemaru is the best one, because mid lane, that is the biggest amount of burst you could get coming out from the side of SCARZ. So I'm hoping to see a Kanemaru. It would make sense. And for the Clash lane, I think Lu Bu, yes, it does make sense. They need a little bit more damage, more sustain as well.
And the pure damage is going to help a lot against the Kaiser as well. So let's see what they go for. They do go for the Princess Frost. Not I wouldn't say that's a terrible pick. Providing that CC would be great. Having that second ultimate with the Leah Winter will be coming twice this year, so that's going to be very potent in team fights as well. And they do hover over the Byron at the moment. Are they going to lock it down? That will help them out in the lane if it's going up against the. It's not going up against the Kaiser, but there's not much lane. Not much heroes in the clash lane that can really take the win against the Byron. So I wouldn't mind this Byron pick, like we said earlier, even during the pre and post game analysis, that they needed something to set up the fight and become that front line for the team. The Byron definitely fits there. So it's gonna be a Byron versus Sunse or Fu's lane. Both seems decent for the side of NONGSHIM. I prefer the Sunse a little bit more. Does provide that initiation to set up the team fights for the Kaiser as well.
Yeah, for sure. And at this point, looks like a pretty decent draft coming out from NONGSHIM Red Force. I think their draft is a little more concrete for me, right? A little bit more substance, and I prefer that much more on the side of NONGSHIM.
Yeah, it is more, standard. You can already see how that entire gameplay plays out. They have a game plan obviously already prepared with this draft. It is a much more standard draft compared to what SCARZ is bringing out there. But that's why we love teams like SCARZ. Like, they're not afraid to think out of the box, pick something unorthodox, and give us an interesting show. So let's see, will playing cookie cutter cut it here for the side of NONGSHIM, or will SCARZ surprise them with a much more unorthodox draft? The Ming is the only one that's a little bit out of tangent here for the side of NONGSHIM, but hey, he's not too bad of a hero in the support, especially when they're trying to protect the Lady Sun. He kind of fits into the role perfectly, and he can also enable Haku on the Kaiser to play a lot more aggressively as well.
Yeah, for sure. And let's see if they will be able to force the growth coming out from the side of SCARZ.
Top lane, we do see Arashi going to help out River to push out the lane and head into invading the jungle. So a little bit of a different gameplay this time coming from the side of SCARZ. They're not, primarily focusing on the jungle. Instead, they're trying to slow down what Haku can get across in their jungle. So in the previous game, Haku didn't really have a great of a time, but this game they're trying to do the same thing as well. Arash, looks like they really have a lot of opening plays that they've thought out around this jungle, which is interesting because usually you see it more focused towards the mid or the clash, but setting up Arashi for a good game does make sense as well. Oh, Ryuver taking a lot of damage. We talked about the Byron being a strong laner. Kyung is gonna fall, and Ryuver will be the one to draw first blood in this game.
Right, beautiful start for the side of SCARZ. This is what we're looking for from the Japanese Warriors. Let's take a look at what's going to happen for the rest of the game as well.
Arashi, once again, off to a very fast start. Haku's trying to invade here. Does he have the smite? No, he does not. Arashi will be getting that, but he has to use the Invincible Warrior. Arashi trying to stall them, trying to slow them down as best they can. Haku taking a lot of damage from Arashi already, but Faye able to provide the healing and the damage reduction and the damage just keeping them alive for the moment. Faye down to half health. Haku is forced to recall back to base. So 1-for-1 trade so far across the map. Net worth wise is still pretty even, but Haku getting that kill bottom lane engagement was huge for him. Any kill that a Kaiser can get early on is very crucial, just because he's not one of those heroes that can get these kills early very easily. He has to rely on his team set out top lane. Maestro Noe going on towards River. River already used his ultimate, so not able to survive. And he's going to fall there. Good rotation there coming from Illusion. Meanwhile, we do see rotation coming in from Haku, trying to steal the Azure Golem. Arashi is there along with ASD. ASD does have his auto. Winter is coming. He's trying to slow them down. The smite is going to be taken there by Haku, the Sage Golem buff. But if Haku pays with his life, he's going to give that buff right back up. But Arashi slowed down there by Illusion, not going to be able to continue giving chase. And Haku will be able to walk away with that buff and will secure his own as well.
Yep, it stands now 2-1. NONGSHIM Red Force trying to establish a little bit more control. This is the game plan for them, right? Stifle the growth and hopefully allow Siri to get as fed as possible.
Yep, absolutely. Arashi, without the Sage Golem, without the Azure Golem buff, he is a lot less effective. He doesn't have infinite mana. His cooldowns are a bit longer. Mid lane is going to be pushed out there a little bit by Kaiser, forcing Arashi to push out the mid lane as much as he can, but he's gonna be forced to recall to base very soon just because of that lack of the Azure Golem buff.
Right, and now in the next 15 seconds, we will see the first neutral objective coming out for both teams, and this will be the decider. Kyung looking to try and steal, will not be allowed to.
The Brewer taking the fight here. He knows that Illusion is over there, but he knows that if he's able to hold 2 heroes by himself, it means that his team will be able to pressure the Tyrant much better in towards the bottom side of the map. But looks like they have other things in plan. They really want to take away this Sage Golem buff away from Arashi because they know that a Yuhuan without the Sage Golem buff, the Azure Golem buff, is not as strong. But meanwhile, bottom lane, they do manage to get the Tyrant without any sort of contest. SCARZ was more than happy to trade that off just to make sure that they secure that buff for Arashi. But meanwhile, Sunse has used his ultimate, trying to go for River. Nope, a little bit too deep. He's not going to try and dive the tower for the kill. Because Byron, very tanky, has his ultimate whenever he needs, and will not try and make that attempt. Bottom lane tier 1 tower already brought down there by Siri as well as Faye. Good combination of duos, and they are able to get it without much contest from the side of SCARZ. So 2,500 net worth lead already for the side of the Koreans, and they are trying to get more. They're trying to really constantly invade this jungle. Top tier 1 does fall as well. Illusion dropping down very low. Faye will be able to heal him up just in time. He's able to escape from all of that, and looks like top lane River being engaged upon by Kyung. But the backup coming from Arashi as well as the Delia will be able to push him back. So constantly being forced into fights is SCARZ. They're constantly being forced to fight across the map, and that also allows the side of NONGSHIM to continue farming across the map. The net worth lead already almost 3,000 at the moment. Aku scouting 3 of them out. He's very tough to be brought down at this point in time. He is reaching his critical mass at the moment. He's going to be starting to be really tanky, and another Golem invade happening here from the side of NONGSHIM. They really want to take this out of the hands of Arashi before they take the next fight. Here we go. We do see the ultimate pop. They get the last hit on towards the Azure Golem. That's going to go towards the way of Haku. So again, Arashi, without the infinite mana, without the cooldown reduction, is going to be stifled in terms of his growth, in terms of his next upcoming team fight. So NONGSHIM constantly really pressuring this Arashi, knowing that he is the star player. And if you look at the net worth, Arashi not in a great spot. Kyung being gone on, he is quite low, has to use his flash to get across the wall. Can he survive here? The Yuhuan, one more hit, and she will get the kill. That's going to be a kill going towards the way of SCARZ. Much needed kill going towards their way, because their net worth is was slowly going away from them. But Haku on the other side will take away the Crimson Golem from Arashi, and they are still getting things done across the map. Here is NONGSHIM. Still playing on all 3 lanes. SCARZ forced to react every single time, and Kyung pops the ultimate trying to go for Yuhuan, but Yuhuan will be able to survive, just pop the ultimate just in time. But they will not have that luck. They will get the kill on towards the marksman from the side of SCARZ. And can they get anything else out of that after the kill? Siri a little bit low on mana. He's not in the best fighting position. He has to watch out on his mana consumption. But there should not be any sort of fight upcoming anytime soon. The Tyrant's about to spawn, so is the Azure Golem. That's where you see again NONGSHIM able to secure that for their team. They gave it to Siri, the perfect hero to give it on, just because she is a bit lacking on the mana. Siri will be able to use that infinite mana to bring down the top tier 2 tower. Haku pops the Invincible Warrior, trying to take a fight right now, forcing them back under the tower. Siri trying to find a target, but Arashi forced to pop the ultimate already. Good Princess Frost route on towards Illusion, but Illusion will build back out of there. Haku, Invincible Warrior has expired. Miwa bottom lane pushed up all the way towards the tier 3, down to half health already. So constant map pressure from the side of NONGSHIM across the map. Illusion will push out the lane and they will be able to take this tier 1 unless something bad happens right now. Haku playing towards the front line, knowing that there is no burst damage from the side of SCARZ, not yet anyway, so he's able to play as aggressively as he like, just being able to constantly heal himself up with his skills, and he's going to be able to take away the Crimson Golem and go for the Tyrant as well right after that.
Yep, super huge gameplay from NONGSHIM Red Force at this point, and it's really scary, right, if you're on the side of SCARZ, because at this point, there's too much at stake. It's got to be at least close to 6,000 gold lead for the side of NONGSHIM Red Force, and based on what's happening, SCARZ don't have a lot of time left.
Absolutely not. Haku is already in critical mass. Sun Ce is already at a point where he is ready to go at any single time, and you can check the items for Siri, what the item progression is. Master's Blade already completed. He is ready to go. Axe of Torment completed as well, trying to go for Arlie. Sun Ce driving around the corner, but he will be landing onto the Leah. Illusion taking a lot of damage already. 5 heroes on both ends already here trying to take the fight. Invincible Warrior still available there for Haku. He's not been taking too much damage. He's so comfortable at the moment. Just soaking up the damage, healing back up. Hasn't really been forced to pop his ultimate yet. Neither has the side of SCARZ, so this is a pretty even fight. Rilver trying to take the fight against Sun Ce, but has just been just trading blows at the moment. The tower, the tier 2 tower with huge Princess Frost ultimate, stopping them for now, but Sun Ce will answer with his ultimate of his own. Haku pops the Invincible Warrior, trying to slow them down, trying to be able to CC them to provide a possibility for Siri to get a couple of kills, but they will be content with just taking the tier 2 tower, and the rest of the side of NONGSHIM will go directly towards the Overlord. They should make short work of this, and with that Vanguard spawning very soon, they should be able to start breaking these tier 3 towers. The map at the moment looks exactly like how it did in game number 1. It's just basically the same thing, taking too much damage from Siri, and he will fall to burst damage from the Lady Sun. Way too much right now, and they're trying to go for more. Rilver in trouble, knock up there by Sun Ce, trying to go for the kill, and he will fall as well. 2 heroes dead. That sounds the opening. That sounds the opportunity for NONGSHIM to push up to the high grounds.
Yeah, doors are open right now. It's just the next wave. They should be able to get any one of these tier 3 towers at this point. And you look at the damage they're doing to Haku. He's not even phased at it right now. It's just Illusion poking them down as well. There's gonna be 2 tier 3s on the top and mid threatened at the same time, and SCARZ look lost.
Yeah, bottom as well. The aggression from the early game, the constant jungle invades has really taken a toll on them. Yang Yuhuan forced to use his ultimate. Arashi not in the best fighting spot. Haku trying to heal up the best he can, misses the skill, but he's still okay to back off for now. Still has his Invincible Warrior if he needs to, but Haku, after all of that, really been able to set up the place for his entire team. And NONGSHIM off to a fantastic game. All tier 3 towers already down. The Tyrant ripe for the taking, and they should be able to end the game with this final push.
Alright, so let's take a look at the growth of the items as well. It is going to be the Void Staff as the next item coming in for the side of the Mai Shiranui. And at this point, Illusion is one of the main reasons why they're getting poked down as well. Haku looking for an entry point though.
Yeah, pops the ultimate. Invincible Warrior leading the charge, leading the front lines. 1 versus 4, not afraid as well. ASD dropping very low, but use the Splendor, not enough. Yang Yuhuan forced to use the ultimate as well, trying to heal back as much as he can. Secondary ultimate to try and heal again, but the knockback, the damage from the Lady Sun, way too much. Arashi caught between a rock and a death, and she will fall. That will be it. That will be NONGSHIM Red Force taking the first series in the Last Chance Qualifiers group stage, and they will be looking hot leading to the next upcoming matches. NONGSHIM Red Force, definitely a team you want to look out for if you're trying to make it to Riyadh.
Yep, the Koreans make it work. So much spice coming in from NONGSHIM Red Force, and as it stands now, they will take the first series of the day. Very good showing, and very, very hopeful to secure that last slot in the last chance qualifier as well. 2-0 to NONGSHIM Red Force. Zero, your take on that game?
I mean, clean is the word again. Clean gameplay coming from NONGSHIM. The constant jungle invades, knowing when they're strong, knowing when they're pushed. They're not over committing early on. They know when they are strongest, which is from the 8th to the 12th minute mark, and that's exactly when they struck against the side of SCARZ. SCARZ, the early game they couldn't really get too much out of the early game, and they were just constantly being poked down, being stolen. Was their jungle objectives, and Siri getting the MVP once again. Game number 2, 4-0-1, 60,000 damage dealt almost, and the top of the net worth for the team once again.
Yeah, so only 28,000 damage taken, accumulating a total of 11.4 thousand gold. So everything went right for this Lady Sun. This farm lane was having a blast in the bottom side of the map, if I'm not wrong. Now, Siri, of course, supported by the rest of the team. The only 2 deaths in the whole entire game came from Kyung, but for good reason, right? He was meant to be the tank. He was meant to dive the backlines as well. And there were so many things that SCARZ tried to, block off. They tried to pick up the pieces, but at this point, there was too much damage, and I spoke about this. Faye is one of the biggest win conditions. You don't take out Faye in the fights, there's no way you're winning.
Yeah, and you can see with this scoreline, 0 deaths means that, SCARZ had no chance of winning. On the flip side, if you look at the item builds from the side of SCARZ, very stock standard. The Princess Frost was forced to go for basically full utility and had to go for the Splendor in the second item. Not really going for a lot of CCs, doesn't have the option to go for the Staff of Reverberation, so doesn't really provide a lot of damage to the team. And Tay not having the best game as well, only 12% damage dealt for his team. Matching the Delia, actually lower than the Delia in terms of the damage dealt. That's not what you want to see from your marksman. But ultimately, NONGSHIM was just too much of a force towards the early and mid-game stages of the game, and they were just way too hard to deal with.
Yep, it's difficult, right? Because Ochik was constantly caught out. If you take a look at the damage taken, 55,000. So a lot of fights, Ochik wasn't able to offer too much. And once you don't really have access to the Celestial Melody, the rest of your lineup kind of crumbles, right? Because there's no one to protect Tay. And yes, he can weave in and weave out of fights, but what happens when they have people like Kyung, they have people like Illusion? They are really, really long-reaching arms. Illusion can really jump in with the knockback, and Kyung with the set sail. It's instant death coming in from the side of NONGSHIM Red Force.
Pretty much, it's just way too hard to come back from at that point. As you look at the highlights of that last game, this was one of the 2 deaths that Kyung actually had. It was in the lane. It was River turning things around. Good laning presence there from the Byron, one of the strongest laners in the entire game at the moment. Haku off to a hot start. I mean, level 4, that's not when you expect the Kaiser to be able to become a force, become an impact across the map, but he managed to set things up and got a kill. Meanwhile, top lane River gone on there by Illusion, and Sun Tzu, we did see his effectiveness across the entire game, being able to help set up those kills, especially against something as mobile, something as elusive as the Arlie. Being able to pick him off early on is going to be huge.
Yep, and if you take a look at the way that the battles have always been done, right, from the side of NONGSHIM Red Force, it has always been a singular target, right, isolated from the rest of the members on the side of SCARZ. And when you fight into this Korean force, one by one, it's extremely horrendous. It's not a good fight to take at all. And NONGSHIM Red Force, when you open the doors, they will gladly enter.
Yeah, the NONGSHIM side doesn't have a lot of team fight in their lineup. They have the Sun Tzu basically as their team fight, and everything else is just purely single target. But at that point in time, single target is all you need. You burst one hero, you make it a 4 versus 5 scenario, and the lineup, the entire lineup from the side of SCARZ just crumbles. So well played there to NONGSHIM. Very clean series, not much mistakes, and they played pretty much. If I would give them a score on how they played, that would be 95%. That was basically with just very, very clean game from NONGSHIM.
Yep, but that's not the only game we have for you. Next up, we have Virtus Pro going up against Tribe Gaming. This is going to be a battle of US against Poland here. Now, why I say Poland? Because they are going to be representing EEU. They have a mixture of players as well. So big expectations coming out from the Bears here from Poland. And of course, Tribe Gaming, not really new into the gaming scene as well. You have seen them put up a lot of competitions. They put up their best players as well. Let's see if in the Heroes Gorge, Tribe Gaming can triumph VP, or will it be VP that tears the X's apart?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup. We haven't really seen too much of these, but we'll catch the game later on after this. But let's take a look at the standings so far. Of course, NONGSHIM taking the first win puts them comfortably on top. 9 points already. That's what you get for getting a clean sweep. That bodes well here for the Korean team, and they are looking to make it to Riyadh. But plenty of more games left to go. We still have the likes of Weibo Gaming. Hasn't been scheduled to play this early on. They will be playing later on in the day, in the third match of the day, if I'm not mistaken. So we will be catching the Malaysian squad playing later on as well. But of course, next game, Tribe Gaming against Virtus Pro. One of the favorite teams for you to pronounce, Kin, am I right?
Yes, the Virtus Pro. My favorite way to call it. We have seen their gameplay from many other streams as well. So really lovely to be able to see them in action in the Heroes Gorge. Now, of course, based on what I've seen yesterday, we do recognize that, hey, there potentially is a very different meta coming into the Heroes Gorge for the games that we are happening today. At the same time, I think, yes, we do see some differences, right? Zero, I think you can agree with me that I think we might be in for a different flavor today.
Absolutely. There's just so many different regions clashing, and I am expecting to see a lot of different gameplay, a lot of different heroes coming out from it.
Yeah, so based on that, you can really tell how certain regions prefer a play style that will differ from what you've seen overseas. And right now, I think as we step into the western side of the world, it could be very interesting, because some of the test picks they've picked for the trial games or the ping test was really something that I will enjoy watching today.
Yeah, absolutely. But we'll go to a short break before coming back with the next game. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We will be right back. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup Honor of Kings last chance qualifiers, where we just witnessed NONGSHIM Red Force demolish SCARZ in the opening match of the day. But that's the previous game. Now we have another game in our hands. It's going to be Virtus Pro going up against Tribe Gaming in their first time meeting up against each other.
That's right. Now we will be looking for a clean game coming out from both of them. So this is going to be really important because like we have already seen, if you win a 2-0, win with a 2-0 scoreline, you will get 9 points, right? You do not want to draw. You do not want to go into a 3-game series.
Yep, absolutely. Because of there's a lot of possibilities of getting into tiebreakers in this format. You need to take every win you can, and you want to win as fast as you can. And of course, you just want to make sure that you make the series clean, a clean 2-0. But you know, sometimes if you have to win two after losing one game, you gotta do it, because wins ultimately are still more important. But when it comes down to those tiebreaker scenarios, every little detail that you're able to do during the match itself, it does matter. So we're about 2 minutes before we head into the first match. Any expectations for both teams, Kid, heading in towards this best of 3 series?
Well, I think the Virtus Pro lineup isn't really new to any scene of competitive gaming, right? So I think we have some huge expectations for them. They have been very good mobile game players as well. Now for Tribe Gaming, I think the same can be said of them. I think they definitely have a wealth of experience. If I'm not wrong, this is the team with Mali inside, right? For Tribe Gaming. Yeah, if I'm not wrong, is a very prominent streamer, very prominent gamer as well. So I do have high expectations for both of these teams. They should know how to close the game with quick and clean execution.
Yep, absolutely. Quick and clean is definitely the word you want to look out for. Both of these teams, they do have a lot of experienced players in other game titles, so let's see how that will be able to transition into Honor of Kings, because it's a different game. You would agree there, Kin, that there's just a lot of differences in terms of objectives, the tempo, the entire map rotation is completely different. So if teams are not prepared to make that transition, it's going to be hard for them. But so far we've seen, all these teams, they, at least in the Season 2 Invitationals, they've been able to perform very well. Even in a previous game, I mean, NONGSHIM Red Force looked like they would have been top 8 if they even played in the Season 2 Invitational. So definitely a team to look out for, but let's see what Tribe Gaming and Virtus Pro will be able to bring to the table for us.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely expecting a different kind of draft, right? From what I understand, there's always a different kind of mindset coming into games, and we will definitely notice a shift in the meta depending on the region that we're looking at. So right now we're looking at the Poland team going up against the US team. Really sure we should be expecting quite a lot of differences in terms of the draft. Bans, I think, will be the same, right? So let's take a look at what's going on. It's going to be a Dolia ban coming out from Virtus Pro.
Nothing too out of the ordinary there for Virtus Pro with the Dolia ban. The Dachau ban is pretty much expected as well. I mean, I would be more surprised to not see them banned at all. But yeah, let's see who is what is going to be picked in the openings here. We do have the Elaine ban from the side of Virtus Pro, giving a little bit of indication that this might be a Mayin pickup for their side, something that they want to do, or maybe a weaker laner in the clash, something like a Lulu, something like not a Sun Tzu, but something of a weaker lane that they're trying to look out for. But they're gonna open up with the Arlie pick as their opening, not a very standard opening pick that we've been seeing. Every time you let that through the pool, because it's pretty much the strongest marksman right now, you pick it up right away.
Yep, and right off the bat, we will see the Tun coming out with the Lady Zhen as well. This is going to be really important for the side of Tribe Gaming, because not only do they offer tankiness, they offer a lot of lockdown as well. The Destructive Deluge, along with the Unruly Blade, will give them access to the correct members on the side of Virtus Pro.
Yep, absolutely. The Dun jungle, I mean, you know how I feel about that kid. I'm not the biggest fan of the Dun jungle, but he's been doing alright, at least so far. So I don't hate it as much as I did back in Season 1. It's growing on me a little bit, but I'm still not. I still find better heroes in that specific position for that specific role. So the Mayin is picked up there from the side of Virtus Pro. as well as the Mai Shiranui, a little bit telegraphed with the lane ban there. And let's see what the answer from Tribe will be against this Mai, because without the lane, pretty much only the Byron and maybe the Sun Ce is a stronger laner against the Mai, but you kind of don't want to pigeonhole yourself into those two picks as well.
Yeah, for sure. So we will see the Lady Sun coming out. Zoro will get his hands on that. The ban on Yu Huan, interesting. So they have seen the previous series itself. I think Yu Huan is deserving of a ban, right? There's too many iframes to play around with. And at this point, let's see. Zhang Fei going to be the next ban coming out from Tribe Gaming. They don't want the lockdown. There's a lot of merit to having a Zhang Fei in your support and role, right? One thing, first thing first, he's able to take smite. He's able to use the ultimate to really just stop and steal neutral objectives away from you. And with that, Ming will be taken out by Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Ming is... We don't usually see it paired with the Lady Sun, but I guess without the Zhang Fei, there's not many defensive supports left that is able to protect and enable the Lady Sun. So Zhang Fei is the most popular one. The Ming is probably the next, and we don't have Master Luban in this patch yet. So you know, this Lady Sun right now, it seems like he has to play without a bouncer. He cannot. He's gonna be forced to play without a protector. Maybe a Liu Tan will be seeing his way to the board here. We haven't seen it in the Season 2 Invitational, but at this point, you don't have much support choices left on both sides even.
Yep, they need something more tanky, right? I think Neron will do well for himself to be able to catch the backlines on the side of Tribe Gaming. But at this point, yeah, they do need something, and it looks like they want to play more iframes. Faton here going to be taking a look at the Diao-chan. Now, this is something I'm interested to look at as well. The iframes coming out from the Diao-chan is going to be very critical. And yes, the Kaiser will join in the fray maybe. Not sure. We'll leave it to Vex to decide who he wants to play at this point. But the Sun Bin coming out for Max Green. Thoughts on that?
Sun Bin can be an issue for the Arlie, as well as... Oh, they did not lock down the Diao-chan. Instead, they decide to go for the Lian Post in the support role. So, okay, basically the Sun Bin only is there to really mess up with the Arlie and perhaps the Heino as well, which is isn't bad. If you blind pick the support and you counter two heroes, that's not a bad situation to be in. But of course, you know, the Lady Sun is less protected by this Sun Bin compared to the likes of the Zhang Fei and the Ming. So, Iraqi Zoro might not have the best of time in this specific matchup, but you know, at least he has other things covered there. And a Byron last pick from the side of Tribe. We talked about, you know, how the Mayin pretty much has only two counters left in the lane. One of it was the Byron, the other was the Sun Ce, and the Byron was going to be locked in there. So a little bit of a focus put in a clash lane there from the side of Tribe Gaming, but let's see how they will fare as we will be heading into the game very soon. Game 1 of this best of 3 between Virtus Pro as well as Tribe Gaming. The first time both of them will be playing each other in a competitive match, and you know, this might be their first cross-region tournament as well. We don't know.
Yeah, so just to add on to your point, I think actually the Sun Bin is a good fit here because they do have a lot of tankiness coming in. It will be the Byron along with the Tun as well. That is enough cover and enough shield for the time being. Now, let's go straight into the game and figure things out for both teams.
Exactly. We see Vex on the Heino jungle, one of the more popular positions, and also heroes to be played in the jungle. You play it as a tank, you play it as a frontliner, a very annoying hero to deal with just because of how difficult it is to kill him. But you do have the Sun Bin here to be able to allow you to have an easier opportunity to kill him. But let's see if that happens here. Try playing very aggressively at the start, taking away camps from Heino, making sure that he doesn't have a great start, because a Heino that is leave unattended is a Heino that will become a very scary force in the mid to late game stages. The Mai doesn't have great wave clear. He kind of has to rely on the Lian Po to help out, but the Lian Po did start off in the top lane to provide the Mayin a better time against the Byron. I mean, that goes with the territory of playing against the Byron, is that hero is just going to be so oppressive in the lane that you're going to be forced to call for help. You're going to be forced to move your members up there if you really care about the lane. Vex trying to take away one of those camps. Lady Sun won't be able to get the last hit on that. Vex playing very aggressively. Oh, he has to watch out. He might have made a mistake here. Can they block him down? The Dun not able to connect. That was a bit scary. I mean, Vex, that miss second skill could have caused him to be in a really dangerous position, but thankfully they didn't have enough lockdown. Mali was a bit too far to be able to connect his skills, so he's able to walk out of there. So 500 net worth so far being taken from the side of Tribe. The early jungle invades has really been coming to play here, but let's see how that will be going towards the mid game.
Yeah, for sure. And at this point, I think, slight goalie going into Tribe Gaming, and this invasion into the Zero Golem going to make a lot of sense. Ooh. Here comes the first blood. It is going to be the Mayin that gets the kill here, but they could be punished for it. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade at this point. Everyone is joining the fun here. It is going to be another member on the side of Virtus Pro joining in the fight, but it's a punish coming in. Prince and Naren going to be taken down, and Tribe Gaming secure an early lead.
Yeah, Max Green held on to his ultimate a little bit too long there. They could have caught Vex as well, but still they are more than happy to take that kill on towards, get that kill as well as get the Sage Golem buff away from Vex. But Vex is making the best out of a bad situation. He's invading the enemy jungle and he's getting a couple of camps for himself. So, not the best situation to have your Sage Golem, to have your Azure Golem buff stolen, but he's trying to make up amends for it, which is what a good player does, is that when you are stopped one way, you'll find another way to try and come back to this game. So Vex, definitely a very experienced player in this regard, and he will not be slowed down too much.
Yep, and actually it's a perfect start, right, for the side of Tribe Gaming. Like we said, we expect a lot of things coming out from Tribe Gaming, and they are proving our point at this time. So going into the first 3.5 minutes, 2-1 scoreline, 0. What are your expectations on how this game is going to go so far?
I mean, Tribe is just about to start ramping up the tempo. They do have a Dun jungle, which is something you don't want to drag out the game too long. Meanwhile, mid lane, a huge engagement. Lianpo will try and get the knock up, and can he get a kill? No, Starting still alive. Oh no, he's able to back off and get the return kill on the Spanner. Huge kill. And Vex is in trouble as well. He still has his ultimate. The silence perfectly done there by Max Green, and they get a triple kill from the side of Tribe Gaming, and they will turn that into a Tyrant as well.
Yep, it's a huge outplay coming out from the side of Tribe Gaming, and Virtus Pro doesn't look too safe at this point, right? 5-1 is a 3,000 goal lead as Mac tries to go for the 1v1 against Zoro. Not going to really work out for him at this point.
Yeah, we talked about how Tribe was just going to up the tempo, and literally the moment after I say it, they engage into a mid fight, and that was huge. I mean, the outplay you saw from Starting really catching Fadden off guard, and they lost 3 heroes without losing any from the side of Tribe. That is absolutely huge. And off to a great start is something you need. Top lane, ooh, huge damage dealt on towards the Mayin from MTS, almost bring him down. But Naren was just able to survive with a sliver of his health. But he's not going to be too worse for wear here. Vex is going to go up to the top lane to try and push out the lane and help you out a little bit.
That's right, so they need a little bit more recovery on the side of Virtus Pro, and as it stands now, Vex, if it's possible, I think we should take a look at the items as well. Let's look at the growth. We are expecting an Insatiable Tome coming out from the Mai Shiranui, so Prince needs to do a little bit more farming on his end. Meanwhile, for the flip side, the Lady Sin already has the Mask of Agony, going for a little bit more, and I think it makes a lot of sense, right? You're going up against a Lianpo. The HP base damage will be more potent coming in from Starting.
Yep, absolutely. That Mass of Agony is successively provides a huge amount of damage increase for the ladies, and just because it's damage over time, Vex might be in trouble. But the Crimson Golden buff is the one. Oh, Vex dropping very low. Used to force to pop the ultimate, but he doesn't travel too far. Oh, Mali not able to connect the skills. Backline though, Lianpo, huge ultimate connecting onto her street. The knockup is huge to get a kill on those ladies, and as well as Max Green. Mali has to run for his life. MTS not going to be too healthy from that as well, but huge engagement coming from the side of Virtus Pro. They're trying to get something else there from the side of Tribe, but not going to be able to achieve anything at all. So 2 quick kills, hurting hands, going towards the way of Virtus Pro, and they'll be happy to take that because that means that they're able to stabilize the game and also secure this Azure Golem buff to Vex.
Yep, so that was a huge play over there. Really nice catch though. I like the presence of mind on the side to use the Fate Rewind, and for the rest of the team to really come pincer in, right? Neron with a huge knock-up as well, and Mac just having the free space to really just go in and deal the damage as well.
Yeah, the Max set up into the Lianpo flash towards the backline. Absolutely beautifully done there by Fadon and Max. Mac really just setting up the entire team fight there. And just cuts down the lead to 2,000 right now for the side of Virtus.pro. Suddenly they don't look too bad in this current situation. Really 2,000 net worth, it is not too much of a difference at the moment. Oh, Mac might be in some trouble. He might take out to this. He does. Sunbin gets the kill.
Yep, so a big one, and at this point they will be trying to pressure the tower. It will be taken down. It is the rolling rate. They come in again.
Oh, beautiful ultimate there from really starting and ending the fight there for the side of Tribe, getting 3 kills, and also the Crimson Golem going to go down once again. Both teams are team fighting so well with their setups, with their crowd control, with their rotations. Absolutely beautiful to watch. This is the gameplay that I really live for.
Yeah, exactly right. And at this point, it's going to be Tribe Gaming taking another turret for themselves. That's 2 turrets in the space of 8 minutes at this point, and Virtus.pro have nothing to show for it except a couple of kills.
5,000 net worth lead almost for the side of Tribe right now. Good lead heading towards the 8-minute mark, as this is where the Lady Sun starts to really ramp up her damage. This is where the Byron is beginning to become unkillable, but Mali this is the point where Mali starts to fall off, so everybody has to exchange their roles right now. Mali is going to be playing more of a frontliner tank hero, while his teammates are going to start doing the damage for his side. Meanwhile, on the other side, for Tribe, Prince, we haven't really seen too much for him. Neither has Mac. Only Neron and Lianpo has made any notable plays so far, but it's not too bad of a position to be in. 4,000 net worth behind is still a very a position where you can make some plays out of. It's not the end of the world there for Virtus.pro. They just need one more good fight leading into a tower to turn things around, and this might be the fight they're looking for. But the silence perfectly done there on towards Neron. That will be a kill. That will be a retreat call there by the side of Virtus.pro, and they will give up the Overlord or not, because Tribe decides to take more objectives across the map. The tier 1 and the tier 2 on top is ripe for the taking for the red team.
Yeah, Primal Bond not going to be really something they're looking forward to, so they don't mind waiting out a bit, right? We're going to hit the 10-minute mark really soon.
Yep, absolutely no reason to risk it to be too low of a position to take the next fight, so more than happy to just wait it out, wait for the next Shadow Overlord to spawn in about 30 seconds or so, and they will be vying for that to start pushing up to the high ground. The towers of the tier 2 towers of all 3 lanes are still standing for the side of Tribe, so for the side of VP, so Tribe isn't going to force it too much. Mali really trying to poke them, but 4 heroes from the side of Virtus.pro is defending this Azure Golem, and he will be Vex securing it. So Vex is about to reach his critical mass very soon as well, becoming very tough to deal with, very hard to kill. They do have Zoro to deal with, to deal that burst damage, and then they have Max Green to make sure that he can't get out of there. But it's still a very tough position for Vex to be in. He needs to make sure he doesn't get bursted and is able to get off his ultimate.
Yep, so they will secure the Tyrant at this point now. Bear in mind, this is a Shadow Tyrant. We have hit the 10.5-minute mark. So Tribe Gaming hitting another milestone within the first game itself. Looking a little bit spicier this time.
Absolutely. They are trying to up the tempo, trying to get a good fight going their way. Bottom tier 2 still half-life. They don't have any creep waves in the bottom, so far Virtus.pro has been doing a very good job keeping these lanes pushed out and making sure that Tribe Gaming can't get any of these more important towers in the other lanes. Oh, Vex might be in some trouble. He has no way to escape from if he's forced to pop the ultimate, but hiding behind the tower, he should be a-okay here.
Yep, so at this point, it's just aggression first. Let's play the map on the side of Tribe Gaming. They will try to force this tier 2 on the top. They will be successful in doing so.
Yep, the tier 2 does go down, that opens up the Overlord for the side of Tribe to try and pick up here. Tribe is moving across both lanes very quickly, very fast. Bottom lane is still in its neutral spot, so not much pressure on the bottom side. So Virtus Pro can really just focus on defending both these sides. They're putting a lot of damage. Mali dropped the half health. This is where, exactly like we said, the Dun does fall off. Not going to be providing too much damage and has to rely on his cooldown to provide survivability. Lianpo ultimate coming through. Starting gets knocked up in the air but gets bursted down there by the Lady Sun. Huge damage on her right now. It will be Max Green the one securing the kill though. But not too bad for the side of Tribe because they will be able to transition that into a Overlord and they will start pressuring the high ground right now. With the Vanguards about to spawn, they're going to send the Shadow Vanguard up towards top and try and take that top tier 3 tower.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, they did a really good recovery, right? But somehow Tribe Gaming, they control the map once again, and take a look at the gold lead now. It's close to 7,000 gold between the two of them.
Absolutely beautiful gun here from this side of Tribe, and they will try and get their first tier 3 tower in this game. Bottom lane, Vex is trying to make sure that it doesn't get too out of hand, making sure that they at least have a leg to stand on in this lane. The bottom tier 2 will fall to the Dragon. 3 heroes already rotating down to try and finish it off top lane. Looks like they're gonna be more than happy to give that Shadow Vanguard and focus on towards the bottom lane. Hayno trying to push out the lanes, but the wave is coming on too fast, too quickly, and this tower might not see too long. No, looks like Tribe is just gonna back off and focus on towards the mid. That was a wasted opportunity, if you ask me. Maybe just focusing on the top would have been better for them. You've seen that they are almost 10,000 net worth ahead. Lady Zen drops the ultimate, Vex down to half health. This tier 2 tower will fall very quickly. Lady Sun will be the one to pick that up. So it looks like they will fall back for now and wait for the next tyrant before taking the next fight for Tribe.
Yep, let's take a look at the growth of the items as well. Lady Sun already has the Eternity Blade, Daybreaker with the Crimson Reaper going into the Axe of Torment as well. You were talking about the Thun, right? He's so tanky at this point. Eye Phoenix gonna be helping with his health recovery, especially the shielding from that Gale's Benediction as well. Completed the Giant's Grip. It's looking a bit tough for the side of Virtus Pro to make a comeback unless they can buy time all the way into the spawning of the Tempest Dragon.
Tough is an understatement at this point, I think, Kin, because it seems like Tribe has been able to get anything they want whenever they want. And, you know, despite the heroes starting to fall off, like the Byron, like the Dun, the Lady Sun is already at a critical mass, already at her full item slot, so she's going to be tough to deal with. The one saving grace for the side of Virtus Pro is that there's no strong defender of this Lady Sun. There's no Zhang Fei, there's no Ming. That means that there's still potential to focus him down. Oh, the damage though on towards Mayin, way too much. Zoro doing too much damage right now, and we'll be able to burst her down. That's your Clash laner down for the side of Virtus Pro. Starting taking a lot of damage, has to be forced to recall back to base or not. Looks like they'll try and at least chip down this bottom tower. So the long range pokes coming from Virtus Pro coming to play here. That's the Mai Shiranui as well as the Hayno really coming into play right now. Able to help them defend these tier 3s from a very safe distance. They need every bit of this they can get. But once that Shadow Overlord does spawn, Tribe Gaming might try again to push up to the high ground.
Yep, I like the point that you mentioned that they actually do have decent wave clear on their side of Virtus Pro, right? So at this point, they're able to hold on a little bit, and they just need to hold on for another 4.5 minutes before the Tempest Dragon is out. But let's see if they will get the catch though.
Oh my god! Oh, Lady Sun's damage, way too much. Zoro will literally chip her to half health with a single roll, and then they will be able to finish him off 4 to 5. In terms of the hero count right now for the side of Virtus Pro, they lose the top tier 3 tower, and Tribe smells blood in the air. They know that there is an opportunity for them to try and push out to this high ground without even the Shadow Overlord, and they will try for that. They will defend the waves, they will make sure that the next creep wave spawning will be up towards the high ground, but that might be a bit too late. Neron is just about to respawn, and Tribe spots that. They go for the Vanguard.
That's right, and as it stands now, this is going to be a very painful one because now the damage and the health pools of the Vanguards will be extremely high. And like you guys seen before, the Lady Sun will be able to melt them in an instant. So not an ideal situation for Virtus Pro.
Not an ideal situation indeed. A lot of damage being dealt towards Mali, though, down to half health already. So very nicely poked, starting also at half health already. So the defensive capabilities, this high ground defense, Lampo dropping the ultimate, trying to catch someone towards the back lines, but not enough. Looks like he's still going to survive for the moment. Fadon dropping very low. Oh, Mali does fall. That's going to be a shutdown coming from the Mai Shiranui. But they do lose the Hey No. That's going to be thanks to Max Green and his ultimate really stopping Vex from getting out of that position. So it's looking tough 4 versus 4. Without your jungle, without the Hey No, this defense is going to be tough. They still managed to at least clear out the waves though. MTS taking a lot of damage from the RD. Bottom lane is where the Shadow Vanguard has spawned. Here comes the Mai Shiranui knocking back the Lady Zen, almost dropping, but he's gonna fall by himself. Lady Sun doing too much damage right now. RD has to run away, try to survive. Oh, not gonna connect though. Mac is just able to just walk out of there, and this might be it. Game number 1 might be going towards the Wheel of Tribe, unless some magic can happen, but the magic does not prevail because Tribe Gaming will clean things up and take game number 1 away from Virtus Pro.
Yep, easy games for the side of Tribe Gaming. A very convincing win in this first game of this series, and for good reason as well. They made the Lady Sun look unstoppable.
Yeah, man, this was a Lady Sun without a Ming, without a Lian Po, without a Zhang Fei to really protect it. But that early game from Tribe Gaming was really good. Their rotations across the map. They took a page out of NONGSHIM's book and played really aggressive in the enemy's jungle and really just stopping anything from happening from the side of Virtus Pro. Because if you're playing on your opponent's side, it means that even if you take a bad fight, you're not going to lose any objectives. So very well done there by the side of Tribe Gaming. And the MVP for the winning team is going to be starting on that Lady Zen. Huge outplay in the mid. I thought she was dead for sure, but that was a really good play, being able to survive that a little bit longer, and she probably has dealt the most damage for her entire team.
Alright, let's take a look at the rest of the stats as well for this side of Virtus Pro and Tribe Gaming. So I like the fact that the Sunpin actually makes sense here. Like you mentioned before, Mali and MTS, actually the true value of them is the amount of shields and health pools that Virtus Pro have to make past before they can even touch Zoro here, which is why Zoro never died the once. Right? At the same time, starting, like I mentioned at the start of the game, the Master of Agony was dealing so much deterrence as well as pain, along with the Frozen Breath coming in with the Breakthrough Robe as well as the Savant's Wrath. There was a lot of damage coming in from starting, and to make matters worse, he had the Splendor. So it was already difficult to kill starting. He has the iframes from the Ocean of Tears, but with the Splendor, that's a double the duration.
Starting dealt almost half his entire team's damage. Oh my god. Almost 50% of damage dealt from the ladies, and this is exactly why this hero is constantly picked and banned during the Season 2 Invitational, and for very good reason. I mean, that hero without farm is effective, with farm is a monster, and starting really just played that hero to perfection.
That's right. Now, this is not the end of the day for VP, of course. This is just game 1. We'll take a look at how they would like to change the status of the game. But then obviously, they want to take one game off of this series. Hopefully, do a reverse sweep at this point. But with the performance of the 5 members on the side of Tribe Gaming, let's take a look at how this game went down.
Absolutely. The game started off with them taking some really good fights across the map. 3 heroes killed here. The silence from the Sunbin is about to come. No, not this fight. The next fight is where they will be able to catch them off. As this fight starting, just keep your eyes on starting, dropping the ultimate, surviving from Fadon, being able to get the kill onto his Fadon thanks to the tower, and the silence from Max Green finishing off Vex as well. Absolutely huge play. That started the entire snowball coming from the side of Tribe Gaming, and we did see VP put up a good fight here. This was one of the fights where they took a huge engagement, getting a triple kill and keeping themselves in the game, but it was still not enough because they couldn't really take anything else from that point on. And here, this was the start of the end. The burst of Neron, just the damage from the ladies are way too huge. We see it again in the top lane. It was again Neron being caught out of position, and Tribe Gaming able to stop the last-ditch effort coming from the side of VP and end the game right here and then. Very well done there by Tribe. Not the cleanest of games, but as good as it gets from them, because that was a very impressive showing from them. So.
Yeah, for sure. So this is going to set the stage for the side of Tribe Gaming. They will be looking to end this with a clean 2-0, hopefully tie up with a NONGSHIM Red Force at the top of the table as well. They need to make sure they win as many games as they can. So this is a very important marker for Tribe Gaming. Likewise, for the side of Virtus Pro, they will be looking to tie things up. They don't want to trail by too far behind.
Absolutely not. It's still very early in the group stages. Of course, anything can happen. They still have plenty of potential to be able to come back later on, even if they drop this series for the side of Virtus Pro. But obviously, you want to start off your day with a good result. So Tribe as well as Virtus Pro, they're not playing too many games today. Only 2 games for both of them, so they do have a little bit more time to recuperate and prepare for tomorrow, which is a saving grace for teams who don't do too well in the first day as well, because it means that you have 1 full night to prepare for 2 more matches tomorrow, as compared to if you are the likes of SCARZ. You lose 1 more game today and you end up the day with a 1-2 scoreline in terms of series. Then you only have 1 more game on the next day, and it's tough to make it to Riyadh with only 1 game left to play.
For sure. So, you know, a lot of things are going to be really important for this marker on the side of Virtus Pro. Likewise, for Tribe Gaming, they need to make sure that they are really clean with the finish. They need to make sure that they end the game as quickly as possible. Give as much, take as many points as they can, because right now it's NONGSHIM Red Force on the top of the table, and all the other teams will be looking to knock them off.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is the last chance, as the qualifier, as the name really just ensues here. It is the last chance for these teams to qualify to Riyadh to join. The 8 teams from the Season 2 Invitational already qualified, and the invited teams as well. So Tribe Gaming looking off to a very hot start. Very impressive from them. I'm very impressed at how they were able to play that aggressive across the map, and it goes to show that they've put a lot of research, a lot of homework on what the more successful ways to play is from the Season 2 qualifiers, and even from the other mini tournaments before that. So looking very well there for Tribe. Virtus Pro didn't look too bad. I liked their draft as well. There was a lot of thought going in towards how they were forming their entire hero and strategies, but you know, just a little bit of being able to play a bit faster is what I like to see from them.
Yep, let's take a look at the new draft at this point. This time, Tribe is going to be on its blue side. They will pick up the Diao Chan as the first ban. No, not Diao Chan, sorry. Da Chao is the first ban. They will take get rid of the Dolia as well on the side of Virtus Pro.
Yep, absolutely. Popular bans for those support heroes right straight off the bat. So it's going to be just classic. They really like the Yuhuan ban here from the Tribe. 2 games we've seen the Yuhuan taken out of the pool. We've seen it to mixed results for the Yuhuan. I wouldn't say it's a first phase ban material personally, but maybe Tribe Gaming knows something we don't about Virtus Pro.
Well, I think they're pretty clear. They have seen the Season 2 Invitationals Grand Finals yesterday and taken a look at how powerful Yuhuan can be, right? At the same time, Lady Sun will be taken out, and it will be starting off with the Mai Shiranui. So huge burst potential, very high snowball potential as well in the mid lane, and they will be counterpicked in the form of Elaine as well as the RLE. So Maple Dance able to really just get rid of any of the shots that she's going to throw. At the same time, Neron will be able to dive past starting and go straight into the backlines to try and chase out Zoro as well.
Yeah, this is a very classic opening pick here for the red side in Honor of Kings at the moment. Elaine, Lady Zen, Elaine, Arlie, something of the sort. Whichever of these heroes left that are still left in the pool, you will pick it up as the first 2. So this time, Tribe not going to let Virtus Pro ban out the Ming again, pick it up straight away to pair up with Zoro. So they're gonna have that supportive task for the Lady Sun, but Zoro didn't even feel like he needed that supportive pass in the last game. He played very well, but maybe this game, hey, against a lane, against Arlie, you need that little bit more to keep yourself alive.
Yep, it's really all about dealing the killing blow, right? So Phaeton this time going to go with the Zhang Fei. Very good counter, right? There's a lot of health points you need to melt down before you can actually get the kill. So it would be a hard thing for Zoro to do in the early game for sure. But this is complemented by Max Green, who will be able to offer quite a bit of attack speed for Zoro to really get the kills going down for the side of Tribe.
Absolutely, every bit of everything available to really just start Zoro's snowball in towards the mid game is going to be very important here to make the Lady Sun play a bit faster, because how Lady Sun usually plays, it's a bit slower in terms of tempo, but we've seen throughout the season 2 qualifiers, the season 2 invitationals, and even here that the Lady Suns have been played in a more mid-game sort of tempo, which I really like to see. Just speeds up the entire gameplay of that hero and ensures that she reaches that critical mass so much earlier.
Oh, for sure. Now, Phaeton are going to take up the smite. So we will have a double smite coming in from Virtus Pro. This is a very pressurizing, oppressive style of play. We've really seen other teams perform as such. So we should, in fact, expect quite a lot of invades. And the Lamb makes it out. I like this.
Oh, finally we get to see the Lamb. I mean, I didn't see it in the season 2 qualifiers, season 2 invitational. I know it was picked a couple of times, but not enough. At least for me. So I love to see it being brought out here. Vex will put his hands on that hero. They did ban out the Heino and the Pei from the side of Tribe, while Virtus Pro banning out the Dun as well as the Charlotte for themselves. So Mayin open for Tribe to pick up. Mali will be contemplating of picking up the Kaiser. Hasn't locked it down yet. Kaiser is great against the likes of the Arlie, against the likes of the Elaine, and they will decide to lock those two down. So a little bit less team fight here from the side of Tribe. A lot of long range poke, a lot of backline cutting as well from the available heroes. So they have that quick burst in and out sort of team fight potential. But Virtus Pro has a lot more sustained team fights with the Zhang Fei, with the Lamb, and now with the Elaine as well. So they really enjoy longer drawn out fights. Virtus Pro will lock in the Angela for their mid.
Yeah, I think that's a good amount of burst coming in as well, right? The Chaos Cinders will be able to get the stuns in, and more importantly, with the Blazing Brilliance, they will be able to get the couple of kills onto the side of Tribe Gaming. So that's a very important marker for the side of Virtus Pro. If they can hit the points of the farm, and even at level 2, level 3, I think they will be able to bring the game against Tribe Gaming much stronger than they have in game 1.
Absolutely, this is Virtus Pro's time to shine. I love their draft, so much team fight, so much cash potential on their side, but they need to execute it well, because Tribe Gaming has been playing super aggressive in their enemy jungle in the previous game. This time, Virtus Pro looking to do exactly the same thing against their opponent. Let's see how it goes in game number 2 of this best of 3 series between Tribe and Virtus Pro. It's going to be a doozy, ladies and gentlemen.
Alright, let's take a look at how this game is going to go down. VP looking to tie things up. They need to make something work, or else it is going to be a tie at the top of the table as Tribe Gaming tries to make their statement.
Two players up top at the start. Mali helping out MTS push out the wave, reach to level 2, and then they'll invade the jungle. This has been something very standard, it seems, across these regions, making sure that your Mayin has a better time in this lane against a weaker lane, and then the Kaiser will go into the jungle. Because the Kaiser is not going to rush for the levels anyways. The Kaiser is going to focus on just farming at the start. He's not going to be making a lot of aggressive moves unless the opportunity opens up for him. So understandable play, very good strategy here, making sure that both lanes, both the jungle as well as the Clash, is able to be off to a good start. So very well thought out starting strategy here. I love it. I love to see the thought behind it, and Tribe's doing it well so far in the lane. Starting is being pressured. Angela as well as the Zhang Fei clears the wave a lot faster, trying to invade the jungle. They'll take it away from Mali. Oh, the knockback from the Lamb from Starting, but Starting able to just tumble away from that. That's the Mai Shiranui for you. Can be very elusive in the hands of the right player, just because of her being rather mechanically difficult to play. There's a lot of combos and movements you have to watch out for, and one wrong click can send you into the tower a lot of times. So you have to watch out when you're playing the Mai. Starting still showing that he's the Mai is in good hands though. So Mali's gonna invade the jungle along with Starting here, and they are trying to take things away. Prince in trouble, has forced to use the flash, and will flash away to a safe distance. Vex dropped to almost half health already. Sage Golem, the Azure Golem about just spawning in the bottom side, but Tribe is not going to try and go for that. Instead, we'll just take away the other creeps from the side of Virtus Pro, but Prince will get that in return for them. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Zoro taking a lot of damage from the Arlie. He has to back off. Is there an ultimate coming from Max Green? No, there is not. That also means that Fallon's ultimate was used in vain. Not going to be able to transition in towards a kill, and no tower damage yet so far. The tower plating is still up. Zoro in trouble. He might die from this. The Ming dropping the ultimate to try and heal him up. Zoro still alive, still standing. Mac in trouble. Mac trying to kill him up, but the tumble will finish him off. Fallon in trouble as well. The tower's last hit will be able to finish him off. Max Green getting a double kill so far, and he's been able to pick up the pieces in his bottom lane. The heals coming in clutch there for the Ming. But ultimately, 2-for-1 trade-off. You do lose Zoro, but at least Ming is able to get the experience as well as the gold for the 2 kills.
That's right, and at this point, I think VP, they should be doing a little bit better in the second game. This is do or die for them.
Absolutely, this is a do or die situation in terms of series points. It is only one team that can qualify for Riyadh, so if they do lose here, their chances look slimmer and slimmer. They need to take every win that they can get. Bottom lane, we see 4 heroes making their way from the side of Virtus Pro. They really want to get a little bit more, shut down Zoro the best they can, and then transition that into a tower. Oh, Mac taking a lot of damage there. The heal coming up from Max Green, keeping Zoro alive. 4 heroes from Tribe is positioned down bottom as well, because the Tyrant is just about to spawn. Tower shield has fallen, so that also means that the tier 1 towers is ripe for the taking. Zhang Fei ultimate is gonna whiff the Tyrant in danger, and it will be Lam picking it up. Oh, that's gonna be huge there for the side of Virtus Pro as they're going in. They're diving in. Starting is still alive, but they do lose Zoro, Max Green, as well as Mali. 3 heroes down from the side of Tribe Gaming, as they will be able to pick up the pieces. Starting being chased down there from Fadden, but they will take the tier 1 tower for the side of Virtus Pro. Huge team fight. 3 heroes down for them, and they will be taking the lead in game number 2.
Yep, finally we see VP come to life there, trying to get onto Starting as well. He will be making it out safely thus far. But this is the VP we've been waiting for the entire game, right, Zero?
Absolutely. This is the VP that we've been hoping to see, playing aggressive, playing together as a team, taking those big team fights with their stronger team fight lineup, and it is paying dividends right now. Almost 1,005 net worth lead for the Polish side, and they will be looking to transition to the mid game very well. They've got very strong mid game heroes with the Lamb, with the Arlie, with the Lane. These 3 heroes are scary when you reach that 8-minute mark, and not to mention the Angela as well. Her burst damage can catch you off guard.
Yep, exactly. So we know at this point about 1,000, close to 2,000 gold ahead. VP, they need to win more across the map as well. And if you take a look at Tribe Gaming, they might be caught off guard. Oh, what an ulti there.
Okay. A little bit premature there from Fadden. Maybe he thought that the Angela skills has already connected, but not too bad. You know, that just gives a signal for Tribe to say, hey, Zhang Fei, no ultimate, let's get something done across the map. But Elaine spotting that out, pushing bottom lane very far out. The tier 2 tower about to fall. Mayin a little bit too late to the party, just able to defend it in time. But good movement here coming in from Virtus Pro. Lamb for the back line is gonna knock back. Oh nope, a little bit too far ahead. He's gonna knock the Kaiser though, not the target you wanna go for. Vex down to half health. Elaine trying to close out the distance. Drop the ultimate. Kaiser is gonna fall. Kaiser falls for the Arlie. Huge connection there for Prince, perfectly placed there, and that will open up also the overlord for them to pick up. So kill in towards an objective is such a huge tempo play coming from the side of VP.
Yep, and you can see the true value of the double smite, right? This time, Fadden will get the smite down. He will be hitting level 8 as well. So not only that, they provide so much room for Vex to come in, and with the aggression coming out from VP, this is the type of gameplay that will stifle the growth of Tribe Gaming.
And absolutely, these fights, these good fights, and you transition them into an objective will always just increase your net worth exponentially. 3 heroes up in towards top for the side of Tribe, trying to stall this push. They will be able to clean up that dragon very easily. It is still the first one, so it's gonna fall very. It doesn't have too much of a HP. It doesn't take too much effort to bring them down. A lane in the bottom lane. A lane in the bottom lane trying to escort that dragon towards the tier 2 tower as well. But that shouldn't be too much of a hassle for Zoro to clean up. So they're not going to lose any objective with after losing that Vanguard. So Tribe should be happy about that outcome.
It's really just about pulling Tribe Gaming to where they want them to be, right? So Neron is happy to do this.
Absolutely, here comes a lane towards the back line, trying to lock out starting in trouble. One more hit, he will be able to be brought down there by Vex. Vex dropping very low, but they will manage to finish off MTS as well. Prince in trouble though, drops the ultimate, trying to put up the shield, trying to run away from the Kaiser. Mali gets the kill, but he's in trouble himself. The Arlie doing too much damage right now. Mac tearing him a new one. Oh, they're trying to get something else, trying to get something back here, but Zoro is all just left with Max Green as her partner. So at least they will dissuade any sort of pushes coming in, but they're not going to get anything in return.
Yep, there's nothing much for Tribe Gaming to do now except to defend. And right now, because of the Tyrant's appearance now, it's 8.5 minutes into the game, right? In 1.5 minutes time, we will see the shadow versions of both Overlord and Tyrant appear. I don't think they want to contest for the Tyrant just yet on the side of Virtus Pro. We'll see what the play is, because at this point, they have shut down Zoro pretty hard.
Yep, Zoro's speed, the tempo of Zoro has been shut down, like you said. It's not the fast Lady Sun that we are more accustomed to recently, so he's taking a bit more time to farm. Arlie trying to pressure things. Zhang Fei ultimate, knockback. Mike will catch her and she will fall. Arlie gets the kill. And Ming in trouble as well. Prince will follow up and Arlie will get the double on towards the top lane and the tier 1 as well. This game is fully in control on the Virtus Pro side.
Yeah, driver's seat for sure at this point, and this is all about a Zhang Fei, right? This is a MVP performance as of now. I'm pretty sure we will have him as MVP if VP continue this and win the game later on.
Yep, sets up so many kills there. I mean, there is argument for Mac as well. He's been playing super aggressive, almost setting up these solo kills and setting up all these fights, starting in a bad position, dropped to half, almost last half already. Angela, oh, huge team fight coming from the side of Tribe Gaming, getting the kill on towards the Arlie, as well as the Zhang Fei. This is not the position you want to be in. You just got a huge lead. Now are you going to give it all away? Neron trying to run away. Mali giving chase there, but Prince being very annoying with the CC, but that is a huge engagement coming from the side of Tribe Gaming. Vex trying to get something in return, maybe set up a kill for the Angela to pick up, but no, the tier 1 tower in the mid does fall, and Tribe Gaming shows some sign of life in game number 2.
Yeah, but Zoro might get caught if he's not careful at this point. And it looks like these shadow versions have appeared, and this will be the new objective for the side of Virtus Pro. I don't think Tribe Gaming will be in time to try and stop this, because Vex does have his smite, so it shouldn't be an issue for them.
Yeah, they wouldn't lose too much. There was a Chinese coach saying from KPL saying that when you win a fight, the most objectives you can get is 1. Any more and you're just playing way too greedy at that point. So Tribe Gaming really listening to that sort of mentality. They take a good fight, they take the tier 1 mid and they back off. So not playing overly greedy. They know that there is still ways for them to come back in this game. The net worth is almost 3,000 right now for the side of Virtus Pro. Not too much, not too far behind. It's definitely something one fight will be able to closing out. Meanwhile, bottom lane, MTS taking a fight on towards Vex. Vex in trouble. Vex will fall, and starting gets a kill towards the bottom lane. So bit by bit, step by step, Tribe Gaming is finding their way back in this game. Oh, Zoro gets nuked down there by the Zhang Fei. And that is not the way you want this fight to start off. Mali pops the ultimate, the Ming heal, keeping him alive for the moment. A lane cop chopping them down. Mali has to watch out, will be healed up quite a bit, so they are able to hold on, at least for now. MTS is here as well, but they lack the long range damage without the Lady Sun, and they will give up this tier 1 power. Back off right now, says Tribe, and just don't lose too much.
They have to. Right,
Yeah.
they
Too
have to,
low.
because at this point, yeah, it's nothing much they will achieve down here. Tribe Gaming, if they stay a little longer, they will be giving away kills. So Virtus Pro, they understand that, which is why they keep staying here.
Absolutely. Still good retreat there from Virtus Pro, recognizing that they got that one objective after the fight that they needed, and they will back off. More than happy to continue progressing. Look at the items from Arlie. She's almost fully slotted. The Daybreaker is almost completed already on her, so that's critical mass right now for Arlie. But on the other side, the ladies are not really far ahead. Not really far. Quite far ahead, I would say, because she still needs quite some time to catch up in terms of items.
Yep, that's right. And this time it's going to be the Overlord as the Tribes. Let's see how this plays out between Tribe.
Lane towards the back line, trying to stop things, but he might have bitten more than he can chew. Kaiser's damage, too much for the lane to deal with, and they will lose one. VP a little bit too greedy, trying to go for that Overlord. They just literally took a fight in the jungle. Oh, but Mali might be the greedy one here, forced to pop the ultimate, trying to man fight Mac doing too much damage right now, and he's able to bring down Mali. That's the Kaiser down, but there is no Zhang Fei ultimate. The Lamb towards the back lines, going for the Mai Shiranui. The Mai will fall, so will Max Green. He's being chased down there by the Lamb knockback, and that will put you further away from your base and closer to death. Death will follow, so will Zoro. 4 heroes down for the side of Tribe and Virtus Pro. This is the time you go for the Overlord.
Yep, reward for their efforts at this point, and it looks like it's going to be VP once again back in the driver seat. Just missing that one kill before they get the ace, actually.
Yeah, Main recognizing that that fight was long gone. Just happy to push out the mid wave, making sure that the creep wave is far from everything. Let's take a look at a quick replay of that last fight. This the Tribe Gaming was just way too split up at this point. Everybody was trying to make a run for it, trying to survive on their own, and one by one, little by little, they're just picked off left, right, and center. 4 heroes down for the side of Tribe, and bottom lane, MTS barely surviving with his life, and they are going to be in a tough situation. Mali in trouble, already popped his ultimate, but the damage from Arlie way too high at this point. This might be over for the side of Tribe Gaming. We might be going to a game 3 here, Kin, if they are not able to hold on to this, because 2 tier 3s have already fallen. The top tier 3 not long for this world as well. Virtus Pro, blood in the air, they smell it, they're trying to go for the win. Nope, they're gonna back off for now. More than happy to just take the wins as they go. All 3 lanes down, and Virtus Pro playing very safe at the moment, not overcommitting.
Yep, like you said, right? Don't be greedy, right? We've already gotten the objectives. In fact, there are 3 objectives they've gotten across in the past 1.5 minutes. So VP gonna play it safe, gonna make sure that they secure the victory, because this draw is extremely important. They need all the points they can get.
And this draw actually puts them to a potential win here. Lamb fishing for a kill. They spot out Max Green. That's a good kill if they can find it. Oh, but Max might have bitten more than he can chew, trying to survive the best he can. Gets brought down there by the Mai. Backline lane drops the ultimate. They lose the second hero, but starting has already fallen there. Max Green trying to keep his teammates alive as much as possible, but the Main is still left standing. The Kaiser is still pretty healthy. No more ultimate left though. MTS alone in the backline. Smiley being chased down as well. 3-4-2 trade-off right now. MTS in some trouble, trying to tumble away, trying to roll away the safety, but the Angela damage very high right now. MTS very far away, trying to keep the creep waves away from the mid lane, but the bottom lane already pushed out. We see Mali sacrificing his life to try and keep the lanes alive. Pops the second ultimate. That's gonna be him still falling in the end, and this might be it. This is it. Virtus Pro will tie things up, force us to a game 3, and put them one step closer to taking a win in this group stage. Not unless MTS has anything to say about it. No, he does not. Not enough. Virtus Pro will take the win and force us to a game number 3.
Yep. Game number 3, I mean, Virtus Pro, what a game from them. The Bears bite back, and they bite back strong, right? So with this being said, you know, I like the style of play coming out from Virtus Pro. It felt like, you know, maybe they were sleeping in game 1, but what a game for game 2. They woke up and they came back swinging, for sure.
You know, in all honesty, it is pretty early in the Eastern European parts of the world right now, but it's happy to see, you know, they've woken up, they got their coffee after game number 1. The tempo, the aggressiveness from Virtus Pro was what was missing in game number 1, and very well done there by the Bears, forcing us to a game number 3. Tribe Gaming looked a bit lost towards the mid-game stage, where they just couldn't pick any good team fight bar one in the entire game, entirety of the game. So game 3, we haven't seen a tie series in a very long time.
Yep, in quite a while already. So this is really exciting, right? And at this point, then you really appreciate the tension between the two teams, because right now they're just not just playing for themselves, but that MVP performance, like I said earlier in the game, it has to be on Faton here. 37.5 thousand damage dealt, but it's more important the damage he took, 82.8 thousand, setting up the stage for the rest of his mid lane, his farm lane, to really go in and get the damage in as well. And for all the damage that he took, what an amazing KDA, 2, 2, and 15.
Absolutely. I mean, you called it, 3 minutes into the game, you called that the Zhang Fei would be MVP. And I mean, in game, it doesn't show that, but we can see the impact that Fadon has brought to the table. Really huge play there. Mac, of course, very farmed up on the early, going to be providing huge damage, but the real setup was Fadon on that Zhang Fei. This is why Zhang Fei is just picked up and banned constantly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Tribe, they put up a good fight. They had good showings, but you called it out in game as well. Zoro was not having a fantastic game, 1-6-3. In the end, and not having a lot of farm on the Lady Sun means that if you're not ahead of your opponent, you're gonna be in a very tough time.
Yeah, it's not just because that Fadon actually made life easier for Mac, it's also the existence of Vex and Prince as well, right? So Prince was always responsible for getting the stuns in, and with the Blazing Brilliance, that's actually quite a decent amount of damage. Do not look down on the 68,000 that Prince did. Now, bear in mind, this is against the likes of Kaiser, the Mali Kaiser, this is against MTS Mayin, and also, more importantly, is the Max Green Ming. They never allowed him to use the longevity, and even if he did, it was never enough, because there was too much damage over time, there was too much burst coming from Max and Vex.
Yeah, the fights were way too fast for the Ming to really come into play here. And let's take a look at the highlights for game number 2 here. Fadon diving in very deep. This was the early aggression that we seen coming from the side of Virtus Pro. They did manage to salvage this with a kill on towards Fadon as well as on towards Mac. But losing the Lady Sun is never a good situation. Meanwhile, Fadon playing on the front line is always very, very potent, and the first Tyrant just went so well for the side of Virtus Pro. They got 2 heroes, they got the Tyrant, they got the tier 1 tower, and after that, Virtus Pro never let their foot off the gas. They were just constantly taking these favorable fights. They were getting pickoffs, they were getting burst on their opponent's heroes, and just really stifling the growth, really making things hard for the Lady Sun to really have any sort of impact in this game. And this was the last-ditch effort coming from the side of Tribe. The fight started off well, but this was where the net worth difference started to show. The damage coming from all of those heroes was just way too much. The lane was just left unguarded. Mayin couldn't do anything. Prince was full health at the end of the fight. And despite them being able to burst down Mac early on, as well as Vex, they weren't able to take any fights after that. And, it was just at a point of no return there for the side of Tribe Gaming. Virtus Pro way too far ahead at that point, and ultimately this final fight getting us to a game number 3.
Alright, so game number 3, this is going to be the one that sets apart the two teams here. Tribe Gaming going up against VP Virtus Pro. Zero, we have seen, spectacular performances from each of these teams. Who do you think is going to edge it out in game number 3?
I mean, it's hard to say. If we see the same Virtus Pro we did see in game number 2, I think game number 3 might be good. We might be seeing Tempest Dragons here, Kin, because they played clean, they played aggressive, they knew when to back off, they knew when to push up the pace, and that was missing in game number 1. But like you said, they've probably waken up right now. They're ready to play. Fingers are all warmed up, and it's really too close to call. I mean, it can go either way right now. I mean, Tribe has shown that they can play in game number 1, but game number 2 they just looked at a complete loss.
Yeah, for sure. I really like this because it's a seesaw game, right? We don't know what will happen, so we'll take a look at what's going to happen in the final game of this set.
Yeah, it all boils down to this: trying to get 1 point on the board. You need every win you can get, and both these teams going to a game number 3 is going to be a very crucial turning point in their group stage, because if you're 1 game away from qualifying to Riyadh, you look back and think we lost this series against Virtus Pro, or you lost this series against Tribe, that will come back and haunt you for a very long time, because both these teams are pretty evenly matched as far as we can see. So if they can get a win here, that's going to bode well for their run to Riyadh. If they can't, then this is going to be a tough 2 days ahead.
Alright, so one of the things that we need to consider is, first and foremost, is the Zhang Fei going to be banned? Because he was quite the problem against the draft of Tribe Gaming, right? At the same time, Ming, of course, in the first game was banned out. It worked wonders for the side of Tribe Gaming, in fact. Now, will they allow the Ming to come through again? Because there are other potential counters like the Lianpo. They could even go with the burst. Similar, if Mai is taken out of the picture, there are many replacements that are possible as well.
Absolutely. I don't know about the Yuhan ban, if they're going to do it again for the side of Tribe, not letting Virtus Pro have their hands on it. Maybe it's something they saw in scrims. But yeah, like first phase ban of the Yuhan is not. I'm not a fan of that. There's so much other heroes that you need to look out for in the first phase. The likes of the Lady Zen, the likes of the Lane, the likes of the Arlie. You need to get those heroes out of the hands of your opponent. And we might see the Arlie just ban out here on either side, because it should be Virtus Pro having first pick here, which means that Tribe has some 2 opening picks. So if Virtus Pro opens up with the Arlie, that leaves the Elaine +1 to be picked up there by Tribe, and we might just see Tribe not wanting that position, just want to take out the Arlie from the hands of Virtus Pro.
Yep, at the same time, right? Even if there's an Arlie, let's say VP goes back with their hands onto the hands of Lam itself, there are potential counter picks as well. We do see the potential for Dongguang coming in. We do see a potential for Liang. All of the CC suppression coming in does make life difficult for a Lam player, regardless of how skillful you are. A lockdown is a lockdown. So with that being said, it would be interesting to see how the draft is going to evolve and change, because if it stands based on what we have seen in both game 1 and 2, the first prior pick probably takes the win.
So far, that has been the whole pattern right here. So let's see what happens here in game number 3, the deciding game between Tribe Gaming and Virtus Pro. Again, we see the Dachiao and the Dolia taken out of the pool here on both ends. Is this going to be the Yuhan ban again from Tribe, or are they going to ban out the something else completely? They have the first pick, so they can leave the Arlie in the pool. They will take it out themselves. And Virtus Pro, if they like to run the Yuhan, this is the perfect opportunity to do it.
Well, I think they might want to secure that farm lane first, right? And likewise, like the point you mentioned, it is going to be the Lady Sun taken away. It's going to be Arlie. And looks like they want to go for the huge burst, a long range. That's going to come in the form of the Lady Sun. So MT is going to help secure that for Zoro in the team.
Absolutely. Elaine as well as Mai picked up there for the side of Virtus Pro. And looking at the marksman left available in the pool, maybe a Direnjie would be most fitting in their current lineup. If they don't want a Direnjie, then they can go for the likes of not many marksmen left in the pool. The Fang is something else.
Fang is actually someone that deals well against the Lady Sun. You do have the Consort U as well. There's a lot of iframes or physical immunity coming in, so they can balance out the lanes as well. But depending on what kind of style you're looking at, right? They need someone that's able to have huge bursts on the side of Virtus Pro, because they have to go up against a Hainor. And with the Fate Rewind, it's not the easiest task to do.
Look like they're going for the Direnjie, and they will lock it in. But yeah, Hainor being taken here for the side of Tribe. So that's their clash jungle / mid flexible lane for the Hainor. They do have the Ming as well as the Lady Sun combination again for the side of Tribe. So we should be seeing clash lane and jungle lanes banned out here for the side of Virtus Pro. They take out the Dun once again, away from the hands of Tribe, who did play phenomenally with it game number 1. Tribe will be looking to ban out the same thing, support as well as the jungle. The Zhang Fei left in the pool, I think you definitely want to get that out of the hands of Fadon. He played phenomenally on it, and they will do exactly just that.
Yep.
Exactly. 2 out of 2 so far in the draft in terms of predictions.
Yep, and there will be other things they need to consider, right? So the Byron as potentially one of the counters to the side of actually either draft right? But I think more towards the Virtus Pro side. And at the same time, you do have the Sunsa, you do have the Arthur, people with good lockdowns, people with good health recoveries. And I like the ban on the Charlotte. Charlotte has very instant backline access as well. So it will hurt the lineup of Virtus Pro. They will not be able to protect the Differentier that much.
Yeah, not much team fight on Tribe, so they might want to pick up the Byron or the Sunset to provide them a little bit more crowd control. The Mayin wouldn't really fit in this position at the moment. Or maybe something we'll see something like a Lubu or a Lianpo clash lane. Consort U being hovered around here from the side over this Pro. Perfect hero against the Lady Sun. Wait, double marksman? Wait, I forgot. I forgot they had the Differentier.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. They're just trolling. Just trolling.
Just messing with us right here. Lamb once again. Vex had a great game on the Lamb in the previous, in the second game, and it would be great to be able to pick off the Lady Sun and the Ming as well. 2 supports. These guys are just
they're just joking around, right? At this point, I can tell that both teams they're ready to give it all, and it looks like the Mayin that might be secured for the side of Tribe, right? At the same time, the Mankey makes sense. He's going to be able to roam around the map pretty quickly. At the same time, he's a very tanky beast, right? And it's hard for Mac to really break him down in a 1v1. He needs the support of the members as well.
Yeah, the Mankey is going to be able to soak up so much damage for the rest of his team, protecting them from the likes of the Lamb, who doesn't really like to go into a lot of players. He kind of likes to go to 1, maybe 2 at most, just to ensure that his damage is not spread out. And he's able to get kills, get the constant refreshes on his second skill to provide him additional heals. Now we get to see a Lianpo support from the side of Virtus Pro. So that will be the protector for the Differentier and also providing a little bit more team fight for the rest of Virtus Pro. So plenty of team fights on both sides. The Lianpo on the side of Virtus Pro. On the other hand, it was the really just the Mankey to provide the crowd control, as well as just being the overall front line to set up the Mayin as well. So, game number 3 draft. Who do you have your money on?
I'm liking the Tribe setup a little bit more because the amount of burst you need to deal on either Lady Sun or Ming or Hainor will be wasting a lot of the capabilities because they have to burn so many skills just to kill one member, right? And the turnaround potential on the side of Tribe is much higher than where I view VP at this point.
I would be inclined to agree with you here, Kid. I am liking the lineup of Tribe. They have the opportunity, they have the availability to play very aggressive with the Mankey. That will allow them to get the early tempo and early jungle invades on here. But we'll see what both these teams will perform like in game number 3, the deciding game of this best of 3 series between Tribe as well as Virtus Pro.
Alright, let's bring it to the table now. It's 1-1, stakes are high, and at this point, very early aggression into the ball game on the right-hand side of Tribe Gaming's jungle.
So far, it's both teams more than happy to just keep to their sides, keep to their lanes. Lamb, not really a early game rotator. Mankey can do so, but he would like to get to the level 4 before he makes any movement across the map. Heino in the mid against the Mai Shenoi is going to favor the Heino quite a bit as long as he's able to avoid the punches from the Mai. So not gonna be seeing too much aggression early on, I expect, until both jungles reach level 4. But once Mali is level 4, then we will see him really making moves across the map.
Alright, and right off the bat, it's going to be early aggression, and that's the strength of the Mali, right? He just needs someone to follow him, and at this point, he will be able to offer a little bit more damage. But more importantly, soak up a lot of the farm for the team. Look at the rotations they're making. They're clearing their wave so fast.
Yep, that's Mankey for you. That's fast rotations, really just putting pressure across the map, making sure that, hey, nowhere you go will not be noticed by the rest of my team, which will allow the Mayin, which will allow the Lady Sun to get to the mid-game stage without being touched and pressured. But bottom lane, 3 heroes already preparing to try and go for the Lady Sun once again. They saw the opportunity, they saw the effectiveness that had in game number 2, and they'll do so again in game number 3. Max Green will be the one caught out though, and they'll pick up first blood. J will be the one to pick it up, but at least the Lady Sun stays alive.
Yep, not the ideal target, but a good target nonetheless. You can see Faton, he's trying to just push away Zoro as much as possible, just for them to, you know, deal a lot of damage onto this first tier turret.
Really quickly, the tier 1 tower down the half health already. Another attempt will bring it down before the tower shield even breaks here. So Virtus Pro off to a great start, 1000 net worth lead already. But yeah, they need to keep this pace up, because as we progress towards the mid game, the Heino starts to become more of a nuisance, the Mai becomes a threat as well. Not to mention the Lady Sun becomes the main powerhouse for the side of Tribe Gaming. The bottom tier 1 does fall in the end, 3 minutes in, without the tower shield even going down. Virtus Pro really pressuring right now, trying to knock back Max Green. Max Green in some trouble. Almost gets finished off there. Max trying to back away from that. Mankey is in the front line, soaking up the damage, like you said, trying to dissuade them, trying to push them back, trying to chip them down as well, and hope that the Lady Sun is able to pick to clean them up. Mac down to half health. But without that tower, I don't think Tribe is going to be feeling comfortable to continue fighting here. No places for Mai to teleport to, and Tribe will spot the same thing and will back off.
Yep, so at this point, Vex already hit the level 7. He is going to be 1 level ahead of Mali. And with the next 20 seconds signifying the spawn of the first neutral objectives, a potential kill here might change the state of the game.
Vex is in the river, so he's got additional speed. Can he go for the Heino? No, starting is probably not the target you want to go for. Can use his ultimate to get out of there anytime he wants. Sage, the Azure Golem is about to spawn, so does the Tyrant. So Vex will go directly for the Tyrant. Bottom tower. Dove right now. MTS is in some trouble, forced to use the flash to back away. Starting is here to try and defend the best he can, but Fadden is not going to be afraid of the Heino without any stuns, without any sort of burst damage. The Fadden shouldn't really fall towards anyone here. So Side of Tribe is trying to get a trade off in the top lane, trying to bring down the top tier 1 tower to ease up the lane pressure a little bit. They will do so. Nothing much that Naron can really do against 3 heroes, but bottom lane, MTS, same thing. He's not going to be able to do too much against the DRNG as well as Fadden. And the Crimson Golem does spawn in the bottom. Let's see if Tribe would decide to defend this. Can they get a snipe? Yes, they can. Starting gets it. That's fine. They protect it for now. And the Azure Golem will go towards the way of Mankey. So Tribe is still in a good fighting shape.
Yep, and as it stands now, it's still all benefits towards the side of VP, because they will be able to chunk down quite a healthy bit of the creep wave, allowing them to jump in. Mali left all alone, and here comes the cavalry. Finally, maybe they can find something here.
And Mali was able to buy so much time here. Liempo ultimate dropped down onto her starting. Starting not too afraid though. So much damage already dealt to Fadden, but not enough lockdown, not enough chase from the side of Tribe, so they're not able to secure any kills. But hey, they spot things out. They know that 2 heroes are low. They can't defend this tier 1 in the mid, so Tribe able to get a huge objective on their part of the map, and they are going to be more than happy to get that trade.
Yeah, Vex has to be really careful here. Gets the recall. Maybe he won't get spotted out.
He sees the Ming, but Ming's not the target he wants to go for. A deceptively tanky support. And he doesn't want to be caught off alone in enemy territory here. Still a very low kill game as far as kills are. As far as kill goes, only 1 kill so far across both ends. 6 minutes in. Net worth is pretty much neck and neck at the moment. Heino taking the fight. He's going to use his ultimate back off. MTS is going to tumble over the wall as well, not wanting any piece of the action. So both teams are really just posturing around the map, trying to catch one of their opponents off guard. Mali is going to go towards the front lines, opening up the vision, opening up the map, and see if he can set up any kills for the rest of his team. Overlord at this point, not that important. So let's take a look at the item skin.
Alright, so we do have the heals coming up from the Heino. Insatiable Tome, right, coming out. He will be able to sustain through a lot of the fights. Storm Sword already being built up by Zoro after they completed Acts of Torment. So you can expect a very early rush into the Eternity Blade. At this point, if we look at the counterpart, right, Mac, he already has that Sparkforged Dagger. Still needs a little bit more gold before he gets his hands on this second core item, which is going to be the Doomsday. And that is going to help out in a lot of fights, especially against Mali, because Mali is so tanky.
Speaking of fights, top lane they pick up Max Green, but he's more than happy to give up his life for MTS. And oh, little mistake there for MTS, but he managed to flash over the wall just in time. So one pick up on the support, not the worst thing in the world, but that opens up the Vanguard for VP to pick up without any contest. The knockup will delay a little bit, but they're not gonna lose too much from the side of Tribe. Still very game is very neck and neck across both these teams. Bottom lane, Zoro has been having a rather quieter game, but at least he hasn't really been picked off so far. So his net worth is progressing pretty okay. Lian Po will be able to steal off a jungle creep, but nothing too aggressive for him at the moment.
Yep, so if you take a look at the map, right, Virtus Pro, I think they have a much better position at this point. They've taken 2 of the T1s across the side lanes, but more importantly, the T2 is dropped on the bot lane, which means there is some open space. In the meantime, Vex is just looking for an opening entry, and, you know, Scepter of Fate gonna try and delay them.
Oh no, Mali taking a lot of damage, but he's able to survive for now. Max trying to back away from that, will be able to dispel the slow and get away to safety. So all in all, Tribe not losing any members, and they will be in fighting shape for next upcoming fight, trying to take away the Azure Golem away from VP, but VP will put it out in towards the fog and be able to secure it for Vex. So Tyrant's going down rather quickly. Neron has vision, the Empo dropping the ultimate. So does the lane. They get a kill on towards Direnjay. That's huge. Main off to a huge start, getting 2 kills already. But Lamb is in a dangerous position. He has to back off right now. Double kill there for Main, and they are trying to go for more. The lane has already fallen as well. So Vadim in some trouble. He has his movement, so he should be a-okay. Who got the Tyrant kill? I think I lost that. I missed that out. But who picked up the Tyrant there in this situation?
I think it should be Tribe, right? I don't think, yeah, it should be Tribe at this point. They actually got the first neutral objective of their game. And with this, they're going to start the turnaround momentum now fully in Tribe Gaming's part, because if you take a look at the tier 2s, all being threatened across the board except for the top. Let's take a look at the replay here.
You have to see everything we missed out. Main was huge towards the back line, getting 2 kills before falling there, and they didn't manage to pick off a lane as well. Everybody had to back off on that at that point, but there was not too many members left from the side of VP. Meanwhile, mid lane, huge fight. They pick up the Ming straight off the bat, as well as Menki starting, trying to defend the best he can. He can get out of there. He has his ultimate. Will he drop it in time? He uses it a little bit early. Oh, but he's able to fight back, and he did up the damage. He heals back the tower. That's the power of the Hey No. Will be able to keep the tower alive while also surviving. So they do lose 2 heroes. They pick up Vex off the back of that, but they do manage to keep the tower up and running. So all in all, starting should be pretty happy about that. That opens up the Azure Golem as well as the Tyrant, and Tribe will go for both of that.
Yeah, at this point, I think Tribe much more happy with the position they have secured for themselves. Now, first and foremost, this is a Shadow Tyrant. At the same time, they actually have better turrets placement. They have broken down all of the tier 1s and one of the tier 2s in the mid. And mid lane is one of the most dangerous lanes to be left open, because vision will be obscured. And look like Virtus Pro, I think they have to be really careful about the next fight they choose, because so far they haven't been choosing right.
Yeah, I mean, they got some crucial knockups, but they weren't really able to finish the job. Main was able to come into the backline very cleanly, and Virtus Pro will get the Shadow Overlord there to try and push out the lanes a little bit. This time, Zoro is not in the position he was in the previous game. He's much more farmed, providing much more damage. And they haven't really been able to shut down Zoro. He's been able to take towers after towers in the bottom lane, and he's feeling much more comfortable in this game. That's going to bode well for the side of Tribe.
But you will see the swing happening soon, right? Now, depending on who wins this next team fight, it could mean the difference in the game. Tier 3 is being threatened by the minions on the bot while the fight is going on.
Yep, Lian Po going for the knockup, but Mali's in the front line. He's soaking so much damage. Elaine drops the ultimate as well. Lian Po in some trouble. He's gonna fall. Main will be the one to pick that up. So 1 kill already going towards the way of Virtus Pro. They will be able to transition that into a Azure Golem, but can they push up to the high ground with this? I don't think so. There is still a lot of members left alive for the side of Virtus Pro, so they need to get something else across the map push off the bottom lane and defend the top lane for a little bit. But you know, Tribe is more than happy to take these small wins because that will set them up for the big win in the end.
Yeah, both teams actually dancing on nice edge here. One big mistake, actually if more than 3 members die on either side, it's a guaranteed tier 3 going into the bases of either side. So they have to pick the next fight really carefully. And at this point, 5-5, we are almost neck and neck.
Yeah, pretty much at this point in time, that 2,000 net worth difference isn't going to be too huge of an advantage or a disadvantage for either side. That's basically just one item across all 10 players. So it's not a huge deal here. Lianpo trying to stall out the push as much as he can. Vex hasn't had the game that he wanted in the game number 3 here on the Lamb. So they are missing him a little bit in these fights. Bottom lane will be pushed out. They will be able to get this tower unless the Lianpo has anything to say about it. Drops the ultimate, just stalls them out for a few more seconds. But the tower does fall in the end. Vex is in a good position. They don't see him. Vex has to back off. He spots 4. He knows that that's not a fight he wants to take.
Yep, Sprite will be placed down for the vision right now, and they know all 5 are still hovering around the base. So Virtus Pro, they need to be very careful about their positioning. We're looking for the potential jump from Neron, right? He wants to split the fight against the team of Tribe Gaming.
Yep, definitely, the split fights have been beneficial for them so far. But every time they stuck together, every time they took a 5 versus 5 fight, it's just been going the way of Tribe battle and taking a lot of damage from the Heino, but not able to finish him off. That is still going to be a lot of poke coming from the side of Tribe with the Mai, with the Heino as well. But looks like Tribe will be backing off for now, not wanting to take a fight in that situation. All 5 members are alive for the side of Virtus Pro, but the Tyrant just spawns. Tribe,
I mean, it's for good reason. So here we go.
Add-on towards the front line. Are they going to get the last hit? Yes, Maestro gets the last hit. Steals it away from the side of Tribe, and a huge team fight ensues. Lianpo drops the ultimate just in time. They bring down the Heino before he's able to pop the ultimate, and this is looking bad for the side of Tribe. They're trying to go for something else. They do pick up the Demon J, which is huge. Lamb in the middle of everybody will be falling there. 1-for-2 trade-off right now. And Tribe able to get the beneficial, get the advantage in terms of kills, but they did lose out on the Shadow Tyrant. So huge snipe there from Prince, I believe, was the one that got the last hit. So that was absolutely huge. Yes, it was. And they managed to pick up the Heino after he used his ultimate. So great starting of the fight. The retreat was a little bit not clean. They kept posturing, trying to look for more. But Mac got caught out towards the end, so they had to pay a little bit more. And Vex had that save your teammate mentality, which ultimately he had to pay with his life. So all in all, you know, Tribe is going to be happy about it. They got 2 kills. Not going to be happy about losing the Tyrant. But it could have gone worse for them. They did manage to get the Shadow Overlord for themselves. So that's going to be pushing out the bottom or the mid lane. Most likely the bottom lane, while they will push out the mid or top for themselves. They'll decide to send the Vanguard up to top, and they'll pressure the mid lane while also just letting the Dragon deal with the creep wave in bottom.
Yep, so phenomenal pressure coming out from Tribe Gaming, but I think it's just the calm before the storm. Zero, we might have to keep our eyes on to starting because he has been the one that has been melting down the remaining members on the side of Virtus Pro.
Yep, these long drawn-out fights really just benefit the Heino, able to poke you constantly from a far range. He's very tanky with the insatiable tome as well, just constantly life stealing, constantly keeping himself in the front lines and just doing constant poke damage. It does add up. Every 1,000 damage you do means that the opponent has 1,000 less damage upcoming to the fight. Lianpo should look for an opening, but his HP, because of the poke, is already so low, and he has to back off all the way towards the fountain. Oh, Vax dropping very low from that as well. He tried his best to defend this, but that tier 3 tower in mid should fall soon. They're looking for a fight, a lane, as well as Lianpo comboing the ultimate. Huge knockout there from the Lianpo. They're cutting off the backline. They're getting a kill. They're getting 2 kills. Can they get more? Zoro down very low. The Ming's trying to survive him, keep him alive the best he can. Oh, my Shiranoi will fall, but he will get the kill for himself. And here comes the Lamb here for the cleanup. Nothing to stop Vex right now. Just the slows from Max Green, but it's not going to be enough. Vax will get the kill on towards the support and it will be a 3-4-4 trade in the end. Oh no, a 3-4-3 trade in the end, but they do lose the bottom tier 3 tower. All in all, I mean,
perfect trade, right? Perfect trade for the side of Tribe Gaming, because at this point, it doesn't matter that they have lost 3. Once the situation has been reset, Virtus Pro now in a horrible position because just left with the tier 3 in the mid. That's not exactly very healthy as well.
Not healthy at all. If they manage to get one more kill or one less death, that would have been the perfect situation for VP to try and stage a comeback. But for an even kill trade and then also losing your tier 3 tower in the bottom, that would be definitely not the situation to see. Oh, Mac will get a nice stun on towards Mali. Mali able to dispel that though and keep himself running away from the fray. Tyrant does spawn. Vex in a good position to try to start off with that, but Tribe is already keeping their eyes on towards the Tyrant right now. It is going to be attempted. They spot out the Mai, knowing that this is going to be a 4 versus 5 fight. This might be beneficial for the side of VP. Can I get a steal? No, it will be Dirogel finish things off, and Menki will have to back off. A lane towards the back lines, catching 3 there. So does Vex. Vex cannot survive through all the damage though. They might be able to clean this up. Zoro will fall. He does not have his Sage's Sanctuary, so that will be a free kill. But can Mac get out of there? Mac in some trouble trying to fight back. He will fall into the end, and that will leave just Prince as well as Fadon trying to make their way running away from this. And Fadon, he's caught off between a rock and a hard place. Mayin will catch him and he will knock him up in the air. The damage coming from Mayin is huge right now. Can they get the kill? I mean, right now Fadon isn't the most important hero on the block. They just need to go push mid and just ignore him for the moment. It should be Fadon trying to slow them down. And he will try to push out the creep wave. Has to use the flash to make sure he survives that. But ultimately, this tier 3 tower should fall unless Fadon is able to make up some huge plays and knockups. The ultimate on towards the Menki, not gonna connect. The tower does fall, but here comes Lamb. Vax has already respawned, but Tribe has gotten what they came here to do, which is break the high ground.
Yep, you mentioned this at the start of the game. It is a Tempest Dragon game. So in 25 seconds or so, we're gonna see Virtus Pro or Tribe Gaming put everything on the line here.
One good team fight on both sides is what they need to end the game. More for Virtus Pro than Tribe. Tribe doesn't really need to take any unnecessary moves right now, but they are looking, they are trying, they are feeding off. They are trying to find an opening to finish off this game before it gets to the scarier part of the late game where it can go either way here. And the waves are being pushed out on every side. Tempest Dragon is out. Tier 2 tower on top does fall. The bottom tier 3 is so low, so there is an opening for the side of Virtus Pro if they want to try and finish off the game in a spectacular fashion here. But the Tempest Dragon already down to half health almost. Virtus Pro, they have to take this fight. They have to find an opening. This might be their last chance.
They really can't, right? At this point, you can't expect Tribe Gaming to really want to fight against Virtus Pro. They'll just let the map do the work. So you can expect Tribe Gaming at this point. They're just going to hold off. Keep resetting the Tempest Dragon, allow the waves to be in their favor, and that's when they will strike.
They see the lane there. Oh, huge pick off towards the Heino. That's the opening they want to look for. Backline, Sage's Sanctuary already popped on towards the Lady Zen. The Lady Sun does fall. 2 heroes down already. Mac does have his Sage's Sanctuary, so he's more than happy to stay and fight. He does fall. The Mayin also has his Sage's Sanctuary, but the base is in trouble. Can they back off? They do have the Lianpo defending, so that is the perfect situation for the side of VP right now. But they have to make sure they don't lose too many members. Vex still alive. Vex gets a kill on towards the Ming, so the base is still defended. They get 3 kills. They might be able to get this Tempest Dragon, but they have to watch out. The Mayin is still left standing. The Menki low, but not dead yet. They have to make sure that they secure this and not lose Mac, because they need max damage to push and end the game. Can MTS come in clutch? MTS gets stunned up there by the DRNG ultimate. Mali trying to find an opening. Oh, but the Tempest Dragon gets reset. That is terrible here for the side of VP.
Yep, it's not a ideal situation, but they do have the damage here. We might be seeing the Dream Roam coming in from Mali. Eyes on him.
Oh, Tempest Dragon going down. They get to kill towards the Mayin, but who gets the Tempest? It will be the Menki getting the crucial kill theft on towards the Tempest Dragon. And right now, Virtus Pro, they have to sound the retreat. 2 heroes down already. Lady Sun already back alive, and that was as bad as it can get for the side of Virtus Pro. They lose the Tempest Dragon. Sure, they get a kill, but they lose 2 heroes along with that as well. So this might be the end. Do they have enough damage? Do they have the burst to bring down this Lady Sun? We see Noi trying to find an opening, trying to find an angle where he can go straight for the Lady Sun because the damage is going to be huge. Oh, Mali dropping down very low. He has to watch out. Backlines, a lane forced to pop the ultimate, keeping himself alive. Mali's still alive and will be able to back off. Neron very low. He does have his Sage's Sanctuary. He will stay alive for the moment, not forced to use it so far. And Virtus Pro, good defense without the Tempest Dragon buff. That is looking good, at least for now. But the creep waves are just so far pushed out in lane that they need some time to just fix the lanes before they're able to threaten any sort of fight there for Tribe.
Yep, it's the game of the smallest details here, right? The ultimate shell did not hit the mark. They did not get enough damage onto the backlines of Virtus Pro, hence they could not get the finishing blow. But at this point, maybe with the second chance, they can end this game. Tribe Gaming are so close.
5 heroes already here. One bad fight is all they need. Lianpo towards the backline. This might be a bit too premature. A lane pops the ultimate. Oh, but the Midas falls. Sage's Sanctuary is popped. 5 heroes still left alive for the side of Tribe Gaming. They're trying to finish things off. And the damage from Lily Sun way too huge. They bring down one. Oh, the Heino barely survives. And he will survive getting out of there. And then everybody will fall for the side of Virtus Pro as Tribe Gaming will clean things up, takes the series, and take the point in the last chance qualifiers. What an ending for this best of 3, but ultimately it will be USA. USA. I'm kidding, they take the win and they put themselves on the board in this qualifier.
Yep, well done to Tribe Gaming. That was a definite nail biter for sure for them against VP. Now VP put up a pretty strong game, but they couldn't capitalize off of the mistakes on the side of Tribe Gaming. So Tribe Gaming punished them extremely hard. They got the win as well. So congrats, they win 2-1. We will take a look at the scoreboard later as the table will be rearranged slightly. Right, it's still NONGSHIM Red Force at the top for a clean 2-0 with a total of 9 points. Now let's take a look at the MVP. It's going to be starting here 2-4-13, dealing a total of 178,000 damage, taking 149,000 damage in the process as well. Zero, we were talking so much about starting. Your thoughts on him this game?
I mean, he played fantastically. That's what Heino does, right? Once he reaches the mid to late game stage, he pokes you from far away. The stacks keep stacking up. He's able to survive through all the damage that's provided. He has the Mask of Agony. He has the Augur Staff. That's so much damage that he can deal. Sure, he's not able to clean up kills, but you know, you leave that to the Lady Sun. You leave that to the Mayin to finish off the work that you have done. And with that, you know, 13 assists, that shows that he's really been able to do so. And I think for me, the hidden MVP here, the secondary MVP would have to be Mali. He's been able to do so much for the team, playing the front lines, playing the early jungle as well. And he's been really able to set up his team for victory.
Yep, for sure. Let's take a look at the other stats as well. Quite a lot of damage. If you take a look, the main 3 damage dealers coming out from Tribe Gaming. Zoro dealing a total of 152k. All of the rolling raids, all of the frag grenades, and all of the ultimate shells doing so much work for the side of Tribe Gaming. And you know, at that last moment where they finally Zoro got the ultimate on point against 3 of the different members on the side of Virtus Pro defending, that was the difference maker along with the Tempest Dragons.
Yeah, Zoro played much better in this game compared to game number 2, and Virtus Pro tried their best to shut him down. Ultimately, the game did go towards the way of the Tempest Dragon. If Tribe got the Tempest, do you think, if Virtus Pro got the Tempest, do you think that there was a chance for them to come back from that game?
Oh, for sure. It would have been a completely different story at this point because the Tempest shields are really quite thick. At the same time, they will be regenerated. There was a moment where I believe one of the members on the side of Tribe Gaming was close to death. If I'm not wrong, it was the Mali or the Zoro Lady Sun. And in that split second, the shield regenerated and he was back to at least half his health pool.
Yeah, we'll see that in the highlights hopefully, but yeah, what a great game there for Tribe. It was a nail biter in the end. They had to fight tooth, nail, and claw to come back to make a win in towards this game, because team fight potential from Virtus Pro was just so huge towards the late game. Here we can see Mac completely uncontested until towards the end, where he was still able to do so much damage. Vex here for the cleanup, Menki surviving with that last health. This was a bit before the Tempest Dragon, but yeah, this was the beginning of the potential comeback here for the side of Virtus Pro, because they just kept taking these good fights after good fights. Vex did sort of fall off towards the later stages of the game. He couldn't really do much in terms of damage. It was more just as the initiation as well as the crowd control for his team, and had to leave it up to Prince as well as Mac to really do the damage. But here we see the Tempest Dragon fight there. They pick off the Haynor before he's able to pop the ultimate. That was a huge engagement for the side of VP, opened things up for them. It was down to the reset, right? It was down to the Tempest Dragon reset after the fight that slowed them down way too much, allowed the Lady Sun to come back towards the fight, and becoming really tough for them. Sage's Sanctuary here, keeping Mac alive. He was more than happy to stand there and hit on towards Mali. This was Mali's only death. No, he doesn't even die here. But yeah, like this Tempest Dragon was so, this steal was so huge there for the side of Tribe Gaming. If they didn't get this, there was a huge chance that this game would have gone completely on the other side.
Yep, exactly. And you know, one of the things, I hate to be nitpicky about this, but it really was the missed skills that changed the state of the game here. You know, a couple of times Prince did not hit his Kachosen, which is the throwing of the fan, right? And that lack of damage really changed the fight for the worse for the side of VP. And of course, Tribe Gaming, there is no way they don't take the win if you give them a chance. So props to Tribe Gaming, really capitalizing off the mistakes of Virtus Pro. They will push them down a little bit lower and prop themselves up as the second in contention for the top of the table. But they need to do more than that, because as it stands now, NONGSHIM, Red Force, I've said their names multiple times today, still at the top with 9 points.
Looking very, I mean, NONGSHIM looking very clean, and from what we've seen from both these teams so far, you know, there's still some things to fix, especially towards the later stages of the game. NONGSHIM hasn't really allowed it to get to the late game stage. But let's take a look at the group standings so far. Tribe sitting in second, NONGSHIM still on top without dropping a single game. Virtus Pro joining SCARZ in the bottom of the table, but it is still early in the group stages. Plenty more games left to go. And it's just left with Weibo Gaming. Hasn't played their first game yet. That will happen after this series, so that's something to watch out for as well. Especially if you're a Malaysian like me, you want to cheer on for Weibo Gaming to make it to Riyadh.
Oh, for sure. Now, of course, with that being said, the points do matter at this point. So winning with a clean 2-0 will net you 2 points. But if you win with a 2-1, it only nets you 1, because one loss gives you -1 score. So now it is going to be the battle of, like I said, small differences. So we'll see if anyone is able to knock NONGSHIM Red Balls off of that perk at this point.
The NONGSHIM definitely looks like the team to beat here in the group stages so far. As far as we see, just the eye test, very clean gameplay, very aggressive, played to very clean. But the upcoming match, we might be able to see Weibo Gaming give us something completely different, because they are a Malaysian team. You know that we already know how Malaysian teams play. Looking at Team Secret and LGD, SCARZ looking to make amends for their rough game number, the rough first game of the day. Maybe they just woken up as well. You never know, but you know, they will have a chance for redemption in the next upcoming match.
Yeah, for sure. So of course, this sets up the stage for Weibo Gaming to really be in contention for top of the table as well, if they can beat SCARZ 2-0 as well.
Absolutely, that's going to be the next upcoming game. It's going to be our first showcase of Weibo Gaming in a long time. They've been practicing for this qualifier for the last chance to make it to Riyadh. Of course, SCARZ doesn't want to drop out of it just yet. If you fall to the second series, you are mathematically having 3% chance to make it to win the entire thing, and that's down to other teams not performing. So that's going to be very tough. But we are calling it too early here. We need a bit more time before we get to the match. So ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Weibo Gaming versus SCARZ.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifier. This is Kindofu. Along with me is Zero. We are going to be looking to have the next few games be even more explosive. Of course, with that being said, I have fixed my cam, and now it's time for SCARZ to fix a few of the teething issues, right, that they had. So Japanese boys looking to take the win against Weibo Gaming, because this is really important. This will help equalize the score, maybe even top the group if they can make this work against Weibo Gaming. But Zero, I think you have some information about Weibo Gaming for us.
Yeah, they are a rather newer team. You know, they couldn't make it to the season 2 invitationals, but they've been practicing for this last chance to qualify for Riyadh. So they've been, in the lab, in the gym, just working out, making sure that they are well prepared for this tournament. And as far as you can see, at least for all the Malaysian teams that have been playing recently, the sort of tempo, the sort of pace that they play at, and it's looking very scary. But SCARZ, this is your last chance, back against the walls, going to be a very scary beast as well.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be a great story if they 2-0 Weibo Gaming as well, top the table at this point of the day? That would be quite an exciting thing to see, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. It will make the entire table look very spicy if they're able to win that.
For sure. And of course, Weibo Gaming, I think they just have the one game today, so they'll be looking to impress upon not just us, but the rest of the world as well, because that will implement and kind of put them in a much stronger spot for tomorrow's games as well.
Yeah, definitely. They need to start off strong here for Weibo. I think it's 2 games, not 1 game, but still, they're not playing as many games as SCARZ, I believe. So they are going to be a little bit more rested for today and just have a little bit more games tomorrow. But that also means that they have more opportunities to fix any issues that may happen today.
Yeah, for sure. And let's take a look at the draft coming out here. It's going to be SCARZ on the right side, which is going to be the red end, which means first pick is going to go into the hands of Weibo Gaming. Right off the bat, they're going to ban out the Yuhuan. What do you feel about that?
What is with all these Yuhuan first base bans? I'm not fully understanding, why this hero is taking so much focus for a lot of these teams. It's not that strong of a first base pick, in my opinion.
Well, it depends, right? Because it actually opens up a lot of flexibilities. It opens a lot of options. I think the synergy for Yuhuan is pretty scary across the board. They will ban out the Fuzi as well. We have seen how potent that combination is with the Da Qiao. And Da Qiao is open.
Yeah, Da Qiao is open, and it will be picked up there by Weibo Gaming. It's interesting that they ban out the Fuzi themselves and pick up the Da Qiao. Maybe because after they ban, they see that it's open and decide to pick it up. So it's still a very solid support. You can play it in many ways, very aggressively or very defensively on that hero. So I don't hate it. I don't hate the pick, even with the support with the other heroes that Weibo Gaming has right now.
Yeah, so similar, Da Qiao also has a lot of good synergies. I'll talk about that a little bit later. But at the same time, Dolia and the Jing going to be banned out by SCARZ. They will pick up the Mai Shiranui. At this point, I think we have seen so many Mais. I am starting to doubt the efficiency of the Mais thus far.
It's been rather hit or miss, right? Like some games she looks phenomenal, in other games she kind of falls off, and you wish you had like the Princess Cross or Lady Zen in that position. And Lady Zen is banned out in the second phase. It was available for SCARZ to pick up, but looks like they wanted to play a little bit more aggressive with that. And Lianpo with Mai, with Kaiser, there is a potential for a very strong mid-game sort of tempo for the side of SCARZ.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, so Tay will go for the Ho E, one of the few Ho Es we will see in any of the competitions thus far. And JD, such a potent pick. This is a dangerous one. The Luna gonna make it through along with Nuo's Zhang Fei. If I'm on SCARZ, I'm pretty scared at this point.
So much dive, and you have a Ho E to protect. Oh my god, like Tay's position has to be out of this world to not die like 6 times within the first 10 minutes. It's gonna be tough there for SCARZ to protect their marksman, because Hoi has no mobility whatsoever. The moment you use your flash, that's about it. There's 2 minutes where you can't really show across the map. So Was there a better marksman to pick at that point? Consort Yu is probably the best. Second best would be like a Huang Zhong, but the tempo might be a bit slower with the Huang Zhong.
Well, it depends, right? Because you know, with the oak bolt, the cooldown isn't as short, right? So actually, the maple dance actually does a lot of work against it. So if a JD times his skills right, he will be able to smash Tay in lane. I like the Hoey pick, to be honest. If they can do really cross-map plays. But at this point, I think SCARZ is placing a lot of trust and faith into their farm lane because no one is going to be able to protect him.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. You got the Luna who can just appear at your backlines just whenever he wants. So something that Tay has to really watch out for. Something that Lian Po has to keep his eyes out as well, because Ochi has been playing decently so far, but he's up against a very rough sort of goal this game, just to protect the Hoey against this Luna. Not gonna be too easy. Bottom lane, they're really going at each other. The Tay does have the slight advantage early. Oh, but ASD
we might see the first blood. Yep, it's going to be the first blood taken onto the hands of ASD, and this is good start for Weibo Gaming, exactly what you were talking about.
Really aggressive, you know, just backing the lanes up. You've got Qualifier on the Da Qiao, which is going to rotate very, very fast across the map. Looking very scary.
Yep, and you know, this is a mid lane Da Qiao, so we can expect that there's going to be a lot of damage built into the kit as well. So with the Leaping Koi Tide, with the Severing Surge as well, it's something that I think it's going to be hard for SCARZ to deal with.
Yeah, the constant CCs, the slows, and once Wuhai completes that mark of the Mask of Agony, the damage will be there for the Da Qiao. It's something that they really have to watch out as we head towards the mid game. So much CC with the Luna as well as the Da Qiao, and the aggression as well. They're just constantly moving across the map with the additional move speed that the Da Qiao provides.
Yep, at this point we're looking at Kong Ling. He's gonna try and find an opening on the side of SCARZ, but they might be caught by surprise here. Okay, early review by ASD means there is no surprise coming in. You're gonna go try it onto Arashi on the meantime on the backlines as well. No, I'm gonna jump out with the Leaping Savior. Will not get the kills, a bunch of damage thrown, but it's still advantage to Weibo Gaming.
I love Nono's positioning there, just waiting in the bushes, knowing that he can't provide too much for the kill, so he can just dissuade any backup for coming in. And if he was not in that position, we might have seen SCARZ, you know, try and get a counter kill onto the other side. But perfect movement, perfect positioning from the side of Weibo. They are looking like a very wild, polished team.
Yep, they are definitely, right? The entry into the Boar camp just to steal one of the jungle camps away from SCARZ actually does quite detrimental damage. And at the same time, if you take a look at the top lane, Guiyue is doing pretty well against the Charlotte.
Yeah, Charlotte. I mean, it is the Byron. The Byron is one of the strongest laners in the game currently, and Charlotte not really strong until she's level 4. So the early game definitely going towards the Byron, and it's always a snowball effect in the lane. If you're low on HP, you can't go for last hits as aggressively, and your jungle gets stolen. Bottom lane though, looking like they're trying to set up some action for this first Tyrant to spawn.
Yep, they need to find a space. In the next 40 seconds, that will be the decider of the game itself. Rilva gonna try and move in, but Kong Ling jumps in to the backlines as well, gets a couple of nice slashes onto them, will not finish the kill. At this point, it's really just about the poke, right? 30 seconds, we don't want to overcommit to any of these bad situations.
Yeah, dying here, especially on your jungle, is the worst position to be in, especially like you said. Tyrant's about to spawn, you want to make sure that everybody is up and alive and well. Sure, if you can get an easy kill, that's completely fine and even better. But if you can't, you just gotta pace yourself, wait for the first big objective, and then go for that.
Yep, and looks like Kong Ling will be a little bit late to the party. He needs his Azure Golem a little bit stolen first. Yeah, he needs to secure it first at this point, and we might see more pressure coming down.
JD being chased down by Ochi, but JD's a bit low. Mike, can he get a
kill?
kill?
The jump in! Will it be the kill? JD runs off on the backlines, will be taken down as well. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade so far. ASD falls, but it's a 2-for-1. SCARZ are doing it, but here comes the rest of Weibo Gaming. They're looking for the bigger picture at this point. 2-2, an even trade, so Weibo Gaming still take the lead.
Yeah, Kongling was just left unguarded, and she could just do anything she wants towards the backline. Getting those 2 kills definitely sets her up for a good good mid game, and they get themselves the first Tyrant of the game. That's going to be progressing the Luna much further. Realver in trouble. They're there to back him up though.
Yep. He's not going to commit for that, right? Burning Sun Arrow going to be dropped as well. 2-on-1 all for the kill down here. We're not going to be surviving that onslaught. It's going to be a 3-3 kills, but it's still Weibo Gaming in the lead because the Da Xiao is going to be able to maintain the waves across on the top lane as well.
Da Xiao, such a good hero for wave clear. Can just clear the wave at a very far range. Just 2 skills is all she needs. So the pushing of the towers is not going to be very easy with her still alive. Not to mention her ultimate can bring backup at any time as well. So Luna,
yep, not looking too spicy, right, for the side of SCARZ. I mean, SCARZ, they're meant to cut deep, and so far, no, they haven't been hitting the mark exactly with this Burning Sun Arrow as well. And Arashi trying to make life difficult for Kongling at this point. 2-on-1, right under the Overlord here, but we're going to join in the fight as well. The launch, oh my god, he is being helped out. Somebody tell the Overlord that, hey, you're not supposed to be biased against any of these teams.
SD almost got killed there because of the Overlord. That was funny, but she managed just to survive just in time. But that opens up the Overlord to be picked up there by Weibo Gaming, and they get a tower as well. So everything going well there for the Malaysian side. SCARZ in some trouble right now.
Yep, funneling important farm. Number 1 into Kongling, the other one into JD. They will try to make amends here. ASD goes in a 1-on-1 against Kongling, but he can't last. The smite comes down as well. He's going under the tower. Kongling gets the kill as Weibo secures another lead. It's not just done yet. Arashi on the backlines trying to slide away. Will not happen. A double kill. Nice 3-man catch there. Could this be the fight for SCARZ? Finally, they get the killing spree onto the Kaiser. He will make it work for himself. Rilva, have they extended too far? It's going to be a 2-for-2 at this point. And because it's even, it is still Weibo Gaming in the lead.
1,000 net worth lead though. That was probably not the best fight they would have hoped for. They would have wanted it a bit more clean. But ultimately, you know, the Luna is one of those heroes. When you go too deep, sometimes you can't get out of there. So SCARZ wouldn't be too sad about that trade. They got a couple of kills and did not lose too much net worth out of that. So game is still even out at this point. Not too far of a lead for Weibo. So Weibo has to watch out a little bit. They have to tone their aggression down slightly and just go for slightly more favorable fights.
Yeah, I just want to point out to you at this point, the disparity between the levels of Tay and JD is quite huge. It's 11-9.
Yeah, Tay just wasn't able to get some free farm. Oh, top lane. Speaking of,
oh no. Yep, it's not gonna get any better at this point. Tay gonna fall right again as the T1 on the top gonna be threatened at the same time. It's a 2,000 gold lead still for the side of Weibo Gaming, but it's going to fall and grow much stronger because JD once again funneled cash into his pocket.
Yeah, we're talking about the Hoi. That's the weakness of it. You get caught out, you're pretty much dead without the flash. And Tay, oh, god, the damage.
It's just poking at this point, right? Kongling looking for more targets. The Unbridled Alba is going to be dropped down as well. Rilva, he's trying to protect the backlines, but nobody is there. Ochik is going to be taken down as well. Sea of Fate sends them home as they take another mid-tier turret with the Eye of the Whirlpool, summoning him back instantly. Weibo Gaming just all over the map.
Oh, they
want to try roll at this point. Rilva looking to push him back, but Kongling, he stays alive. He's going to walk away. He will not be punished. SCARZ cannot do anything.
That this situation is just so tough right now for the side of SCARZ. They didn't have a good laning stage. Their marksman is nowhere to be found. Kongling is just on a tear right now, and he is about to reach critical mass. It's looking very dangerous here for SCARZ. What can they do to really crawl back to this game? They need to slow the game down a little bit and let Tay catch up in farm, but only the Sparkforge dagger, the only completed item there, he is still far away from becoming a threat to this game.
Yep, that's just one core item, and at this point, JD has completed his third. He's 7.2 thousand gold. That's about close to 3,000 ahead of Tay.
Tay, Oof, rough game for the Hoi here, and bottom lane, huge engagement. Arrow connects, but CC Mew will keep the Tachao alive.
Yep, they will try for more. The shield to try and save Rilva. Nobody dies just yet. Only Arashi at this point. But the damage has been dealt. Is Kongling jumping on the backlines looking for maybe a triple. Here we go. New Moon with the Searing Stab as well. 1 on 3. He's doing it all. Kongling maybe stepping a little bit too far. Uses the New Moon and Searing Stab to dash out. And he's not going to be punished at all.
We'll be able to back off. The teammates providing the shields for him to get back under the tower. So huge team fight there for the side of Weibo Gaming, getting 2 kills, getting the Azure Golem as well as getting the Tyrant as well. They are picking up everything they want from the map, and JD looking farm. Guhuai is looking so strong right now, and of course Kongling, an absolute menace to the backline for the side of SCARZ.
Yep, you know, and this is all achieved because of the double smite strategy, right? They starve the jungle, and at this point, I like to say grocery shopping, right? Take your pick. Which jungle camp do you want?
You have 2 jungles right now, basically, if you are the side of Weibo Gaming, and you can split up the farm a bit more, while the side of SCARZ, they're forced to just stick together as this ball to try and move around, try and salvage whatever's left of this game. It's not looking great so far. 10,000 net worth almost. Tay is slowly catching up, but he needs a bit more time. Oh no.
Yep, no, lands the stun. Here comes the flash as well. Guiyu gonna try and melt down Tay. He will not be able to do so just yet. They get the kill, but on the backlines, Kongling causing terror. He will get the secondary kill for the team as well. They are not looking good on the side of SCARZ as they look for Arashi to escape as well. But Kongling looking to clean it up for the team, will get taken down, but it's all in Weibo Gaming's favor.
Oh no creeps though, so they can't really end the game right now. The creeps are making their way in. Do they have any sort of disruption? No, they do not. So it's just gonna be them really slowly chipping. The creeps are here, but 3 seconds before Tay is up. Is Tay actually gonna be able to defend this though, all by himself?
He's gonna try, but the CC comes down. Burning Sun Arrow, they will push him back at this point. ASD looking for a free kill. He will get the shutdown as well. Sea of Fate gonna send his teammate back home. No will be safe. And SCARZ lives to fight another day.
Yeah, lives to fight another day. The game just extended for slightly longer. You know, SCARZ, the tower, the crystal looking very dangerously low. But if they're able to stabilize for a little bit, they might be able to catch up in terms of farm. Because Tay got that, you know, that shutdown. That's gonna help them a lot. But this Overlord is dangerous position here for Kongling. He has to watch out.
Yep, they're looking for the backlines. Kongling gonna jump in. Once again, accesses into Tay. Nobody's stopping him, and Tay is falling a bit low. The stun comes in. The beast is dropped as well. Kongling just goes crazy on the backlines. He's still chasing. He's fighting the tank 1-on-1. Arashi will not be able to make it out just yet, but they do get the control on the Kongling. He will be pushed back. And SCARZ, once again, they survive, but they lose Tay. The farm lane, not gonna be able to join the fight for the next 24 seconds.
Tier 2 tower mid lane is gonna fall here for Weibo Gaming to pick up. That leaves the 2 tier 3s left standing. All 5 heroes still left standing for the side of Weibo, but they're not very healthy. They do have the option to just come back in here, but it's gonna be a tough defense regardless for the side of SCARZ. Without your marksman, are you gonna have enough damage?
Yep, exactly. That's a free tier 3 on the bottom here. It's all about the entry point. Kongling looking for an opening with the Searing Stabs as well. Goes in, catches 2, looking for more, comes back in and out. Look at the damage he's doing. He manages to get the kill on the ASD as well. It's all of the damage coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming. They're just so strong. Nobody is falling. And Weibo Gaming secure the first game with dominance as they look to end it in a second.
I mean, did we expect anything else from a Malaysian team? Probably not. This is exactly what we expected. How we expected Weibo to really play. And boy, did they come out here to play. Kongling on the Luna. Absolute menace. That was looking like a very scary... This is a very scary team to look out for.
Oh, for sure. I mean, impressed with Weibo Gaming thus far. And I think SCARZ, they haven't exactly recovered from the first defeat of today. Now, Zero, you were very confident about Weibo Gaming. And I guess your confidence is affirmed by your Malaysian counterparts.
It wasn't very clean, but, you know, they definitely embodied the Malaysian spirit there. And maybe it was just them just feeling very confident at that point where they just said, hey, you know, we can just dive towers and we still would have won. So ultimately, a very dominant performance from them. Let's see if they can repeat it in game number 2. But great game from Nono as well. 1-0-63. What a scoreline.
Yeah, that's the kind of support you're looking for, right? 40,000 damage, that's pretty high for support. At the same time, soaking in 75,000 damage for the team. Nono was constantly laying down the unbridled outburst at the perfect timing for the team. And I mean, you and I, we share this same sentiment. Super impressed.
Absolutely. I mean, it was impressive. Definitely, SCARZ didn't look like, at least in the first 2 games, they weren't looking like a very fearsome team. So Weibo Gaming just absolutely did whatever they want with them. Against a stronger team though, I don't know if Weibo will be playing this lackadaisically, for lack of a better word, but the Hoi definitely did not work out for the side of SCARZ, and they'll have to go back to the drawing board in terms of the draft. The marksman did fall short of the mark in this game.
Yeah, they needed a little bit more, right? You know, we mentioned about this, which is the defensive capabilities coming from the side of SCARZ didn't really showcase, because we identified from the start of the game that Tay was going to be left alone. And against Kongling, look at the damage he dealt, 122,000 in the span of the entire match. There's no one else, right? There's no one else that you need to kill more importantly than Kongling. And once you're done with that, you have to deal with Fuhai, who was just an absolute menace on the Tacho as well.
Yeah, the constant saves, the global presence, even just the passive move speed that she provides is always something to look out for. That's also why we see her just ban down constantly. She's just so flexible. You can play her in the mid, you can play her in the support role. Although I do prefer it in the mid, but let's look at the highlights for this game where, you know, we did see a good early game coming from the side of SCARZ, but after the first fight, it was essentially just a Weibo Gaming highlight reel.
Yeah, it's just different versions of the first fight of the game, right? Which is Tay will be left alone. Even if he's able to deal damage, it's a huge risk because there's so many angles of entry here. Nono are able to drop down the beast. At the same time, JD able to use the parasol to get in and get out. And Guyi, at this point, right, the very scary Flash Storm Strike Electrifying Charge. Even if it's necessary, he will use the Force Field Suppression as well. And all of this while Kongling is just busy making life difficult for the rest of the members of SCARZ.
Absolutely. I mean, Kongling is so far behind the back, but you know, he's doing his job. He knows what he needs to do to just disrupt the gameplay of the enemy team. And you know, at this point, the game was just too far behind. Tay was just too far behind to really do anything. The Luna just did everything he wanted towards the backlines, and it was just a point of no return here for the Japanese side because they are now looking like their road to Riyadh is over. They still have a shot, of course, but the odds are definitely against them.
Yeah, they're gonna have to make miracles happen at this point. So I think it really comes down to the draft at this point. Just a more sound draft coming in from Weibo Gaming to secure the first win of the game.
Still an impressive performance from the Malaysian squad. They definitely play like how you expected to play, and if this is what they are very comfortable with, I definitely see them standing a good shot in making it to Riyadh. I mean, right now we have 3 teams on top, which is, I mean, Weibo hasn't ended this series yet, but of course they look very dominant in this game. I expect their performance to continue, but they have to go up against NONGSHIM, which showed equal prowess, as well as the side of Tri, which wasn't as clean, but definitely has a good shot to making it to Riyadh as well.
Yeah, I think if Tri polishes up their gameplay a little bit and a couple of the decisions they've been making in the previous series itself, they could potentially stand up against the likes of Weibo Gaming and NONGSHIM Red Force as well. But as we wait for the players to get ready, I think at this point SCARZ needs to have a little bit more of a defensive mindset. I think offense-wise they are perfect. They have everything they need. They have the Mai, they have the Hoi, they have the Kaiser, everything. They just need someone to protect all of these, glass cannons per se.
Yeah, the draft, was lacking in that regard. They have the Lian Po, which you wanted to use him as an initiator, but then he has to also protect the Hoi. So he was kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place, where else if you had the Zhang Fei, you know, he can do both at the same time, providing shields to defend while also providing the damage and the ultimate knockback as well. So yeah, like you said, draft needs to be polished a little bit. The ideal was there, but just one or two heroes to round things up might have made their game a lot easier.
Yeah, I think they're hoping for a perfect world at this point, but I think at this point they maybe need to play a little bit more scrappy, right? Sometimes it's not just about how clean the game is, it's whether it is workable in the first place or not. So SCARZ, same thing. They have a couple of things to fix. I think honestly these are thieving issues. You did mention maybe, hey, it's a different time zone. They haven't gelled together just that yet. But at this point, Weibo Gaming, they will be looking to kill them off before SCARZ can mount a comeback.
Yeah, definitely. They have an open throat, an open jugular, and they are definitely going to try and go for it. Let's just see what they will decide to do that with in the draft for game number 2. SCARZ is looking like they're in a rough spot right now, and this last draft will decide whether they still have a good shot for making it to Riyadh or their road ends. Basically, they ban out the Luna, the respect ban straight off the bat.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, with that performance by Kongling, I would ban out the Luna too. So yes, reaffirmed, it will be the Luna and the Jing. So very scary assassins taken out from the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, they're banning out these early aggressive junglers, which will look scary in the hands of Kongling. Not to mention very good in evading the enemy jungler as well. Just trying to slow down the tempo for the side of Weibo, but that opens up the Delia as well as the Arlie for them to lock in for the side of Weibo. So already a good opening, 2 heroes for the side of Weibo. Let's see what SCARZ is able to respond with.
Yeah, at this point, I think they need a little bit more burst damage. Yes, my Shiranui offers a lot of burst. We've seen that work before. And looks like they're looking at the combination of their farm lane. So Ming as well as the Lady Sun. I like this combination. It's been proven. It's been working really hard for a lot of the other teams as well. Zero, does this win the Arlie Dolia combo?
I think it does. The burst damage from the Lady Sun is huge, and in the lane it's not that bad for the Lady Sun as well. You can just constantly trade with the combos. So in terms of that should be that will be even, I think, at least in terms of the marksman sort of clash. But the Ming is not such a great roamer if you want to start playing aggressive with the My Shiranui. So you have to pair that up with a more aggressive jungler if you want to play fast. If you want to play slow, then you want something that is able to stall out the game. Something like a Kaiser would be, or a Heino would be great for your jungle. But Heino already banned out, so has the Menki, and the Lady Zen and the Shangguan banned out there for the side of SCARZ.
So very understandable bans, right? You need the tanks coming in from the side of SCARZ. And ooh, wow, we might be entertained with a Xiangyu. First ever that we have seen since the past couple of days. And I really like it. The Fearless Charge really makes a lot of work happen if you get and time it right.
We did see SCARZ play around with the Xiangyu during their practice matches. So it could be something of a pocket pick, something maybe they're comfortable with as well in the support or the clash lane role. They'll switch that up to the Dharma, and Ochi will pick up the
Musashi.
Yeah,
I like it.
Musashi for the jungle. Not too bad. Can lock down the Arlie, can set up the kill along with the Mai, and rotations are pretty good as well. Mai plus Musashi. Once Musashi reaches level 4 is pretty decent. Weibo will pick up the Angela and hover over the lane to be in the lane with Dharma. So that's going to be a pretty even lane as well, I feel. So it's all going to come down to all these rotations early on. Dun is going to be rotating a lot as well, as you should with that hero played in the jungle. So I like this draft a lot better for SCARZ compared to game number 1.
I share sentiments as well. SCARZ, I really like this. There is a high potential for turnaround in team fights as well. Ochik with the Illuminating Slash, if timed right, it could support a fight. Because imagine if JD, the mid laner, right, for Weibo Gaming doesn't get the Chaos Cinders, doesn't get the Blazing Brilliance at the correct timing, it's a guaranteed turnaround in the team fight for sure.
Absolutely. Let's see how SCARZ will be able to, if they are able to claw their way back into this series, or will they be 1 foot out the door already for Riyadh, because this is the last chance qualifier, so these teams only have 1 shot, 1 slot to make it to Riyadh, and every win will count. Can Weibo Gaming join the likes of NONGSHIM on top of the table, or will they have to fight it for it again in game number 2? Let's wait and find out.
Well, I think it depends on the first rotation by ASD, right? So he doesn't have the best wave clear in comparison. The Blazing Embers and the first skill and the second skill of the Angela will immediately clear out the wave of the first wave. So ASD gonna have a hard time clearing waves here.
Definitely. Mai is not known for her wave clearing prowess, so you always need that additional support to help the waves. But looks like this is something we are familiar with. You put the Arlie plus Dolia in the mid to push out the waves fast, and then you rotate around. That's what we've been seeing Team Secret and LGD do a lot, and they're taking a leaf out of their book to start things off here for the side of Weibo.
So they make the exact same matchup. They just fight in different lanes. Both the mids rotated down, and looks like SCARZ, they want to try to make an aggressive play. Guhai is falling a bit low. Oh, just missed there as ASD looking for a little bit more. They had to commit the flash there. That's a big play from the side of SCARZ. Something fresh, finally.
Yeah, they're really taking things into their own hands here. That invade is huge, because that means the Dun doesn't have the Azure Golem buff, which is going to slow his gameplay down a lot. So I see that as an absolute win here if you're the side of SCARZ right now.
Yeah, for sure. So, SCARZ finally showing some life. More importantly, they get the deny onto Kongling, right? And like you said, the level difference will be quite noticeable, especially in the mid game.
Absolutely. It's not too far. I mean, every little bit comes
Oh my goodness, Arashi! He gets the first blood with the truth mantra as well. Words of wisdom as they get the kill. SCARZ, finally, this is a different class of players that we are viewing here.
This is completely different from how they played in game number 1, and I like it already. So aggressive from the Japanese side, and they are definitely not putting their foot off the pedal. I mean, one quick kill, 1 jungle steal, and 1 lead. This is a huge position to be in if you are for the side of SCARZ.
Yep, and Tay still makes time to clear the wave as well. He does not miss out any levels. You're gonna be baited in. It's going to be the ultimate laid down by ASD as well, but there's no more damage coming. Arashi gonna be punished for that inability to finish as Gui looking to run away, and it is going to be duel to the death. No, it will not. Rilva gets caught out again. 2 baits in the space of 30 seconds. Weibo Gaming come back.
And Mai missing out on that kill on Gui. That was huge, which means that this top lane is going to be in shambles here for the side of Weibo. I mean, 1-for-1 trade wouldn't have hurt that bad, but you lose that, you lose Arashi, and then you fail to finish off the Guiyu. That's gonna come back and bite them as we head towards the mid game stage. But bottom lane, they're invading the jungle, and they got the Crimson Golem buff away from the Musashi.
So yeah. Crimson buff actually still available on both of the jungles. I think so. Maybe it was a steal by Rilva back. But he's gonna pay with a chunk of his health, which means he needs to go and recall. And this is precious time wasted for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, and time is slowly starting to run out. It's gonna reach that mid-game stage where the Arlie is forced to be reckoned with. The lane starts dealing damage, and Kongling, of course, we've seen what he can do on the Luna. The Dun is, of course, less mechanically flashy, but hey, if you're good at Luna, you can play any jungle hero.
Yep, no, I'm gonna commit the ult here. It's really about slowing them down, because right now the first neutral objective is going to be out. Zero, who do you think will be able to steal this one?
Looks like both teams are still not really committed to this yet. Probably just gonna keep looking to delay and reset, wait for the Dun or the Musashi to rotate in. They will come in here, so it's gonna be a 4 versus 4 fight in the bottom, but SCARZ is going to abuse that a little bit by pressuring the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. It's already down half health, and it's almost falling.
Yep, good play there. I think they should be able to get it. I don't think there's enough damage at this stage for the RLE. So this means Weibo Gaming will take the risk. They will get the Tyrant started. But the jungler is nowhere to be seen, so they will give it away for free. But here comes Kongling, maybe looking for more. Unruly Blade already used. They want to look for this Crimson Golem, but will be traded out. Kongling jumping in, but he's falling a bit low. Will be using his ultimate defensively. In the meantime, yep, SCARZ trade out for the Overlord.
Looks like that was the game plan. Delay them as much as possible, get the Overlord, and push out the top lane. So, not the worst trade in the world. I think, SCARZ playing it safe, that would have been the call to make. And probably this is the first time they're ahead in in 4 different games in 2 different series. So they are a little bit playing a bit scared at the moment. You just want to make sure they don't take any unfavorable fights. And I don't blame them right now. Their trip to Riyadh is not looking that great at the moment, so they are playing it close to the chest.
Yep, it's at risk, but here comes the aggression coming out from SCARZ as it's going to be committed on the backlines. They're trying to get onto Tay. He will be healed up, but it's the turn that falls first. Once again, the refresh comes in. Can he get it? Death at Sunset, not going to be able to do too much at this point. All 5 members on the side of SCARZ still alive, and Weibo Gaming actually shoot themselves in the foot.
I thought that was a good fight for the side of Weibo, but the Musashi came in, locked down Kongling, finished him off, and it was a wonder for Weibo that they didn't lose more than just 1 member. The Dolia definitely helped them to keep alive, and the secondary ultimate on towards Guiyu's saved his life as well. So Weibo Gaming, even though they just lost that fight, they're not slowing down. They're trying to invade the Crimson Golem once again, gets spotted out there, but still not giving up on this Crimson Golem. Maybe now they see the teleport come in, then they'll back off.
Yep, actually, interestingly, I think they were listening to our advice here. So Rilva actually going for a more defensive build, going for the Energy Core along with the Scale Blade. So he's looking to build into a Dragon's Rage as well as a Blazing Cape. Thoughts about that?
He's just wanting to ease up on Arashi being the lone tank here, because he knows that he doesn't really need to provide the damage. He does have Tay as well as the Mai to provide the burst damage, and he doesn't need to bring any of his own. So wanting to stay in the front lines, I don't fault him for this item build. I think it is.
Oh, Arashi! This could be the opening they're looking for. It's going to be the mantras being laid down as well, but Rilva's falling a bit low. He has all the health in the world, but he will not survive. Weibo Gaming strike first in this fight. No, not going to drop the ult as well. They will disengage. Weibo, this is a huge win.
Yeah, but no objective to be taken. They have to start moving up top to try and take that tier 1 tower. But by that time, if they make the correct rotations, SCARZ might be able to react in time. But oh no, the Sage Golem buffs gets stolen there. Arashi will pay with his life as well. So that's going to be a free kill and a free tower for Weibo Gaming to pick up.
Yep, they're just so much more clinical, right, on the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yep.
At this point, 4-2, they even up the goal difference as well. And the map is looking a little more red.
Yeah, they spotted out there. The top tower was right for the taking. The Sage Golem, the Azure Golem was open to be taken. And they positioned the members well to protect both. So very well done there by Weibo Gaming. And they will retake the lead in this game and looking really good to head towards the mid game. 8 minutes in, this is looking scary here for SCARZ. They're losing their grip on this game.
Yep, for sure. A bit shaky at this point. And Rilva, even with the customized itemization coming in, he's still not tanking enough. And it feels like the damage is still lacking on the side of SCARZ. Yes, they've learned the lesson. They went more defensive. But can they deal the damage? Kongling manages to get the Wind Slash down, gets the stun as well. They're blazing them down. It's going to be a Dolia that gets the kill on the backlines as well. They're suffering against the Meteor kill. And once again, Weibo Gaming move in, get the kill, and they get out.
Fast in and out, get the kill, go to another objective. That is how they are playing. That is how they're used to be playing. And that is how they're taking the lead of this game. You see that fight, immediately after they got a kill, they went for the Tyrant. A lane immediately goes towards the bottom lane. They already mapped out their game plan way before that fight even started. And they just took everything they wanted there. Very well done there by Weibo, clawing themselves back. And now they are nearly at a 2,000 network lead.
Yep, back in the driver's seat for sure, as Weibo Gaming looking to put a little bit more pressure in the middle lane as well. This is gonna cause quite a few problems here because at this point it feels like SCARZ being put on a restraining order. You can't move past your side of the map.
Yeah, and that is going to really slow down the farm, especially on the Lady Sun, where if you're on the Lady Sun, you really just want to start snowballing, get kills, get towers, continue farming, get your levels as well. But right now we see, if you look at the level difference, one level behind JD, who's not really died yet, and they might lose something else as well. River in trouble.
Yep, they will go for it. Duel to the death laid down by Rilva, but he will pay with his life as well. Here is Waveboard Gaming looking for more, but no, every single time it looks like, Waveboard Gaming will overcommit. They just take the one kill and they get out.
Clean. This is what they were missing in game 1 for Weibo, which is the cleanliness of their gameplay. But game 2, they know that the stakes are higher this time. They know that they need to take this 2-0, and we have a pause.
Okay, first pause in any of the games we have seen over the past few days. Looks like could be a connection issue for the players here. Do bear in mind they are playing from different regions here. Weibo Gaming, of course, hailing from Malaysia, and we do have these SCARZ, Japanese counterparts. So we'll give them some time to rework whatever the problem is. But hey, that's just the least of their problems at this point. Zero, SCARZ, what's going on for you with them?
I mean, SCARZ, they had a good start to the game. They had a lead at one point, but it started to crumble towards the mid-game stage of the mid-game stages of the game, where it seems like, like you said earlier, during the game itself, they are, despite the itemization customized on the Musashi, they would have loved a different jungler that can stand in the front lines and not be that squishy. Every single time we see the Musashi go in, he cannot get out. He's just left there to die.
Yeah, I also feel it could be the Dharma positioning, right? They're hoping for the Dharma to be able to catch them in the Truth Mantra, and hopefully they can throw out the damage as well. But you could see, the mid laner on the side of Weibo Gaming has been consistently catching that move out, right? It's instant Chaos Cinders into Blazing Brilliance, and looks like SCARZ haven't figured out what to do with that yet.
Yeah, this Angela definitely is a thorn on their side. The counter plays, the counter initiation is huge from the Angela, and you really just have to wait it out or bait it out somehow or another. You can't commit when it's off cooldown, because the moment, even if you catch someone off guard, you know that the Blazing Brilliance is coming out, and you're gonna lose members on your side as well.
Yep, one more thing that I think we can really focus on is Guiyu on that lane. He has been consistently jumping into the backlines with the Death by Sunset. And I'll be honest, it's a pain to deal with.
It is. I mean, every time you see that red circle around you, it is immediate retreat. I mean, we're not taking this fight. And with the Dolia, that means even if he goes in too deep, he can get out right away as well. So back into the game. Weibo is still in the driver's seat. Tier 2 tower being sieged right now for Weibo. Kongling in the front lines. He's not even afraid, and they will lose the tower.
Yep, a lot of damage being laid down as well. Guiyu going to jump in with the Death by Sunset, trying to lock them down in the backlines. Death Bites, Duel to the Death going to be committed, but on the Dolia, he still gets killed off, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But I will happily take this trade any day. A jungler for my Clash lane, it's Weibo Gaming in the lead for sure.
Yeah, and that was after Gui used both his ultimates as well. So his job was done. He did what he needed. He separated his entire team of SCARZ away from River. They got the free pickoff, and Elaine, you know that he's gonna scale well towards the late game, and he's been having a good game. But River not having a good game on the Musashi, you know that he's slowly becoming a non-factor in these fights. So Weibo Gaming still in a good position. The Shadow Overlord has spawned for them to pick off, but they don't need it to bring down this tier 2 tower at top.
Yep, Wave Breaker just to provide a little bit more heals for the side of Kongling as well. Once again, it's just pressure over pressure from the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, it is looking mighty tough heading towards the mid-game stages of this game. Now they're going for the Overlord, and that will help them push up to the high ground. The tier 3s are open for the bottom side of the map, and the tier 2s are already chipped to half on the top. So free objective on the map, and Weibo Gaming will be using that to their advantage.
Yep, so we can expect definitely quite a few things to happen in the next 1.5 minutes. At this point, Tay actually has successfully built up quite the itemization, right? Starbreaker, Master Sword, Eternity Blade, and probably going into the Crimson Reaper. But is that enough against the likes of Weibo Gaming?
Not enough yet. They still need something else. They need a little bit more to be able to stand on these fights, because Arlie's damage is already huge, and they need to deal with this Elaine as well, who is very, very tanky. It's a tough situation to be in if you're SCARZ.
Yep, and it's gonna get tougher because the Shadow Overlord is going to be marching down, flying down actually on the top lane as well. And in the meantime, the other Vanguards, the Shadow Vanguards, will be making their progress in the mid and the bot as well.
Tier 2 will be the target they are looking for. They're trying to go for some kills, but they'll be happy, more than happy to just scare them off from this Tier 2, because it means that they can take a bit more objectives around the map without losing any of the members so far. Net worth is 5,000 in the lead for Weibo at the moment, and this bottom Tier 3 will be the target for Weibo to pick up.
Yeah, this is the last push available. Going to be instantly countered by the side of SCARZ. So they do have decent damage coming out. ASD, I think that's something hopeful you can take a look at. But besides that, I don't know. Zero, what do you think about the next, 4 minutes of the game at least?
It probably will not take that long. The next Tyrant might be enough for Weibo to take a Tier 3, and if SCARZ gets team wiped, if they get aced from the defense of this next fight, we might see Weibo Gaming just end the game right here and there. Guiyu trying to run away, 4 heroes chasing him, but he has his Death by Sunset to get away from that anytime he wants, so in no danger whatsoever.
Yep, that was a beautiful play though. So pulling the strings, really making SCARZ like puppets, right? Controlling their every movement. And it shows you the difference between Weibo Gaming and SCARZ at this point. Weibo Gaming, of course, looking for another entry point before they deal the killing blow.
Just making sure that they dot their I's and cross their T's for the side of Weibo. Bottom lane's not very far pushed out, so that might be something we see the lane or someone to try and push out before committing to pushing in these high grounds. But looks like they are gonna go for it regardless. Oh, Guiyu taking a lot of damage straight away. Has to pop his Death by Sunset straight away. He gets a refresh though. Oh, the knockback. That's dangerous.
Yep, here we go. Blazing Brilliance. That's the one that's going to change the fight. The Death by Sunset going to land on the backline as well. And all the damage is offered by JAD. He will give you all the pain. Weibo Gaming wipe out 2, and they control the map once again.
Mid lane is pushed out. They can heal out with the Dahlia as well, but we can see the Musashi not really able to survive throughout all those members or finish off the target he was looking for. Oh, huge ultimate. Is that enough though?
It was a flash committed as well, and this is going to look like the end, the beginning of the end actually for the side of SCARZ, because Weibo Gaming, they have the waves coming in. The heals are coming in with the wave breaker as well. Kong Ling gets a 2-man knockup as well, but here comes the damage. ASD gonna be stifled, and this is Weibo Gaming. They secure the 2-0, and they are next in line to try and stop NONGSHIM Red Force from topping the table.
I mean, that is as clean as it gets from Weibo. That was the moment you give them an inch, they take a mile. Annual Crystal as well. That was in one fell swoop, and Weibo Gaming wasn't wasting any more time with that. So knowing that they had the lead at that point already, they just wanted to stop any shenanigans from happening, and that was a good showing there for Weibo, really knowing when to go for the kill.
Yep, impressive. It shows the extensive knowledge they have of the game as well. SCARZ, of course, just slightly lacking in terms of the level of polishness coming out from the lineup, the draft, and the execution as well. But hey, these are the things that happen in competition. Weibo Gaming secure a win, 2-0, so they will tie it up at the top of the table along with NONGSHIM Red Force. Now, as we take a look at the items, there's a couple of things that I want to focus on, right? But before that, MVP Guiyu here, 72,000 damage dealt. Zero, your thoughts on this?
I mean, he had an absolute crazy of a game. He just went in, took damage, dropped his Death by Sunset, gets refreshed by the Dahlia, and always been able to really cut towards the backline. Every time you see a red circle, like we've seen, it's just SCARZ being forced back, couldn't really take the fight anymore. And it was just, I mean, Guiyu was built absolutely perfect situation for him, and he was able to soak up so much damage. I think well-deserved MVP in my book.
Yeah, for sure, and it's difficult to deal with not just him, it's difficult to deal with JD as well, right? The full itemization already, Ominous Premonition, more defensive in nature. At the same time, the Sage's Sanctuary, not sure whether they ever managed to burn down JD's life once. In the meantime, right, Eternity Blade along with the Doomsday and Crimson Reaper, more than enough damage. And with the positioning on the side of JD, it was always super clean. Just Guihua traded his life, but got the damage in.
Absolutely. I mean, Guihua also had a fantastic game in this series, in this game in particular as well. Sure, the stats doesn't really show you that much, but the Blazing Brilliance always such a deterrent for any sort of aggression. And when you're trying to fight into the Blazing Brilliance as well as the Death by Sunset, that is just way too much to handle. And on the flip side, I mean, River, a little bit of a forgettable game for him. He would not want to play this Musashi again against this lineup. Every time you go in, you're not coming out.
Yeah, exactly. And let's take a look at the goal graph for the game itself. So starting out, actually, I think SCARZ did a pretty good job, right? Later, I think when we take a look at the replay, they did have a decent game, but once you give the lead over to Wave 4 Gaming, I feel like there's no coming back.
Yeah, they're not letting go of that lead in any way possible. So you have to play clean. You have to move correctly across the map and always get favorable trades. Because if you don't, then Wave 4 Gaming is not gonna let go of the leash. They're gonna be able to play across the map however they want.
Exactly. Now let's take a look at the replay itself. You know, Zero, they started really well, right? This outplay onto Wave 4 Gaming was one of the best scenes in the book itself, right? At the same time, it also allowed the growth of the Wave 4 boys. But Wave 4 boys, they couldn't capitalize on it on the first start of the match.
Yeah, they started a bit slow, but this was the fight that really just started to cement their lead here. They keep getting one kill into one objective. That was the pattern for what, 3-4 fights in a row. And then once they were confident that, you know, they're not losing anything after these fights, you see them just taking more and more. And every time you give them a little bit, they'll take your house and then some. River, not really very impactful in this game. And look at that, that's on Sunset on Tours 4, where you knowing when to go in, when to back out.
Yep, and even with the damage of ASD, it was difficult to deal with the rest of the tankiness on the side of Wave 4 Gaming, right? And that's the reason why Guiyu was dealing so much damage. He was constantly in the faces of 4 or 5 members of the side of SCARZ.
Yep, and he always knows that the Leah has his back. He can come in, he can go out. Just disrupting the entire pace of the team fight for his opponents. And finally, towards the end, just a celebratory Death by Sunset, signifying the death of SCARZ in this Best of 3 series and potentially their attempt to go to Riyadh.
And this will mean they tied up at the top now against NONGSHIM Red Force. So it'll be interesting to see these two teams do it head to head. In the meantime, Tribe Gaming and Virtus Pro, they will be 3rd and 4th respectively. And SCARZ, unfortunately, yeah, it's going to be a tough one unless they win every single one of the games tomorrow 2-0.
That is a rough position to be in, and I wouldn't call it impossible, but a lot of stars have to align for that to happen. While on the other hand, you know, NONGSHIM Red Force and Weibo, they can breathe a sigh of relief knowing that, you know, they are quite comfortably on top right now. It's just they have to continue on this performance.
Yeah, right now, any victory against NONGSHIM East, Red Sports, as well as Weibo Gaming, definitely puts the table in a very interesting manner, right? Imagine if later on, maybe Weibo Gaming loses a game, or maybe NONGSHIM Red Forces loses a game. That would be a story for us to tell.
Absolutely. We might have that opportunity next game, Kin, because you've got NONGSHIM Red Force going up against Tribe Gaming. Tribe didn't have a really clean series. They managed to win 2 in the end, but one of those games went to the Tempest, and it was, even at that point, it was anybody's game. So, you know, this might be a challenge for them. NONGSHIM Red Force looked absolutely clinical against their game against SCARZ, but, you know, anything can happen in the next upcoming match.
Yeah, we'll see whether the X's can cut through the spiciness of the NONGSHIM boys here. That'll be a sight to see, right? At the same time, I think we established that NONGSHIM Red Force has been a very clinical team I'm wondering if they can pull the same up against Tribe Gaming.
Yep, it's definitely a much tougher opponent compared to SCARZ, but I believe our Korean boys definitely has what it takes. They were just playing very clinical, very clean, very surgical, and they knew when to go, when to back off. Much like Weibo, probably better than Weibo in terms of that sort of execution. They're not lacking in the aggression as well, so I definitely think that it's definitely a fight for Tribe.
Right, so we will prepare for the next game. I think we will go for a short break in due time, of course, with that being said. Now, let's go and take our break. We'll see you back in a bit. Welcome back. It is the Esports World Cup last chance qualifier. You are joined here by myself, Kindofu, along with Zero as well. Now, we're done with half of the matches today. We will be going into the second half. And this time it is up for contention between Tribe as well as NONGSHIM Red Force. Now, these clash, I think, will be pretty interesting. Your thoughts, Zero?
Yep, absolutely. Both of them are trying to vie for the top spot in the group. If NONGSHIM take this 2-0, then they're sitting pretty comfortably at the top of the table. But if Tribe is able to make things interesting, then we might see, the top 3 teams be in for a scrappy of a fight. But they have to get through against each other first. Even if this series goes 2-1, whoever wins this is still going to create a very interesting situation for the top of the table in this last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, for sure. I think if Tribe Gaming takes the win, right, they create a 3-way tie, right? Because they will get 2 points in total.
Yep. It will be, the games are not over yet. We still have around 7 games even after this series. So there's still plenty of opportunities for, different sort of situations to happen. The math hasn't been mapped out at this point yet, but it will be a very pivotal point to see who's going to be ending up at the top of the table. And both teams are looking to make sure that they secure that. Because, when you're getting 4 points already at this point, you're basically one of the favorites to move on to Riyadh.
Oh, for sure. Now, let's take a look at the first few bans here. Tachao are going to be banned out by the side of Tribe Gaming. I think pretty clear why the Tachao is banned out. I think Zero and I, we've already seen a lot of the nice gameplays coming out from the supports and the mids of other teams.
Absolutely. Too flexible of a hero, too much utility despite having no items. And with items, she becomes a scary beast. So you gotta make sure you don't want that for your opponent. NONGSHIM will ban out the Ming, which seems to be the support flavor of the day today, kid. We didn't see too much Ming during the Season 2 Invitational, but in this last rank qualifiers, he has been getting a lot of spotlight.
Yeah, for good reason, right? Because he is able to actually increase the healing speed, and with longevity, he gets the heals over to the teammates as well. So following that, yes, it looks like a support ban day, right? No support for you, because Dolia is going to be banned next.
Dolia banned, Zhang Fei still left in the table. We might see that completely taken out as well.
Yeah.
It's a bad day to be playing roam/support. You're probably left with not much heroes, but they instead pick out the Lady Sun after banning the Ming, which is interesting. If you're afraid of the Lady Sun, why not just ban the Lady Sun and then you have one more ban for something else?
I think it's a reach, right? Lady Sun offers too much snowball and reach. At this point, MTS will take a look at the Lady Sun, just hovering on it for a little bit, and for good reason, right? I don't think there's any reason you would not first pick a Lady Sun into the draft.
That opens up the Arlie Elaine sort of opening for NONGSHIM Red Force if they want to go for something like that. The Zhang Fei is also still open, so they can open with like an Arlie Zhang Fei as well to just take that off of the table for the side of Tribe. Plenty of different openings they want to go for, depending on what sort of speed they want to play at as well, and they will go for the Arlie Zhang Fei. Pretty much a very meta sort of opening here, and Tribe probably will go for the Elaine, which is left in the pool, or the Mayin. Either one of these two would make a lot of sense, depending on what they want to look out for in the lane and later on in the game.
Yep, so could we see a D-range here? Okay, I'm not a big fan of a D-range here because I don't like the range exchange, right? I think Zora's going to have a hard time going up against Kyong, especially if, let's say, the support is going to be so tanky, such as Zhang Fei.
Siri is the marksman player for the side of NONGSHIM.
Okay, Siri.
But yeah, I definitely agree with you. You never get a favorable trade. The late game is always going to go towards Arlie as well. So, like you said, like way earlier in the day, Consort U. Why not Consort U against the Arlie? Very good matchup in the lane, and throughout the entire game as well. You can always burst her down later on with your ultimate, and it's just a better fit overall. You don't even need to protect the Consort U so much, just because she can be self-sustainable in the lane with her range and her physical damage immunity, something that a lot of people have seemed to forgotten about. But here, that's going to be the My lock-in for the side of NONGSHIM. and they will ban out
Yep.
the Renjie.
Not sure about the mine as usual. Okay, yes, I have a biasness against mine now, but simply because I've seen at least 5 days of mine, and even in my ranked games, right? So, yeah, okay, I like the pick on mine. It does offer quite a bit of damage as well, but if it's not played to its best, mine does not hit the mark at all.
Yeah, she's one of those low floor, high ceiling sort of mid lane mages that really needs her to be put on the hands of a really good player, like the likes of One from VKS, or the likes of Zhong from the side of LGD. Yeah, so these players,
Lung as well.
you put Mai on them, Mai looks like tier 1. You put Mai on someone else, like the mid player in your ranked game, suddenly you just hate to see her ever again.
Ooh, but I like this, right? NONGSHIM, Red Force take away the Garo, one of the absolute toe-to-toe, able to go toe-to-toe with the Arlie as well, because Garo's range is pretty much insane. So that's a nice ban. I like that idea, and it's all about restricting Zoro, because Zoro has shown that he does have the substance, right? He will be able to win in a one-on-one matchup.
Absolutely. So what the possible marksman here for Tribe? Maybe a Huangzhong, a Marco Polo, or a Consort Yu would fit the best as their marksman. Not many options left for them. If you want to go for an Erin, which I don't like. Shoye is still left in the pool, which is going to be interesting, but not much of a setup for him. He has to land those skill shots on his own. And
well,
Shoye is terrible against the Mai.
It makes the mark of a good player, right? So maybe. Okay, Marco Polo, good. I like the relocation skills with the roaming gun. That's something that could melt the Zhang Fei down as well.
Plenty of pure damage, percentage-based damage as well. If you go for the Doombringer.
Doomsday. It was in synergy with the Sunpin as well, right? So when the time lapse is dropped, that's like the perfect opportunity for you to jump in with your Fevered Barrage and okay, he picked Purify, which I think makes a little more sense. But usually it would be in the ranked games for the lesser players like us. It's Disruption, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, like, is there a lot of CCs on the side of NONGSHIM? Not really. I mean, you got the Mai short-term duration knockup. That's pretty much it actually. Not much of a CC. Probably only the Zhang Fei ultimate that you really use the Purify for. But yeah, we don't see if they will change that out. What was the last hero for the side of NONGSHIM? I didn't catch that.
Kaiser, Ma Yin.
Oh,
no,
Kaiser,
Elaine.
yes. Kaiser, Ma Yin. Elaine and Ma Yin. Oh, wait. We'll see here. Yeah, it is the Ma Yin Kaiser for NONGSHIM. Yeah, but it's Elaine for the side of Tribe.
It's a scary situation, right? Because at this point, Zoro is pretty vulnerable. There is a lot of high burst potential coming out. One in the form of Siri, the other in the form of Illusion. And if he doesn't build his charge fast enough, even Kyong can kill him pretty.
Yep, absolutely. He's as we don't say that Marco Polo is vulnerable a lot, but he is. He's not squishy. He's relying on his mobility to survive. So he needs to get to those items really fast just to make sure he's able to stand these fights. But opening match between Tribe as well as NONGSHIM Red Force. Let's see who will take the game, the opening game in this best of 3 series. And we do see once again a lot of focus being put on setting up the Clash laner for success, as well as just allowing your jungle to start snowballing. That's going to be the call for the side of Tribe, while Faye will be being an annoyance, just stealing jungle camps from the side of Tribe.
Yep, he makes it more difficult, right? He's slowing down the farm of Mali by quite a lot with each steal. At the same time, Mali, I think if he's below level, he doesn't do well against Haku.
Yep, absolutely. He's those early game jungle heroes that you really want to have a good start and then transition to a good mid game, because you do fall off towards the late game. Kaiser is the one that has the weaker early game, but then his late game potential is much stronger just because of the utility and the tankiness he provides. So Mali, is wouldn't say it's out of the zones yet, but he's still doing okay. Haku in the mid lane, huge
what
engagement.
an ultimate there. Yep, and it's going to be Mali giving away the first blood, but that was a beautiful destructive deluge there. Wanted to start the fight, will not happen. So NONGSHIM Red Force, now they reward themselves with the Crimson Golem, as Haku looking to hit level 5 pretty soon.
I mean, the game's over, right? For Mali, you get your Crimsons stolen. You're not level 4. You just hit level 4. You took a bad fight to start, and one level behind the enemy jungle is a terrible position for a top lane.
Oh, what a nice hit there. They will be winning the 2-on-1 there. Will not finish off the escape coming out from MTS. And this is the lane 1 already for Kyong9. And at this point, 2 kills. It feels like it's worth a lot more.
Yeah, it's already 1,500 network difference. Haku is in trouble trying to heal up, but he should be okay here. But top lane is looking like it's in shambles right now for Tribe.
Yep, Haku, you know, with the Invincible Warrior, literally embodying what an Invincible Warrior is. The lifesteal, the regen will be quite sick for him. And at this point, Illusion, finally, we see a much better start for a Mai player.
And he's just really annoying Mali at the moment, waiting for rotations to come in. Maybe he gets a snipe, but Smite is still available for Mali. He should be able to secure that, but Crimson Golem in the bottom not spawning yet. We see Zhang Fei already there preparing to get a steal to provide vision for his team, and maybe we see another invade coming towards that Crimson Golem.
Fei actually gets it. So at this point, they're trying to make amends on having that slower early game, but Fei is just being a nuisance, just giving them vision, but more importantly, making the potential of an opening fight here. Illusion looking for the setup. Meanwhile, Haku working on that Crimson Golem. Mali will not get the wind slash, and here comes Siri joining the fight, but the stun comes in there as well. He needs to get out now.
Oh.
So far, no deaths yet.
Such a good disengage. You saw how Haku was pulling away the Crimson Golem out of the smite range, making sure he doesn't get stolen. That is the mark of a very mechanically skilled player that understands the game. That is very impressive here from Haku.
Yep, and that's not the end of the performance at this point. Invincible Warrior is still available for Haku, so you can expect that he's going to take an even longer fight. And once again, it might not seem like a lot, but he's taking camps away from the side of Tribe Gaming. So this is going to slow down Mali's farm by quite a significant amount.
If I was Mali, I would be banging my head right now. These guys won't get out of my jungle, and he's calling multiple team members to try and protect the jungle, but to no avail. I mean, the speed of what NONGSHIM is playing at is really quick, and Haku is not done yet. He wants to get more.
Yep, consistently throwing out the Vortex brand as well. Haku is just here to be a nuisance. Does he get the steal? He does, my goodness. Haku just being a menace in the jungle of Tribe Gaming.
Oh, wow. I mean, he's pretty much single-handedly brought the lead to almost 3,000 right now for the side of NONGSHIM. Only 5 minutes in and they're this far ahead. It's looking like a really rough game here for Tribe. Mali is pretty much shut down right now. Look at his net worth, 2,200 only. Energy core completed, but that's pretty much it on a done. You expect him to be way further ahead at this point.
Yep, Tribe Gaming, they need to start sharpening their axes at this point, because the only axe they have is just a patrol axe onto Mali here along with the energy core, and that's not going to be enough to put up a fight against the likes of NONGSHIM Red Force, who are about 3,000 gold ahead. Eyes on the Tyrant as well, first Tyrant of the game, neutral objective, and this will just increase the farm and EXP that they have.
Not even close top lane. Looks like Arlie's getting a solo kill on towards the lane, but pops the death on Sunset and he's able to get out. MTS no ultimate though, so he's gonna get out of there. Max Green's gonna die.
Green. Yep, he is just low on health, going to be taken out. Invincible Warrior dropped by Haku, trying to work onto 2. The Beast is dropped as well. Can they get the kill? Zoro going to be jumping out, not going to be allowed to live here. Illusion makes it work for the team, getting another punch down. And the fan, my goodness, just taking them out one by one. In the meantime, while all of that chaos and confusion, our dear Mayin, Kyong, has taken down the tier 2 as well.
It seems like NONGSHIM was checking the rulebook and found the tiebreaker rules down to fastest game, and they decided, all right, let's get the fastest game done on the board. I mean, 6 minutes 30 seconds in, they got 2 tier 2 towers already. The entire map is for them to just open up. The world is their oyster right now for the side of NONGSHIM, and it's 5-0. Doesn't look like a huge scoreline, but the net worth is almost 7,000 right now. 6,000 net worth lead going towards the way of NONGSHIM game.
That's crazy. That's almost 1,000 gold a minute. And at this point, you know, yes, they won't be able to break the fastest game time we have seen thus far, which was, I think, 7 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yep.
But you can be damn sure that NONGSHIM Red Force, they are ready to end the game really soon.
Yeah, with this, it's not even a Shadow Overlord, but they're just gonna get the Overlord, maybe try and push up to the high ground with this. But, you know, NONGSHIM, the one word we keep describing them by is clinical. And if they don't feel like they can be strong enough to win the game at this point, they're not gonna try and risk it. But if they take a couple of favorable team fights, then things might change. Max Green, a little bit too aggressive there.
Yeah, they're gonna jump in. Unruly Blade gonna be dropped in as well. The Beast is dropped, and in the meantime, Death at Sunset gonna be dropped down as well. It's a killing spree for the Kaiser. Haku gives his life for that, but at the same time, nobody has been able to touch Siri. Siri gets the return kill as well. Outplay on the side of NONGSHIM Red Force, and they will reward themselves with the rest of the towers. It is an ace coming in from the side of the Korean boys.
We just said, you know, they won't end the game if they don't feel confident, but confident they are trying to end the game right away. 8 minutes in, they almost broke the fastest game, but that is a performance of its own. Wow, NONGSHIM Red Force takes game number 1.
Oh, that's a big congratulations to the Korean team here. NONGSHIM Red Force, yes, they weren't the fastest thus far, but for the record, in this competition, Esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifier, they are the fastest. 8 minutes and 8 seconds, so 0. My goodness.
My goodness, indeed. I mean, 20-second difference from the fastest game, and NONGSHIM is looking as dominant as ever. I mean, that was a scary performance. They knew what's up. They came in fresh out of the oven. They just took everything away from Tri. Mali had the worst game of his life, pretty much. And
it's a force error, right? Like Tribe Gaming, they were caught with their pants down. There were no access to shop, but they had a shovel. That's the most they had in this game, because it was camp after camp stolen. Faye with the smite, Haku with the steals, and kills from all across the board.
MVP, I think definitely going towards Haku, definitely. I mean, 3-1 and 3. His impact in the game is more than what his scoreline is showing. He was everywhere, and it was just a nuisance for the entire team. Mali especially, every time he goes into the jungle, he stares into these deep blue eyes of Haku, and he knows that, alright, I'm not gonna have anything to eat tonight.
It's the ocean eyes of fear here, and Haku really just putting the invincible warrior to shame, because at this point he embodies what the true invincible warrior is. At this point, let's take a look at the items itself. Zoro didn't manage to farm that much, right? Sparkforged Dagger, still haven't completed the Doomsday. Meanwhile, in the hands of Siri, already having the Storm Sword with the Doomsday and Crimson Reaper, so probably heading into the Eternity Blade already.
I mean, usually if you look at 8 minutes in item for Marco Polo, he would have pretty much almost the same items, maybe just slightly ahead. So in terms of farm, he's not that far behind, but just because of how fast NONGSHIM was playing, I mean, he just looked completely useless at this point. But that's the Marco Polo. You do need a couple of items to become online, but NONGSHIM Red Force just didn't put their foot off the meadow there. They just went all in and definitely took the win away.
Yeah. They did pretty well, actually. I think Tribe Gaming, they showed that they understand where the win condition was going to come from. MTS was consistently trying to get on the back of Siri, right? So there was a moment at the last fight where Siri was brought down to close to pixel health. But, you know, the farm was just too far behind on the side of Tribe Gaming. They could not do it.
Absolutely not. I mean, it was just so stifling. You could feel that the map closing down. You were running out of space to move around. Mali was just calling for help. Every time you look at the jungle, it was just 4 heroes there. And let's take a look at the replay of the perfect game here from NONGSHIM Red Force.
Yep, at the start it was looking a bit shaky for the side of Haku as they got caught in the destructive deluge. But once he laid down that invincible Warrior, my goodness. It was actually the Vortex brand that killed off the members on the side of Tribe Gaming, and this a beautiful beast form drop down unbridled outburst, changing the whole fight here. MTS was trying his best, but the last Maple Dance saving Siri, I did not see that, but what a play at that point.
Absolute outplay there. I mean, we were talking about Illusion being one of the youngest players here, 16 years old, playing in their mid. Absolutely insane of a player as well. I mean, if Haku didn't have such a good game, Illusion would be the MVP hands down. But when you're playing like Haku, like it's hard to compete against that. But still, a very well played game there for NONGSHIM.
Yep, thank you for the reminder, man. I forgot that Illusion was 16, dude. This guy is a beast. He's just a little boy. But nonetheless, of course, NONGSHIM Red Force now will be kind of prepping, right? Sharpening their own axes to try and chop down the rest of Tribe Gaming. That potential final game is going to be happening in less than 3 minutes. So we have 3 minutes to really talk about it. Zero, what went wrong for the side of Tribe?
I mean, what didn't went wrong would be probably the app answer there. But I feel like, you know, Tribe, they had the numbers in their jungle trying to defend, trying to give Mali back their space. But they felt like they were afraid to take that numbers advantage. Even if it was a 3 versus 4 fight, they were always grouped up together and afraid to take the engagement to NONGSHIM to punish them. So if you're gathering 4 members there, you better just take a good fight, because if you don't, that's 4 members not farming across the map.
That's true. Another thing that I would like to maybe deliberate over was the fact that they picked a Marco Polo going into an early matchup, right? So yes, we do have the roaming gun on the Marco Polo, which means he's able to reposition himself. But when you're going up against the early, the moment she uses a Parasol to jump in, it's a guaranteed 3 to 4 hits. And as a Marco, you're not very survivable. So yeah. Do you think there should be a change for the Marco?
Yeah, looking at this game, probably at the pace, probably even something like a Consort U, something that can take those hits and trade it back and potentially even get a return kill would be better. Sure, some of the skills are blocked by the Parasol, but by the Maple Dance, but you know that is a trade-off you have to take just for a better auto attack situation, because Marco Polo is not going to win an auto attack trade against the Artie for sure. But you just need to be able to get something else out of that.
That's right. And I think another thing they could look at the mid as well. We have seen the very individual target heroes, which are in the form of like Mai Shiranui and stuff like that. We did get teased with a Diao Chan. We have not seen a Diao Chan at all today. Based on the way that NONGSHIM likes to fight, it could be a Diao Chan that really changes the fate of Tribe Gaming.
Something that can take the long fights, actually excel in the long drawn out fights would be great. And against a Kaiser who doesn't have a lot of burst, against a lot of lockdown, that might be the pick for them. But of course, Lady Zen left in the pool, that's a very enticing hero to pick up. Sometimes it's just hard to see past see past what she provides, and she might be a good hero, but there might be better heroes against the matchup that you're facing.
Oh, for sure. And of course, the last thing we maybe should take a look at, the Zhang Fei. You talked about this the entire day, the Zhang Fei being banned out. Is that something they should consider?
I think at this point, yes, you have to take the Zhang Fei out. Forget the Yang Yihuans, forget the Da Qiaos. Let them have it. Those are harder to execute as a team. It's easier for you to punish as well. But the Zhang Fei is just too good of an aggressive support that can also protect your marksman. It just does everything at this point. Playing with Smite allows you to invade jungle so early on, and if you don't take away these aggressive heroes, the aggressive support heroes, then you're gonna have a tough time facing against an aggressive team.
Yeah, totally agree. Another member of the support community that we have not seen is actually the Liu Shan, right? So I'm curious to see if Liu Shan will make an appearance this time in the last chance qualifier. As expected, right? In this particular sequence of events, we are looking at a support ban day. It's 4 bans on all the various supports: Zolia, Da Qiao, and Ming, the first of the few to get banned with the ban hammer.
What do they have against supports here, Kin?
Liu Shan is good, Liang is good, Dong Wang is good. You know, there's so many I can list them all out because I play support.
Yeah, I mean, it's the meta ones are definitely off the table, so you have to take the tier 2 ones, right? But there's still so many options available. You don't really want to pigeonhole yourself in towards just playing very one-dimensionally is the thing. So Arlie will be taken up there by Tribe. NONGSHIM Red Force, a lane available for them, Lady Zen. There's no Lady Sun, but there is still the Consort Yu available, the Liren, the Zhang Fei, of course. They're gonna most probably snap that right up and maybe pair it with like a lane or a Dun jungle. But they will go for the Mai again.
Why would they allow such a pick? Like, why would you allow the Zhang Fei again?
Lessons learned, but not quick enough, it seems. I mean, you saw how impactful Fei was on the Zhang Fei. You definitely want to take that out of his hands.
Yeah, exactly, and it probably is going to be a double smite composition again. This time, they're going to try out with the Sun Bin to see if the time flex and the time lapse will be enough, right? So maybe some reduction of damage, or rather recovery of health, right? And the disruption from the ultimate and silence would be able to help them. I'm not sure. Thoughts, man?
It will help a little bit, but if it doesn't matter if they don't take fights, right? They drafted a very team fight heavy lineup previously, but they were too afraid of taking fights because Mali was behind in net worth. He wasn't on his top of the game. So when you are hesitant to take a fight, especially when you're behind, that's the scariest part. Is that you're not gonna outfarm your opponents, so you need to take risks and try and win the game, you know, taking these risks, because you just need one good fight to take back control of the game.
Yeah, for sure. And at this point, I think they need a little bit more catch, right? Both of these teams don't exactly have the best catch. Of course, NONGSHIM Red Force, they're looking at a more poke style composition, similar to what Tribe Gaming will be looking at. But I think Tribe Gaming is looking more for the counter play, right? With the Destructive Deluge, with the Silence coming in as well. And the final bands coming out will be the Dun, as well as the Pei coming in. So one team doesn't want to have to deal with a lot of tankiness, a lot of life points to melt through, while the other does not want to get bursted down. I mean, they're quite squishy on the side of Tribe as well.
Yep. I definitely see that in the bans, and that's something that you've accurately pointed out there. NONGSHIM has the idea what they want to play. They want to burst you guys. They want to tear down your houses, not brick by brick, but just with a dynamite, and they're just really drafting towards that area. Tribe, what options do you have at this point? I mean, jungle, a Zilong maybe, what else is a tanky jungle? There's not too many left in the pool there with the Mankey and the Dun taken out.
Well, they can go for the Arthur as well. I think Arthur does well as a tank. At the same time, you know, maybe they want to just double down on this. Go for someone with a lot of iframes. Go for a Jing, right? Or you could entertain the idea of maybe a Li Bai as well. You can bait a lot of skills out with the Stupor Slash. You can bait a lot of skills out with the Stroke of Genius, and most importantly, you can get the kills with the Flickering Flurry. That's something they could entertain with the thought of, you know.
Yeah, I think the Levi does make sense, but I really like the Jing idea of it, allowing you to really. You're gonna be soft anyways, so why not just put more damage in your lineup and try and take that burst trait to your advantage, especially against the likes of the Mai as well as the Liren Jie. They're not very survivable, but looks like they are going for a Lu Ban number 7. No, that was you're being trolled here, Kin.
That would have been nice, right? A double MM strat. Yeah, I would have loved that. Yeah, but regardless, right, they have to play logically at this point, or at least realistically, right? So they will lock in the Nerta, they will lock in the Mayin. I like the Skyfall potential from Nerta, but we haven't seen a lot of good Nertas. Let's be honest about that. So Nertas, if they don't have the team communication, they most probably fly to their deaths.
Yeah, and who's going to be playing with the Nerza here? There's not much of a synergy with the likes of the Lady Zen or the Arlie or even the Mayin. So he's kind of will have to be playing on his own, and that means that he needs to have a good lane, a good game. in the jungle. But from what we've seen from NONGSHIM so far, they're never gonna allow you to have that. They're always gonna be invading your jungle. They're always gonna be pressuring you on your side of the map. So this Neza, he needs to have a hell of a game. Maybe just start off the game with 2 kills. If or not, he's just gonna really be in a tough position here.
Okay, so Sunta going to be locked in for the side of NONGSHIM Red Force, and it looks like the King of the Sea is going to be the win condition they're looking at. So we're expecting a lot of boat crashes later on, and I think that might make the world's difference. It's not even a slight difference, I think. The boat will change the fight.
Yeah, there's just so much CCs right now on the side of NONGSHIM, and they are setting sail for victory here. At least in terms of the draft, I definitely like NONGSHIM draft a lot more. So much CC, so much burst potential on their side, and you know, Tribe, they've been sort of drafted into a dead end. I mean, if you have to pick up Neza as your jungle, you know you have been outdrafted during the entire phase. So not looking good here for the side of Tribe, but hey, maybe they can surprise us with something they can pull out of the bag.
Yeah, you know what? It's not only the tools, right? It's how you use the tools as well. You can give me a shovel, and if I'm asking you to paint, it might not be the best picture. So at this point, you know, Tribe Gaming, I think if they work well with the resources they have, it should be an even game as well. But it's too early to say anything at this point.
It is. We haven't even gotten through the laning stage, but different sort of focus you can see being put on here for Tribe. This time they're prioritizing Mali instead of the Clash lane. Meanwhile, as expected, NONGSHIM already playing on the enemy side of the map. Oh, Zoro. Not a trade you want to take like that. You kind of want to use your skills along with that. And Siri, is he going to get sniped off? No, he's going to be able to teleport away to safety. But Illusion, I mean, yes, this is a way to play it. You know that you're not going to have great wave clear anyway, so just be late, a little bit late in the lane, but get your farm from your enemy jungle. That is a very smart move.
Yeah, making full efficiency, right? So at this point, once again, Tribe, they have to make something else work. Right now, they're eyeing up the Azure Golem, but the reset comes in. So NONGSHIM Red Force, they know exactly what they're supposed to do at this point.
It's like they already read their opponent so well. They know that they're coming. You see Illusion just drawing it away, letting it reset, knowing that they're gonna drop the CCs on towards the bush, and they're just playing very well. And rotations are gonna come in from Illusion up towards top along with Haku. They're trying to get a kill on towards Mayin to set up the Sun Tzu for a good game, but MTS. Oh, okay, Illusion, a little bit of a mistake there. Have to wait for the passive, and he's gonna be A-okay.
Yeah, it's a cross map play, right? So at this point, it's really how many of these camps can we take away, and it looks like 2 at a go will be the answer, as they have to find a punish somehow. Tribe Gaming, they are the ones with the access. They need to make something happen.
Oh, but they're backing off so quickly. The moment that NONGSHIM spots out 4 members, they instantly get the hell out of there. So at least Tribe is responding very well to this aggression, not really letting NONGSHIM take everything they want. But it definitely is still slowing them down, as you can see in the net worth. Already 1,000 net worth lead going towards the way of NONGSHIM.
Yeah, they're going to keep eyes on the Crimson Golem at this point. They can't afford to give it away again, because that's going to be a very, very stark level difference between the junglers. And right now, mid lane, maybe they want to start something.
Looks like they're really just going to prioritize Mali recovering in this game. I say recover because he's a full level behind Haku at the moment. And if he just gets his stolen, he is in for a rough game. We talked about Neza needing a perfect early game start. He has not found that yet, but he is trying to find some way to recover so far.
Well, it has been perfect slowdown, I guess. But you know, NONGSHIM Red Force are very confident in their abilities, and like I said, it's the same as the previous game, right? They're able to kind of pull the puppet on the strings here, and you know, influence the movements across the map from Tribe.
Yeah, you see them drawing members to mid. That allows Musashi to invade the enemy jungle. Once they try and defend top, they're gonna try and steal the bottom jungle away from the side of Tribe. So very orchestrated moves across the map, and you know, Illusion knows exactly what his team needs. He knows exactly where to play. He gets the river crab as well. Oh my god.
It was super disgusting because the flowing sky came down and Haku actually just canceled that out with the illuminating slash. Mani just get one back, but Duel to the Death going to be dropped down as well. The ultimate's going to be dropped down, but the boat is here to change the fight. The flash has been committed, and at this point, it's all about illusion. A 16-year-old boy will not make it work just yet. They get punished on the side of NONGSHIM.
Finally, something goes well for the side of Tribe. Two misses on the side of Illusion, a rare mistake, and he pays with his life there.
Well, to err is human, right? So, and plus he's 16, so we can cut him some slack.
He's got plenty of years to learn from mistakes, but that shouldn't be the be all and all. I mean, he's had a phenomenal series, 2 series so far at least. So you know, he's allowed to make mistakes at this point.
Oh, and Faye, he steals another camp again, and Mali could only stand and watch.
That's the power of the Zhang Fei. You know that you can't take that man-on-man fight. He has too much shields, and you know that the rotations can come in at any point with the Musashi as well as the Mai Shiranui, and bottom lane is going to be NONGSHIM going for the Tyrant while also stealing the top camps as well. They're everywhere and just taking everything they want.
Yep, and this lack of information coming in from Tribe Gaming, right, makes them fearful. At this point, Duel to the Death going to be dropped down as well. Ultimates are thrown. Will Haku survive? He does, gets in, gets out. Time lapse going to help to make things a little bit more difficult. At the same time, Illusion, our 16-year-old on the backline, saved the day. And the jump comes in, the savior of the day. It is going to be Siri as well. The damage. Offense is the best defense, and NONGSHIM take a huge win, trading 3 for 1.
That engagement looked terrible for NONGSHIM, and they made it work anyways, only losing Haku, but not before the damage was done. And they're gonna be able to take away the Azure Golden buff away from Neza again. The Faye's gonna be one to get it. Mali,
yep,
he's gonna be hating the jungle, and he's gonna be asking for a role change very soon if he's keep facing against the strength of NONGSHIM.
I mean, I can't help but feel your pity or empathy for the side of the jungle, right? For Tribe, Mani was doing his best, and now Kyong has eyes onto the Mayin as well. And TS not having the best time as well, going up 1-on-1 against Kyong.
He definitely can't get that trade, and you know, this was sort of a bait. You see the Sun Tzu moving away, you feel comfortable going back in, but Illusion was in position.
Yep, counterplay. It is going to be Mani being chased down. The beast is dropped as well. Nobody to follow up just yet, but Illusion and the crew are moving in. The set sail has been unleashed. The boat crashes in. They will get the kill on the lady turn as well. Zoro once again picked up by Illusion. The 16-year-old is making it work. They complete the trifecta here. 4 members dead on the side of Tribe as they have been axed.
Phenomenal. That was absolutely phenomenal play there from him. The entire team, in fact, of NONGSHIM, and they will be able to reap their rewards. Tier 1 in the mid does go down. Tier 2 on top looking like it's in trouble as well. And what can go wrong here for NONGSHIM? I mean, they're taking every single fight in their favor. 7,000 net worth already in their favor, and they're continuing to take away farm from Mali. They'll take away the Overlord as well now that the Primal Bonds has expired. Bottom lane Sun Tzu is gonna bring down the tier 2 tower as well. I mean, what else can happen here for NONGSHIM? Everything's going right for them.
Oh, they tried, but the boat sets sail, and once again he makes it out. There is a potential of a counterplay coming in as well. The boat circles back. Nobody just yet. He will throw the boat down as well. At this point, Destructive Deluge, a little bit preemptive, premature actually for the fight, and it looks like this could be the marker for NONGSHIM to come in. Beast is dropped down as well in the middle of the base. They will take the tier 3 on the top. Where else is the damage going to come in from? Nowhere else, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, the 2 other lanes are also pushed up as well. So tier 3s are ripe for the taking. Another Crimson Golem taken away from the hands of Tribe Gaming as they will face another 2-way siege in the mid as well as the top. Where's the marksman? CV is towards the mid. He's going to do well against the Neza, who can't really have the range to try and stop that. The bottom lane push will be stifled. So will the mid. So good defense so far from the side of Tribe. Not needing to trade any of their members for that. But that was all because NONGSHIM decided, hey, let's not push our luck, let's not push our too much of our advantage, let's regroup, get our ultimates up, and go for the next fight.
Yep, you know, and Faye hasn't even completed the Dawnlight yet. These are just like half items coming out from the final build, right? Patrol X and actually going for the Radiance, so making sense of his life pool to slow down and damage the members of Tribe Gaming, even as a poke.
Yeah, you see him, he's building items very economically, getting those cheap value items to allow him to stay in these fights longer, and it's been paying dividends so far. They've been everywhere across the map. They can take anything they want. Another Azure Golem going towards the way of NONGSHIM, and they are 10,000 net worths ahead with this mid lane tower in Shambles. Musashi's not there yet, so they might just hold things off unless they get a kill on those MTS.
No. Yep, the iframes will help them up with the whatever, and at this point, it's just it's not gonna calm before the storm. This is the guillotine hanging on the top here. Kyung will get a little piece of health taken away from him, but at this point, it doesn't matter, right? Simple reset, the neutral objectives, the shadow versions are coming out, and without a shadow of a doubt, these objectives will be taken quickly by NONGSHIM.
Yeah, the perfect play here will be to balance out the HPs and kill both at the same time, so they get the buff as well as the shadow vanguards to help push out, and they are doing exactly that. That is just perfectly done here from the side of NONGSHIM, taking both. Okay, a little bit too early. They're gonna take a little bit more damage, but that is just not enough. Two huge objectives that will allow NONGSHIM to end the game. They've got them both.
Yep, the doors are slammed shut for any chance of a comeback unless Tribe Gaming figures some miracle out at this point. Right now, Shadow Vanguards and Shadow Overlords will be marching down in the mid lane as well. Set sail going to be procced and activated at this point.
Oh,
and here comes the knockup. Will they go for the kill? That's the big question. Seaweed already melting them down like a hot knife through butter, as well as Imperial Order going to be dropped down. This is flowing side going in. There is a time lapse, but that's too early. Everything thrown on the side of Tribe Gaming, and you know what? NONGSHIM is ready for the fight still.
Yeah.
At this point, it really is looking like the start of the end. Everyone is crashing in.
It's gonna be a tough fight for the side of
Skyfall.
Tribe. Oh, Neza.
Really? That's the play? Mali goes in 1-on-3, gives his life away, and the ship has set sail. It's gonna crash in as well. Max Green gonna drop down. Another time lapse, but the Beast is gonna follow suit as well. Oh, 5 members are gone, and NONGSHIM Red Force show up in numbers and take the game.
That was just... I mean, we talked about them being clinical, surgical, clean, whatever. There's just way too many adjectives to describe how NONGSHIM Red Force has played. But perfect would be the last one to cap it all off. I mean, this was the perfect game for NONGSHIM. Everything was done right.
Yep, and you know what? If you know what NONGSHIM is, it's hard to miss, right? It's hard not to follow the instructions. Open the seasoning, take out the noodles. Everything goes in sequence. And when you're done, you get a very clean game here. And actual axing of Tribe Gaming, this is their dream, potentially crushed, because NONGSHIM once again restore their lead at the top of the table.
Not to mention set the fastest time as well. So if there's any sort of tiebreaker scenario, you know NONGSHIM is going to come out on top. So pressure is on the likes of Weibo Gaming right now, who hasn't dropped a game, who hasn't lost any series as well. And once again, Faye, MVP of this game.
No question, right? I mean, Zero, we were talking about this even before the game started.
Yeah, you give Faye the Zhang Fei, you know that you're in for a rough game already, and they're kicking themselves in the foot right now. Probably try. I mean, they banned out the Da Qiao to start off with, and they're thinking. When you look back, you'll be thinking that could have been a Zhang Fei.
Yeah, that could have been a Zhang Fei. At any point of the game, a Zhang Fei was worth the ban. But let's take a look at the itemization at this point. Illusion, nothing too greedy at this point, already completing the Insatiable Tome, so he had a little bit of lifesteal going on. But more importantly, right, besides damage from that Scepter Reverberation Savant Craft, Haku, Kyung, as well as Faye, they were also tanky. Look at the amount of HP they had, right? The Giant's Grip onto Haku, Blazing Cape, Blood Rage as well as the Frost Scar Embrace. Likewise, Kyong has the Frigid Charge, Axe of Torment, Succubus Cloak, Faye with the Dawnlight already completed, and with the Radiance coming in from the Guardian. My goodness, just so much tank. Even Siri himself did the Ominous Premonition.
I was just about to say that. Even Siri is building tanky. Even if you look at his boots, he's not building attack speed, he's not building CC control, he's just building raw damage reduction. And this was a game plan that, you know, they already came up with at the start. The itemization was perfect, and NONGSHIM is really just setting the bar high for the rest of the teams to match.
Yep, it's literally too spicy for Tribe Gaming to swallow at this point. And I mean, what a game from the Korean boys here. And I'm just flabbergasted, right? Illusion, 16 years old. How is he so good?
Is, you know, they found a diamond in the rough, right? You don't find these players without, you know, a lot of scouting, a lot of playing. And I mean, he fit the lineup perfectly. He is just a child phenom, and I'm excited to see him progress further in his career.
Yep, this one was a sacrifice play by Haku, I believe. No, not yet, not this one. But in any case, Illusion, yes, this was a sacrifice play. First blood given away by Illusion, our young kid on the block. In the meantime, Haku was just making life so difficult. Everyone was getting free time, free hits. And Haku even made it out at this point, I think. No, did not.
He did not, but you know, they still took everything they wanted away. You see Siri surviving by the skin of his teeth, and they just kept getting kill after kill. And after that fight, it was just game over here pretty much here for the side of Tribe. No response whatsoever to anything that NONGSHIM was able to bring up to the table.
Yep, the time flux was rendered muted, rendered useless, right? And yeah, Illusion jumping in with the flash plays there, flashy as hell.
It absolutely is. I mean, the entire team has been just so flashy. You see Sunsa really even baiting out the Splendor to be used there, and that was all she wrote here. NONGSHIM will be taking the top of the table, putting pressure on the rest of the teams, especially on Weiball Gaming. And since that is the only direct competitor right now, in terms of the standing, as you can see, very well timed there. Weiball Gaming, they need to win perfectly, and they need to win fast.
Well, it looks a bit difficult for the rest of the teams here. Tribe Gaming, Virtus Pro, as well as SCARZ, who are all in negative numbers at this point. So yes, Weiball Gaming is the next one closest to NONGSHIM Red Force. In a little bit, we will let you know what's the next game as well to see how this will impact the rest of it. If I'm not wrong, the next game should be SCARZ going up against a Virtus Pro.
Yep. Exactly, SCARZ versus Virtus Pro will not be a very impactful sort of like matchup that will affect the top. You know, Virtus Pro already losing the first series, getting the second series would make things interesting, but they are quite far ahead from chasing up to the top. And SCARZ is basically out at this point. It's hard for them to come back from the 0-2 deficit, especially even if they win every single game, and if NONGSHIM lose every single game, they still have the head-to-head matchup in favor of NONGSHIM.
Yeah, we will take a look at we'll math the math later, right? And we'll see whether it makes sense for them, whether SCARZ still has a fighting chance in this competition. But nonetheless, I think you mentioned earlier in the day, SCARZ, they have a very important job, right? Which is they have to try and get as many wins out of today's matches as well. Yep. And their next challenger is going to be Virtus Pro. So all the way from Poland here, mix and match of Russian, Estonians, and Germans as well. So this is a pretty nice mix of people in the Virtus Pro lineup. Let's see if they can take a win off of SCARZ as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, but we're gonna go for a break before we come back to the next matchup, guys. So ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the next match. 2 more games remain in the EWC Last Chance qualifiers, and we will have to find out if the game is up, the jig is up here for SCARZ, as they'll be facing up against Virtus Pro in this best of 3 matchup. SCARZ, bottom of the table right now. Their chances to make it to Riyadh look slim, but this is the perfect chance for them to regain a little bit of dignity against Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it's a little tighter, right, for the side of maybe Tribe and Virtus Pro to get anything going. Because I think we have Weibo Gaming and NONGSHIM who are already leading a pack, right? So I think it's pretty close, already pretty clear who is at the top or who is near that qualification.
Yep, absolutely. But this is the battle of trying not to be at the bottom, because if SCARZ beats Virtus Pro, then suddenly you have Virtus Pro likely to finish at the bottom of the table. But if SCARZ loses out here, it's pretty much done that you're at the bottom. But of course, there's not much of a consequence for being at the bottom of the table. It's just it can be a little bit of a morale downer if you finish last without a single win. So SCARZ will definitely try and find some way to find through this. Virtus Pro didn't play the cleanest of games. They didn't look that hot when they were playing against Tribe. But hey, anything can happen, especially when you have a clash of completely different regions. The draft is going to be interesting. The hero playstyle will also be interesting. So let's see what's going to happen in this first game of this best of 3 series between SCARZ and Virtus Pro. And a Lamb, first ban. We said it was going to be interesting. Right? We said it was going to be interesting.
Yes, it is straight away. Like, okay, I mean, yes, he has a certain amount of iframes as well, and the death from below is actually quite disruptive to teamfights as well. So I can understand the ban, right? But we have to see what else is going to be followed up. It's going to be the Dolia ban.
Nothing too out of the ordinary with that ban. It's just a classic ban your supports day. We didn't see too much of this during the Season 2 Invitational. It was all Lady Zen's taken out, the Mai, the Elaine's taken out, but here it's just supports all day. But SCARZ is trying to break out of that circle, think out of the box a little bit. They banned the Heino, and this also means that there's a lot more different supports in the pool, which makes sense. You want to have your options open in terms of the supports, which can be a very important role as well.
Exactly. And now it's up to Virtus Pro if they want to change it up now. Maybe not ban another support, I guess. It will not be. It will be an early ban. So we can expect a Lady Sun, we can expect a Dirunjie. These are the usual picks. But Mai is going to be first pick again.
I mean, Illusion made that hero look like it was broken, but SCARZ hasn't really had that success with it so far. They're going to try once again. That leaves open the Elaine and Lady Zen opening, potentially for the side of Virtus Pro, or even maybe a Lei Zhang Fei or a Zhang Fei Lady Zen. Those have been the classic openings, but they will lock down the Lady Sun as quickly as possible. They don't want it in the hands of SCARZ, which would have been playing that quite a bit, and now SCARZ has the option. Do we want to pick up the Dirunjie over here to try and out-tempo the side of Virtus Pro, or are they going to go for something else? Oh, wow. I love this. I love the Alessio
Okay. Share why you think Alessio is such a good pick.
He can go toe-to-toe in terms of the burst damage against Vex. He can be very tough to lock down. Elaine is... can't really just close up with him. He has plenty of escape skills of his own. He can traverse the hills, the terrain, to be able to protect himself against the prince, against the Lady Zen. And his early to mid game is pretty decent. His late game potential as well. Not to mention the laning phase isn't terrible for him. He can go blow to blow against the Lady Sun in the lane.
Okay, I see your point there. For me, it's really about the smoke screen, right? Buying a lot of time, and just obscuring the vision of the opponents as well. But you know what? The ultimate shell does go through that, right? She essentially can just shoot her bullets through or into the smoke.
Yep, she definitely can. But the laning space is a bit more oppressive. He does have he has his shells to be able to clear the way fast, and then he can assist the jungle to clear out the jungle with the support as well, so he can be able to progress his farm a lot faster than the Lady Sun, who needs to rotate a bit more, spend a bit more mana to be able to get to that same level. But it's not about just the marksman versus marksman matchup. It's all over. The jungle still matter, the clash lane still matters, and the Virtus Pro will pick up the Dun jungle for themselves. Most potentially. I mean, it can be played in a support role, but I think this will be a Dun jungle for Virtus Pro.
Right, we'll see. So Kaiser gonna make the show here. Gonna be helped to be picked by Tay, and Ochik will be looking at picking up the Byron. So finally, yes, a much more robust lineup, right? They have the tank, they have the heals, they have the damage as well, and actually pretty decent burst coming up from SCARZ.
Yep, definitely. There's a lot of potential, insta gibbs with the Byron and the Mai as well as the Alicio. They have to open up for them, but on the other hand, Virtus Pro finish off with the Moses pick, and they can play pretty aggressive as well. They have the Dun going to the jungle, they have the Moses as the roaming support. So in terms of draft, King, which one do you prefer? Because I think this is probably one of the most even drafts we had, at least for SCARZ. They are not that... I think they might be even slightly favored in terms of the draft.
Yeah, actually I agree with that. So if SCARZ play their cards right, I think this should be a win, a dub for them, right? Likewise on the other side for VP Virtus Pro, I think for me, simply because I play a lot of the support mods role, I think if the Mortar is able to pop off in terms of like landing the cannon blast at the right time, or maybe even jumping into 4 or 5 to get the thing inside the box, it will make the difference in the match.
Absolutely. We talked a lot about the Moses support, where we feel like that should be the natural lane for it. Just provides so much and is deceptively tanky as well with the amount of shields that he can put up. Add-on as well as Prince will clear off the waves really quickly and hit directly into the jungle, playing as aggressive as possible. But hey, Tay started off there from the red cap, so a little bit that wasn't something that VP spotted out there, so they're not going to get too much out of it. Tay was able to clean up the last camp, and he's just going to be slightly slowed now, but this also indicates that there will be a lot more importance from the jungle to roam up to the top lane to help out the Byron lock down the lane.
Yeah, we were hoping that they were gonna learn from the mistakes of the past games, and turns out they did, right? So this is very promising coming out from SCARZ. All they have to do is to make sure that they follow through in terms of recovery throughout the entire game. So far, I think they are pretty much even. I don't think there's anyone that's secured an advantage just yet.
Yeah, if you look at the net worth, it is pretty much dead even right now, which is good for SCARZ. I mean, we talked about them always being behind, but right now, almost getting a kill onto a Smack. On the other side, they're gonna get a kill on towards Ochi as well. Big play coming from Fadon. Arashi couldn't finish off the job against Mac, and that's gonna be the advantage going towards the way of Virtus Pro. Small advantage nonetheless, still an advantage going towards the way of the Polish side.
Yeah, and that's exactly, we were talking about how they managed to recover and instantly gets punished.
Yeah, but not the biggest of disadvantages in the world. They were pretty close in getting the first blood themselves, so it would be a little bit unlucky, or just Fadon just playing out of his mind there, getting the kill. TP towards mid. They're gonna send Tay here, but not much Tay can really do against Prince right now on the Lady Zen. She's too oppressive to really go into at the moment, so he's just gonna be a teleport to the red. Towards the Crimson Golem. Bottom lane, Ochi in trouble. He might be brought down once again. Lady Sun getting the kill. That's gonna be the second death for Ochi, and it might be more. Ayashi in trouble, uses the smoke screen to get out of danger, but it is still not a lane he wants to stay in right now. 3 heroes down bottom. They are going to start pressuring this tier 1 tower.
I mean, is it a mistake, right? The fact that they changed Tay from the farm lane and swap it over with Arashi, is that the win condition that SCARZ have identified for themselves?
It could just be, that Arashi is more comfortable playing the Alicio compared to Tay, and flexibility is good in a sense, as long as you don't give up too much. But sometimes, you know, the master of one is better than the master of none. So we'll have to see how this pans out. Tay towards the mid already, trying to get initiation on towards Vex, but at this point, without the adequate amount of stuns, you're not going to be able to do that. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they are pushing the tier 1 tower very aggressively. It's already down to 1/3 of its health. Not looking good here for the bottom lane tower for SCARZ.
Yep, actually that's one of the hidden benefits of a Mozi, right? His Peacebringer are actually able to deal quite a lot of damage onto turrets as well.
Yeah, definitely coming to play here, and he's gonna roam down bottom while we have the tyrant spawning. So SCARZ looking to seize the initiative once again. Bottom lane, Mac going for a kill, not gonna get it. It will pay with his life. That's gonna be Tay rotating in, getting the kill, and getting a nice little recovery for him. That's gonna be good for the side of SCARZ if they can transition this into more, and they will get more. Ladies and will fall. Vex in trouble as well, trying to man fight everybody, and he's not gonna be able to do it, and they will be able to keep Rilver alive at the moment. Fadden still trying to survive. He's hiding behind the tower for now, but SCARZ should go for the objective right away and back off, and they will do just that. Very well done there by SCARZ, being able to find a way to come back in this game.
Yep, looks like the role change actually working out really well for the side of SCARZ. But map control still a little bit off on the side for SCARZ though.
Yeah, the lane top didn't join any fights and has been able to push up very aggressively towards the tier 1, almost being brought down there. The next time Rilver leaves this lane is the tower will be going down. And you know, Neron's just being a pest. Rilver wants to join the fight, he wants to be aggressive, but this Elaine is just constantly pushing at his tower.
Yep, the potential catch out. ASD here, keeping eyes on Vex.
He's just saying hi to him, just a little high five to the face, and just backing off there. ASD, not much plays he can make at the moment. Maybe the rotation down bottom would be great, but that also means that Vex will be pressuring the mid. So Tate will rotate in to try and slow things down. Vex will have to get out of there, but that also means the rotation down bottom will be a little bit too late. Tier 1 will be going down. It will be the Lady Sun picking it up there. Mac did die in the previous engagement, so her tempo is slightly slowed down, but nothing too bad. Only a 500 point lead, 500 net worth lead going to the other hand, and the smite steal huge there for Tay.
Yeah, I think Tay is the one that got it, right?
Yeah, I think so. We'll know when
so
Vex's Azure runs out. Oh
Azure
no, bad
Golem.
fight.
Oh no.
They lose one instantly. That's Arashi going down. 4 heroes left. Tay pops the Invincible Warrior, trying to man fight everybody, but 5 heroes has shown up towards the mid lane. A lot of shields being put up as well. That's not a fight you want to go for at the moment, and SCARZ will have to let go of the Overlord. Top tier 1 has already been brought down as well.
Yep, and that's a lot of ultimates thrown out for absolutely no finish.
The Invincible Warrior is the main thing that you lose. That's a long cooldown, and it means that you can't really take these fights as much as you want. And Rilver's not the best initiation. He has to use his flash if he wants to get in towards the back lines, and without the Kaiser being able to back you up, you might just find yourself being caught in a difficult position. But the Azure Golem gets pressure here from the side of VP. Can SCARZ lock this down? It's like,
Oh, was that a steal? Yes, it was.
That was the steal.
Faton with the steal.
Against the smite as well. I mean, that's a huge tempo swing going towards the way of VP. That also means he can just constantly throw out his stuns, and things are not looking good. Byron forced to use his ultimate towards the back line. Elaine is caught between a rock and a hard place, but he's still fighting. Oh, but he's gonna fall towards the tower. They get a kill on towards the Lady Sun as well as the Elaine. So good engagement coming here from the side of SCARZ. They are continuing to pressure. They will get the Azure Golem for themselves on the other side as well. So Tay not gonna be feeling too bad about that. Good engagement coming from the side of SCARZ, and they will be more than happy to take that away from Virtus Pro. So good engagement, still behind a little bit, but they are catching up.
Yep, just shy of 1,000 gold at this point. But I like the growth of the items so far, specifically onto this Alicia. So Arashi doing well for himself. Crimson Reaper probably going into the Eternity Blade. Just has the Vampiric Scythe, doesn't need too much at that point. On the flip side, Master Sword already completed with the Meteor and Storm Sword as well for Mac.
Yeah, so ladies, the Mac is trying to speed up his gameplay, not going for the full Axe of Torment and just going for raw damage items at the moment. But this might be a terrible fight here for SCARZ. They need to back off. Death by Sunset dropped down, but they're trying to slow him down. They're down to half health. Reover on towards the back line, stopping any sort of counterplay from the side of Virtus Pro. So both teams will just back off, no less for wear. Meanwhile, in the jungle, the Dun is just trying to slow down Tay once again. And it looks like he did manage to take away the Crimson Golem buff as well.
So Tay feeling the same fate of Rilva in the earlier games as well, and Phaeton just using that Cannon Blast to absolute efficiency here, just stunning them up.
Yep, and they will be able to get the second Tyrant of the game. That will allow them to extend their lead ever so slightly, but this is the best performance from SCARZ we've seen so far. They've been able to minimize the bleeding, they've been able to keep close, and that is a very premature Invincible Warrior from Tay.
Oh,
trying to chase it.
That might hurt them.
Yeah, that might be sounding the alarms there for the side of SCARZ that hey, we cannot take the next upcoming fight. He's under chase. He's gonna nope, not gonna fall yet. He's gonna try and run away, but meanwhile in the mid lane he is in trouble. Oh, but nice connection. I'm not gonna connect there for Vex, and looks like Tay should be able to survive. No, barely, still alive. He's trying to heal up. That is a little bit too greedy there for him. He could have just backed away to safety, but that means after all that is said and done, the mid tier 1 does fall, so does the bottom tier 2. So even though there was no kills obtained from either side, Virtus Pro gets the majority of the trade, getting the tier 2 on both sides as well as the tier 1 in the mid as well. And another premature Invincible Warrior from Tay. What's going on here? Oh, he stole it! Absolutely crucial steal, and they get a favorable fight here, it seems. Licio is still alive, so they get the damage. They will have the damage there, but not enough. Looks like Lady Sun will finish him off, and that just leaves Ochik, the last man standing. Ultimately, I think that definitely went in favor for Virtus Pro, despite the steal.
Yep. Very, very much so, right? Because Mac, I think he made the correct choice of not going for the Axe of Torment there, just finishing up the Master Sword for the extra, percentage of damage. And now look at what that has gotten them. This is going to be a tier 3 in the mid for free. Surely, I think, no, they won't commit for the tier 3 at the bot, but that's more than enough, right? Now the map is very much open.
Absolutely, they will be able to take away both jungle, at least one of the jungle objectives as well. And once the primal bonds expire, actually they can go for it now because the Tyrant was stolen there by Tay. He did sacrifice his life for that, so I don't know if that was a good call whatsoever. The Invincible Warrior timings has been a little bit off from Tay. I don't know how to think about that. It seems a bit off there.
I think maybe preemptive, just so that in case the rest of the team jumps him, right? But at this point, the Dragon Scale is going to be used, going to be bought up. So we're expecting a Dragon's Rage coming out from Tay. He wants to be more tanky, allow his health to help deal damage as well.
And this Overlord will go down. Tay not able to try and get the steal, so that means the side of Virtus Pro will start pressuring the other tier 3 towers. Tay trying to back off. Vex really no fear in the world, leading the charge, constantly putting up shields. Oh, not gonna connect, but oh, the instant nukes. Arashi barely surviving. The heals coming out from Oshi, keeping him alive for the moment. But tier 2 tower on top does fall. The Shadow Overlord Vanguard pushing down bottom while they take the tier 3 in top. That's another objective taken down there from the side of Virtus Pro as they look to finish off this game as quickly as possible to keep themselves in the running to qualify for Riyadh. But Tay is seeing in a good position. Oh, this is a perfect team fight. If they can get it, they get 2 kills really quickly. Alicio will finish off the lane, and they get a double kill on towards the Byron as well. And Tay is not done yet. He's constantly chasing. They get a Lady Sun, and can they get a full team wipe? Vex is still alive. Can he keep up? No, he cannot. He will fall, and that's gonna be a full ace going towards the way of SCARZ, trying to claw their way back in. But this tier 3 in trouble. ASD, can he push them back in time? Let's take a look at the replay once again. Huge engagement there for Tay. Perfect timing, perfect engagement.
Yeah, that wraparound, that pincer move was so painful that it really just wiped out 3 members at one shot. Mac, of course, unable to use that rolling raid as efficiently because of the mini stuns that come out from the swing of the Kaiser. So Tay did a very big job for the team there. But now, you know what? The base is not looking too healthy still.
Yep, only one tier 3 barely left standing. But you know, they at least closed out the net worth difference from the side of SCARZ, so that will allow them to take fights at least in a much even footing, and that might be enough for them to find themselves back into this game.
Oh, for sure. So at this point, it's really about wave management, right? So SCARZ needs to be able to win another big team fight. Hopefully, they will be able to get a couple of objectives from there.
Oh, this team fight might be the one they're looking for. Prince gets bursted down there. Alicio doing so much damage, and Kaiser towards the backline. He gets the Lady Sun. Fadden has to back off, and this might be the opening they're looking for to make their way back into this game. The Alicio Arashi, he's doing so much damage at the moment. And what do you think, Kin? Is this enough for SCARZ to come back in this game?
I think pretty much so, right? We talked about the late game Arashi Alicio, and I think Alicio late game offers so much damage that it's hard to ignore, right? And now, finally, for the first time in multiple games, SCARZ able to make Virtus Pro choose. Who do you want to target down? You can only choose 1 out of 3.
Yeah, it is been the last few fights has just really flipped the tables here for SCARZ. I mean, Neron has not been effective. The damage from Alicio has just been way too much, and you know they've been trying to claw for scraps here, but Neron, he doesn't see the trap. He might be in trouble, but no, he decides to avoid things altogether. But they know where he is, so he might be in danger here.
Will shimmy his way out, but at this point, it's difficult, right? So SCARZ, they have to be really careful. Sure, you can take a couple of buffs, but the more important one is actually this Shadow Overlord, right? That is the one that will secure the map presence for them, allow them to make a couple more plays across the map as well.
Yeah, if Virtus Pro takes this, they win the game. If SCARZ takes this, then suddenly we might be in for a much longer game. A lane being caught out there, Death by Sunset has to be popped there. And that's one ultimate down there for the side of Virtus Pro. This might be enough for SCARZ to take this Overlord uncontested.
Well, I think Neron's ultimate cooldown isn't as long, so I think they should be fine. But at this point, it's really, like I said, wave management. Can they find the opening into the defenses of the other team?
We have Fadden taking a lot of damage already, and Kaiser on towards the back lines trying to catch off Prince. Prince able to back off just in time. Byron taking a lot of damage. Can he get out of there? Can he be safe? The Dun is still very healthy. Here comes the Death by Sunset once again. He's trying to go for the Alicio, but that's a tough target to go for. You take too much damage trying to close out the gap, and Arashi is still very healthy. This might be the opening they want to go for the Overlord, while the rest of the players who took so much damage from the fight goes back to their base and lick their wounds. SCARZ not going to be feeling too bad about it. It also means they get to clean up the bottom wave and push it up for a little bit, and Alicia will get the Overlord. They will be able to push out the lanes, and this will be the best chance for SCARZ to take the first game of any series that they've been playing so far.
Yeah, very good recovery. Now, all of a sudden, you know, SCARZ leading the series 53k to 50k, which is a 3,000 goal lead.
Yep, a lot of that advantage is on the Alicio at the moment. He is pretty maxed out right now. He has his his Daybreaker completed already and is pretty much fully slaughtered. Only the Sage's Sanctuary to replace one of his items will be next in line, but they do will start pushing out all 3 of these lanes, and hopefully they manage to take a favorable fight that will allow them to end the game, because they have the damage right now to end the game. They just need the opportunity for the side of SCARZ.
Yep, I think you know what, Fathom will do well to actually buy Venom's staff to be able to slow down the heals coming in from the rest of the members on the side of SCARZ. But as it stands now, I think Virtus Pro starting to feel the pressure a little bit more.
Yeah, pressure indeed from this Alicio, as the damage is, I mean, 2000 AoE damage is a lot for that attack speed, and we have seen Neron really trying to close out the gap to try and go for the Alicio, but every time he gets close, it's just one smoke screen and then the retreat, just kiting them away. There's way too much damage right now for this Alicio. 3 hits. Prince has to pop the Slender, but this tier 3 might be in some trouble. The Kaiser towards the backline, perfect. Thinking the box there from Fathom, and they're able to get off a kill, but can they back off just in time? Oh, River barely surviving, but the damage from Alicio racking up. A few more clicks. Mac in trouble. Oh, the 1 hit, and he will get the kill. Pops the Sage's Sanctuary for the Lady Sun, and the Lady Sun cannot play as aggressive anymore without that revive.
Yep, they have to be really careful about it. But Virtus Pro, you know what, the trouble is not necessarily over just yet. If they extend a little bit too far, they could get wiped out here.
Yeah, Ferron is really playing aggressive, trying to play at his limits, trying to make some clutch plays to win the game. This Tyrant will go towards the way of VP. There's not gonna be any response. Venom taking a lot of damage, has to back off with the Peacebringer, and he's still gonna be okay, but trying to claw their way back.
Yep, 40 seconds more, and we will see our first Tempest Dragon in a while since the start of the day.
30 seconds before it spawns. It's gonna spawn bottom, but right now, top wave for a lane's gonna try and clean that up. That's the only lane that is going even for both sides. Mid lane is still gonna be pushed out there. We see SCARZ trying to lay a trap there with River as the bait, but Virtus Pro not gonna fall for it.
Yeah, they have to be really careful. There's no one that really wants to show themselves on the map at this point, right? Whoever shows themselves, and if it's known that they're alone, I'm pretty sure everyone is going to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at that poor fellow.
Yeah, the Tyrant does spawn. 4 heroes are positioned here in the bottom. ASD has to back out of there. Tay still in the front lines. He's been playing us very well so far in this game. The initiations have been perfect. Now it's just about ending and closing out the game. Let's see, can VP find a way to get a favorable fight? Top lane is being pushed out there by the Elaine and the Byron, but this Tyrant, this Tempest Dragon is gonna be the ender. Whoever wins this fight around the Tempest will win the game. Hey,
Tay falling a little bit low.
He will try and heal up slowly, but still a lot of damage being dealt there by Mac. He has to watch out for that. Waiting for some jungle creeps to respawn so he can lifesteal back up. And this is an interesting position. They are surrounded by the players of SCARZ, but Virtus Pro is in a much better position to contest, to take this Tyrant. Will the contest happen here? Tay, he's spotted out. He might be in trouble. Can he back out? He should pop the Warrior, trying to finish off the Lady Sun. Lady Sun does not have the Sage's Sanctuary, but it looks like Tay will be the one to back off. They do get a free kill on towards the Elaine, and there is still a Sage's Sanctuary on towards the Tay. He's trying to survive. Oh, this might be a quick kill on towards the Lady Sun. No more Lady Sun, no more marksman. ASD will pay with his life, but that opens up the base. They do manage to pick up the Lady Zen as well, so that leaves only Vex and Fathom to try and defend. This might be it. SCARZ, their biggest chance to take a point in this qualifiers, and they might just have it. Can these two players defend in time? Vex trying his best, the shields trying to keep him alive. The Alicio damage way too much at this point, and the Alicio will kill him off. Can they finish the game off? The creeps are just way too far right now. River trying to survive, Fathom trying his darnest to defend this base, but it might be just enough. Thinking the box out of range, and they will get it. SCARZ will take their first game in his qualifiers and put Virtus Pro in a very dangerous position. What a game from SCARZ.
Yeah, beautiful gameplay from SCARZ here. Finally, the boys from Japan have done it. They win their first game, but not the series just yet. We take one step at a time.
Yeah, I mean, SCARZ, great performance, great comeback in the mid game. I mean, what do you think? Like, what's the turning point for SCARZ? I mean, the early game looked bad for SCARZ, but somehow they managed to find their way back in this game.
Minor adjustments. The first one, of course, with the switch of roles, right? So Tae actually went into the jungle, and the way he played his jungle rotation was slightly different, right? So he actually went with the Crimson Golem first, allowing him to stop the invade coming in from the side of Virtus Pro. And I thought that was really smart. One small adjustment made a pretty huge change in results.
Yeah, like just different players, different styles. Maybe they felt like that sort of play would fit this game better. But let's take a look at the MVP. It will be Tae, 5, 3, and 7. Not a lot of damage dealt, but he definitely played the front line very well for his team. And 14,000 net worth, nearly 14,000 net worth to end the game. That is a fully kitted out Kaiser doing his job. Really well played there by Tae.
Well done to this jungler at this point, and you know, we'll take a look at the items in a bit as well. So the Rilva, right, this Byron actually made quite a lot of changes as well. The Pure Sky along with the Siege Breaker and Star Breaker, so he went for a hybrid of damage as well.
Yeah, he wants to help both survive with the Frost Guard, as well as deal damage with the Siege Breaker as well. And I think he sold his Sage's Sanctuary once he died, but the game ended before he could buy another item. But still, really great play there by all of the members, in fact, from the side of SCARZ. Really well done.
Yep. Super well done, in fact. And of course, with that being said, let's take a look at the damage dealt. 220,000 damage from Arashi. That was crazy. I mean, you were talking about the 2k AoEs. Well, that was painful.
I knew I loved the Elysia the moment they picked it. It's just a perfect late game hero that goes well against the Lady Sun. He is basically a Lady Sun by himself with similar mobility and very hard to deal with when you're trying to chase him. You are running in blind. He can deal damage while he's running away, and he can traverse terrains as well, really hiding the lane around the map very well.
Yep, and it made the world's difference here with that final pick, that final take onto the Shadow Tyrant as well. Really made the world's difference, right? So you could see the comeback factor right after probably about what, 12 minutes, 13 minutes mark. That's when SCARZ really identified that, hey, Tae is in fighting condition. Let's take the best fights we can. That one fight where he pincered them later, I think you will see in the replay, was so phenomenal. That really changed the entire game.
Yeah, and that was them taking a fight after they lost to tier 3s, if I remember. But that was the perfect engagement. They got an ace out of that without losing any members. Definitely the turning point of the game. And I mean, SCARZ did pretty well in the early stages of the game. They were able to get a lot of aggressive early picks, but the mid game sort of faltered a little bit, allowing a lot of objectives being taken there by Virtus Pro.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, really like the comeback factor here, right? We were questioning the pick on number 1, the Kaiser, and the timing of his Invincible Warriors, but it did work out because it allowed him to really just tank through a lot of the damage as well.
Yeah, wasn't afraid to go in even after without it, and yeah, like they were down what, 4,000, 6,000 at one point, but this was the fight. This was exactly the fight you were talking about. Insane initiation from the back line, really making things hard, and they just cleaned up a house from here on. Mac could not get away from the sticky Kaiser and the constant knockbacks, the constant CCs. Vex couldn't get out here as well. Managing to defend that, and then after that, SCARZ was just able to get everything they wanted.
Yep, exactly. And you could tell the difference of the difference maker there, right? So the moment, you know, Tae had his eyes and hands onto Mac, it was really hard for the rest of the team to try and do anything because they were trying to kill down the tankiest member on the side of SCARZ, and once they couldn't, all of the resources were burned on the wrong person.
Yeah, like even this fight, 3 of them were focusing down the lane, and we see 3 heroes trying to kill off the Kaiser, who did have a Siege Sanctuary. Sure, he did fall in the end, but killing off the Lady Sun was well worth it, because all you need to end the game here is your marksman alive, and the marksman was hell of alive there for the side of SCARZ. Managing to just clean up house, Alicio just did so much damage there and able to end the game for the side of SCARZ.
So we change our fates here for our Japanese boys. Now, Zero, does this mean we could expect a 2-0 coming out from SCARZ this time?
I mean, they didn't play as clean as I'd like, but I love the tenacity, like you said, even before the draft started. They have the tenacity. They're not giving up, and they're trying to take one game at a time. It has been a long day for them. This is their 3rd series that they're playing, but it's great to that win. Definitely will give them the energy to just continue on.
Yeah, full momentum to the Japanese boys at this point. VP, once again, a very shaky start. Similar fashion to when they were facing Tribe Gaming earlier on today, right? So we could probably entertain a thought of a 2-1 scoreline, probably, for this series itself.
Yeah, which makes the table standings look pretty interesting if Virtus.pro does fall here as well, because that means SCARZ has a shot of not finishing last, and also puts Virtus.pro in a very precarious position because they have not played Weibo Gaming yet, or NONGSHIM for that matter.
So with that being said, actually, this puts Virtus.pro in a position where they could shake up the table. I don't think it will be able to enable them to be top of the table, but it will definitely impact who is number 1 at the end of the day.
Yeah, they still have to face the 2 top teams tomorrow, I believe, against both NONGSHIM as well as Weibo Gaming. So that is those 2 matches will decide the fate of the top of the table, and also decide the fate of Virtus.pro as well. Because if they can win those 2 games, Kin, the tiebreaker on top is looking very interesting if they manage to do that. But I think we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves because they still have to get through SCARZ first.
Yeah, that's right. Well, of course, we still have about a minute to go. And with that being said, you know what? I'm really curious what the bans will be this time, because I personally feel Kaiser is never worth a ban.
No, definitely. I definitely agree with you. Kaiser's not one of those heroes that wins games by himself, right? He's enabling his team to win. He's a good enabler, but there's a lot of other good enablers in the pool. I don't think they'll ban it, but maybe out of respect or fear, they might can just take it out of the hands of SCARZ.
True. You know what? At this point, the other thing is, okay, I know Alicio was dealing so much damage, but is he worth the ban as well?
And in terms of like marksman ranking, probably not. I mean, there's still the Arlie, the Dirje, that's always on top, and only when you don't have these 3 heroes would you think, and the Lady Sun, of course, without these 3 marksmen, then you would think of other marksmen left in the pool. So we've been seeing a lot of support-centric bans in the past few games. Will this be the same, or are we gonna see a shift? Because in this game, the supports really didn't feel like they mattered. They had no Zhang Fei. They were playing with a Ming as well as the Mozi. So even though the Zhang Fei was available, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, for sure. So I think we have shifted to a different regions meta as well, a different style of playing for sure. So it will be interesting to see how it's going to be like for this second game, because I can almost guarantee SCARZ want to end the day on a high. They want to take a 2-0 as well.
Absolutely. I mean, they should be feeling pretty good after that win. That was a really tough win. They outclawed the Bears, clawed their way back to victory, and that would be a huge morale boost heading towards the last day. Sure, they probably would not qualify for Riyadh, but hey, miracles can happen. Crazier things have happened in many different situations. So never give up on that hope.
Yep, agree. Fully agree. So with that being said, I think this is our second last game of the day. We will be graced with the last game, which we will share with you. Who will be going up against each other. It's going to be a monster match for sure. That we can guarantee you. Now, in the meantime, we're going to allow our Poland representatives from the EU to really just warm up their fingers while they prepare themselves against the Japanese boys of SCARZ. Now, I think VP, let's talk about them this time. VP, what do you think about their gameplay? What do you think about their picks and their game style so far?
I draft-wise, I don't think like there was really any issues with the draft. It was more of the map awareness towards the later stages of the game. They sort of set themselves up for a good initiation for SCARZ, and that was all they needed to try and get their way back into this game, because the early to mid game looked pretty decent. There was obviously mistakes on both ends. They both tried to capitalize on their enemy's mistake, but yeah, like, you can't fault them. They started the day pretty early for their region. Right now it's around lunchtime for the Eastern European countries, so this might be a good time to wake up for them. There is still a chance for them to qualify for Riyadh, but they still need to take this win against SCARZ.
Oh, for sure, right? Maybe we're looking at a food coma. Maybe they had a heavy breakfast.
Yeah, definitely possible. I mean, it's it has been a long day, especially for SCARZ. This is their third series of the day. Their first two games were absolute stomps from both Weibo and NONGSHIM. So that win, getting that win in the book would definitely energize them, and they need all the energy they can get to finish this up.
For sure. So we will take a little wait first. I think the players are still getting ready for the match.
Yep, and different sort of really meta bans for both these teams. Previous 2 or 3 series, we've seen just a lot of heavy focus on the supports, and in this series, at least for the first game, the supports were kind of just left out there. There wasn't really a lot of emphasis on the supports, and they were playing a lot around their marksman and their jungle, which is like you said earlier, just a difference in the regions, I believe. But what do you expect SCARZ to bring up in this game? Because they have been showing that they are playing unorthodox so far in terms of the draft.
Well, they're going to take out the Ming, right? So I think that's a good start because number one, if it fits into the style that they were playing before, but it's a war of attrition, right? Can you outlast my heals? Can you outlast my regeneration? And Ming is the only person that's going to be able to do that, or rather one of the few, besides maybe Cai Yan and stuff like that. So I think that's a smart ban. It is also something that works with what they have shown so far.
Yeah, but what is this Sun Bin ban from the side of SCARZ? I mean, are they telegraphing they want like an Arlie banned out right away there for this pro? It could be like a Heino as well. It could be a lot of heroes that rely on constantly casting skills. Maybe even a Luna is something they're thinking of with that Sun Bin ban.
Yeah, so it is something that's we won't be able to answer, right? First and foremost, it is going to be the Lady Sun going in. Now the question is Arashi going to pick up this Lady Sun again, or will it be K at this point? Likewise, there are multitudes of options with regards to the counter pick for a Lady Sun, and this normally will come in the form of the burst. We could entertain the idea of a Lupan, we could entertain the idea of a Farm, Consort Yu. It really depends, right? What pairs well with what Neron and Vex have picked for the team so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely agree with you. There are counters for this Lady Sun. You just have to draft for it and to it as well. The Zhang Fei left in the pool for SCARZ to pick up, which is surprising for me because I felt like Virtus Pro would have loved to take away that Zhang Fei from the side of SCARZ, and also allow them to play a little bit more aggressive in the enemy jungle as well. I think you don't like the Direnjie.
It's okay, but it depends, right? Because at this point, the way that they have shown on the side of Virtus Pro is that they are heavy with the dives. They don't mind going in. The Mai, that's one of the kits she's giving, right? similar to Elaine as well, and Direnjie could benefit off of that. So based on the style, I think yes, I'm okay. I don't like Direnjie, but I'm okay.
Makes sense. I mean, it might not be the best hero for the matchup, but for the playstyle, it could be the perfect fit. And sometimes that's all you need. My banned out along with the lady Zen from Virtus Pro, SCARZ banning out the Lien Po, and we'll be looking at a support here. Not much options left in the pool. Mozu banned out. That leaves what for Virtus Pro? The Yaria.
We're looking at the Clash lane coming in for the side of SCARZ. We're still missing the jungler and roam. At this point, yeah, Dota is taken out, right?
Yeah.
Honestly,
so,
I would like to see a Liang or Donghuang, someone that can give a lockdown towards the Kaiser, so he doesn't have the ability to heal up. That would be great. But I think it's a pretty smart pick as well. But with the Fate Rewind, he plays the Wall of Attrition along with the Kaiser as well.
Yeah, he definitely can out-survive the Kaiser and also play very similarly to the Kaiser. In fact, just basically two of the same heroes when they go into the melee form. So it's the supports that's the question mark right now for Virtus Pro. What would be the support to fill it up? And whoa, is that it?
I like this. Yeah, I really like this. Dr. Bien, one of the rare members we have not seen at all, except for the show match. But yes, Dr. Bien, I think fits perfectly with what SCARZ has in mind. He gives absolutely insane heals, and the Zhang Fei will do a very good job of protecting both either the Lady Sun or Dr. Bien as well. Now, I'm not sure about the Zhuangzi pick at this point.
Yeah, I don't think there's not a lot of CCs on the side of SCARZ. Maybe just removing the slows would be enough, and I guess the counterplay to Zhang Fei's ultimate would be great, but not a big fan of the Zhuangzi as well. But I love the point of the Dr. Bien. You know, they are playing a war of attrition for SCARZ, and that Dr. Bien amplifies that war because not only are you dealing more damage over time, but you're also healing everybody else on your team.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, hindsight bias, I think the Zhuangzi pick is mostly to give shields to the entire team, right? So the pseudo Zhang Fei, longer cooldown, but you do have butterfly effect. Yes, it removes CC, but it also gives a shield.
Yeah, just fitting into this entire war of attrition sort of strategy and mindset. I guess both teams are bringing out in this game. Definitely going to be a very unorthodox, interesting game. We're seeing a lot of heroes you've not seen yet, and it makes my day when we saw that Dr. Bien being picked up.
That's right. You know, with the deadly panache, it's going to be quite painful for the side of Virtus Pro. Now the question is, will they commit to get as much magical defense as possible? Because if you ignore the need for magical defense, Dr. Bien melts you.
Yes, and not to mention, you know, you're forced to build, you know, the venomous staff, you know, just to reduce the amount of healing that can come out. So just another item that you can't build, another item slot that you have to force into a non-damage item, so to speak.
Right, let's take a look at how this is going to be like. Virtus Pro already not looking too hot in the farm lane because the Zhang Fei is going to be supporting Arashi, and yes, Tay will go back onto this Kaiser. I mean, for good reason, right? He had a wonderful game.
Yep, I absolutely agree with you, and you know, if it's not broken, you know, why try and fix it? And in the mid lane, ASD really is doing a lot of damage to Prince, and when your Mai is low on HP, she can't roam, she can't do a lot of things across the map, and this Dr. Bien pick makes more and more sense as the time goes past, and he can also sustain in the lane against the poke damage. So, yeah, hindsight, you know, this Dr. Bien pick seems to have fit perfectly into what SCARZ really wants to play on.
Yep, all that matters at this point is really, can he get his hands on the Holy Grail on time, right? That way he will be able to give as many heals as needed and necessary for the side of SCARZ.
Yep, Prince rotating down towards bottom, not going to connect. And this is a tough dive, even if they wanted to try to do so. Against a Zhang Fei under the tower. Up lane, engagement is going on. Neron down to half health already. He has the death by sunset, but against the Byron, that's tough to call. But meanwhile, mid lane, Priest taking a lot of damage. Tay rotation, perfect timing, but they're not able to finish anyone off. It's just too hard to lock them down with only 2 heroes. Dr. Bien doesn't provide any sort of CC whatsoever yet, unless a 4-4 staff is completed. But we don't expect that to be picked up anytime soon. Just maybe later on as additional CC for his team. Back in trouble.
Really like this. Yeah, really like this. So at this point, you know, the Zhang Fei doing so much. Ochik, he is making life so difficult because now, if you take a look at the space for the farm lane for the side of SCARZ, it's so much more open. And this is also influenced by the fact that they can't exactly kill ASD that easily.
He's still alive, fighting back. He's going to try and keep Vex in there, but not able to finish him off in time. The poison DOT does take a little bit of time to take effect, but meanwhile, a lane trying to get a steal into the jungle, but SCARZ is able to react very well.
Yeah, very good recovery, right? The fact that they learned this just over the past few games, they know how to protect their jungle so much better now.
Yeah, that enables the Kaiser played by Tay so much, you know, not having his jungle constantly invaded, being able to continue on his farming role, and just like the first game, you know, this minor switch in terms of your starting camp has worked out wonders here for the side of SCARZ.
Yep, 5 stacks now, fully sided for the side of ASD. And as the fight goes on, the DOT is just, you can't ignore it. Here we go, they're going to try and jump.
Heino is pretty safe. He's trying to do as much harass as possible, but when you're harassing a Heino or even a Kaiser, I mean, these two guys are going to heal up to full anyways, just by just healing creep camps or just healing bottom lane. Oh, good CC immunity coming there to stop any kill there for Rilver. So that's one of the huge utilities that this Zhuangzi is able to bring up to the table, and that puts them in a good spot to try and take this Tyrant. Heino is in towards the mid lane. They did manage to secure the Azure Golem buff regardless, but ASD is in a pretty healthy spot. He's going to be able to help out there as well. So Dr. Bien will be the one to pick up the last hit, just the DOTs, but as long as SCARZ gets that, I think they'll be fine. Top lane tower though goes down, and it was the Byron that was left unattended to finish it off.
Yep, they will try. I'm not sure whether they can get it or not. Arashi will make it out safely, and here's all the heals coming in. Once again, the Dr. Bien working out so well.
The entire game plan is starting to fit in here for the side of SCARZ. They just need to make sure they don't lose any of these map objectives that really quickly, because we have seen teams, you know, have a good start but then crumble because they haven't really focused on the macro aspect very well.
Yep. So as it stands now, I think SCARZ doing a much better job, right? This is a much more comfortable game, but it's once again, they're dancing again on the edge because all it takes is one fight from Virtus Pro that will a good team fight from Virtus Pro to change the game and put them on the back foot as well. And as a Dr. Bien, it's pretty hard to come back when you are on the back foot.
Absolutely, a lot of engagements happening across the map. Bottom lane is another fight going on as well. The tier 1 tower will fall. It will be the DNG picking that up. So first objective of the game does go towards the way of Virtus Pro, and they find themselves a hit slightly in terms of net worth. Meanwhile, mid lane is just going to be a Byron versus Vex fight, but both of these heroes very hard to bring down each other. It just takes way too long, and it looks like Virtus Pro wants to pressure the mid lane a little bit and protect their Azure Golem as well from the hands of SCARZ.
Yeah, they need to figure out a different way, right? I think SCARZ, you will see them shift into a different gear altogether once they are able to establish a little bit more map control. Similar to the previous games, SCARZ isn't doing too well in the map control, right? They have lost T1s on both top and bot.
Yeah, that does become an issue because your jungles are open to invade from both sides, but Tay will be able to get up, pick up that Overlord which will allow them to fix the lanes up a little bit. But VP is going to try and invade the jungle. Did they get the steal? No, Ochik was the one that got it. Vex dropping very low, but he does still has his Fate Rewind. He can get back, or he can just back off for a little bit and wait for the passive healing. Come back up mid lane. This might be a fight they're looking for. Byron going straight for the DRNG, but they have so much purifying and CC immunity from their team that it's hard to lock down anybody from their side.
It's unfortunate, right? Right now, it's just I don't know. They're taking feathers and slapping each other. It doesn't hurt that much.
Yeah, double CC immunity because of the DRNG as well as the Zhuangzi. Does become a very annoying combination. Oh, the damage on towards the Mai barely able to survive there. Prince happy to just walk away from that. That was a little bit too close for comfort. And their sustain is constantly being kept up right now. They want to try and take away this Crimson Golem away from the side of Virtus Pro. They should be able to secure that. Is that another Invincible Warrior from Tay? Yes, it is.
Yeah, cooldown is pretty short at this point. We are looking at 2 members only, right? I think we need to just keep our eyes on Prince as well as Arashi. They are the ones that will change the fights because they have the biggest amount of burst possible, which could melt down certain members as well.
Yep, I definitely agree with that. You know, Lady Sun is... oh, never mind. Byron in some trouble. He will fall. That's going to be the first blood going towards the way of Virtus Pro, and that opens up the Tyrant if they want to get that. Rotations are coming in to try and defend this. The Kaiser wants to get the Azure Golem buff before he's joining any team fights, but he has his teammate just keeping an eye on the Tyrant for now, and they know that they have to move in soon. Can they find a favorable fight here for the side of SCARZ?
Well, he does have his ultimate. They will not be allowed to drop the beast here, which means SCARZ will lose the Tyrant over to the side of Virtus Pro. I mean, we're 9 minutes in, and the first blood just recently happened. This shows how much, restraint both teams had.
Yeah, it is a much slower game compared to what we've seen from other teams so far. So both teams are really playing, I wouldn't say scared, more like measured. They are trying to limit mistakes and trying to find the best fight possible, which is hard against so much CC immunity coming from the side of VP.
Yep, and the shields as well. Arashi, he's gonna need to find new angles to be able to get free shots in between. And what is this play? Invincible Warrior.
He's 1 versus 3, so I guess that's a good time as any to pop it. He's able to walk away to safety from that as well. The Heino shouldn't be able to man fight him. They have pretty much similar items at the moment. Net worth is pretty much even at right now. They're trying to take a fight towards mid, but both teams just going to limp away from that. But the regen war will be won there by SCARZ with the Dr. Bien. Heino in towards the front line. Is there an Invisible Warrior up? No, there is not. So he has to watch out for his positioning. Is Tay. Tay manages to secure that Crimson Golem buff. So he's gonna be, oh, lots of damage there by Mac. Backline almost brings down, the Byron almost brings down Mac, but River not able to finish him off in time. Heino doing a lot of damage. The heals are coming in there for the Dr. Bien. And hey, look, everybody's full health already.
Yeah, my goodness, I'm kind of waiting for something else big to happen at this point.
Heino shouldn't fall here. He does have his Fates Rewind, pops it right away, but that leaves his teammates in some trouble. Elaine pops the death by Sunset, going for the Kaiser. Kaiser still has his Invisible Warrior. That should be a kill. That will be the Dr. Bien getting it, and they're going for more. Mac down very low. Kaiser as well needs a little bit of healing to go his way. The damage from the Lady Sun is starting to rack up. She's low on mana though. We see the Heino trying to get something done, but that will not be enough to dissuade them as they take the tier 1 tower in mid. And that also opens up the Tyrant for them to pick up. They need to give this to the Lady Sun. Yes, she gets it, and she's going to have her mana restored from that as well. So good play there from SCARZ. The probably the cleanest game we've seen from them so far. And once again, Invincible Warrior popped from there from Tay. He's going to back off just in time. Zhang Fei, not the target they want to go for as well. Too much regen, too much shields. From that hero. Oh, Heino, aggressive, trying to 1 versus 5, but is this the fight you want to take? Pops his ultimate early so he makes sure he doesn't get nuked down. But meanwhile, on the other side of the map, that was the top tier 2 being brought down there by the ENG.
Yep, this is almost impossible because these fights are gonna last for at least 2 minutes at a pop right now because the heals are just insane. SCARZ, they are trying to just win the war of attrition, and I'll be honest, this is the longest war of attrition we've ever seen, thanks to the Dr. Bien, along with the Leaping Savior coming out from Ochik.
Yeah, absolutely. Both sides don't have a lot of nuke damage, bar maybe the Lady Sun and the Mai. So, like you said very early on in the game, these two heroes are the ones you have to look out for if you want to try and win the game. Because without the bursts, you're not going to be able to bring anyone down. The shields on both sides, as well as the regen, is a lot.
Yep, I think at this point it really is who runs out of mana first, right?
Oh, Death by Sunset trying to go for ASD. He flickers away, he flashes away to safety. Oh no, the DMJ gets the last hit! A crucial kill death on towards the Overlord. But can they get something out of it though? Is SCARZ able to get a kill? No, they will not. They will lose the Shadow Vanguard. And that is going to push out the lanes slightly in favor of the side of Virtus.pro. Not the biggest deal in the world at this point. They can just play passive. Both sides have been playing pretty passive. Not by choice, but because they can't kill anybody right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very long, drawn fight for sure. And I don't think it's going to favor that much of SCARZ, right? The momentum definitely going to swing straight into Virtus.pro's hands now.
Yep, a lane trying to cut towards the back line, but Tay was very healthily in the front, pops the Invincible Warrior. Meanwhile, Heino on towards the back line, trying to just chip them away. Heino is fine, but here comes the Death by Sunset. That's going to be the death of Dr. Bien. That's all your healing for the side of SCARZ. And you don't want to take a fight right now because you're 4 versus 5 without one of the more core parts of your entire lineup. So they will have to give up the Azure Golem. And let's see if they will lose more out of this engagement.
Yep, let's take a look at itemization, and even a T-Ranger this time going for the super tank build with the Deep Frost Siege, with the Kirasa Savagery, and of course the 2 core items of the Doomsday along with the Spark Forge Dagger. Now, with that being said, Venomous Staff, a requirement for both teams because that will lower the shield values, that will lower the healing values as well.
Yep, I'm not sure if Mai is the best hero to pick up on, mostly because her skills are mostly single target damage. So maybe a lane picking up the physical version of that would be better, or even the DRNG allowing him to just constantly pressure and reduce the healing coming from the Dr. Bien would be a better choice.
I guess it pairs well with the Scepter of Reverberation, right? So if it hits one person in a small AoE, it could proc the passive as well. And Rover 1v1, I don't think he's going to be able to do it against Vex here.
Not at this point. Vex is pretty farmed up in the jungle. I mean, 1-2 scoreline in 15 minutes. This has been one of the slowest games we've ever had in this qualifier, and like you said, that Heino top lane is really just pressuring the Byron. Byron can't stay too long, but this mid fight, Invincible Warrior is used. The CC immunity really becoming a nuisance. A lane towards the back line, Death by Sunset trying to catch out the Lady Sun, but she flashes over the wall. Oh, the Maestro no dropping very low, but they get a kill on towards the Kaiser. Can they get something else in return? That's gonna be a kill on towards the Lady Sun as well as the Zhang Fei. So that is Virtus.pro taking good trade at the moment, but they lose. They lose Mac in this engagement. So that means a little bit of the tower damage reduced theirs from the side of Virtus.pro. So they do still get that tier 2 tower, but can they get a little bit more? Playing balls to the walls is this Heino, but he's able to get away to safety. Top lane is pushed all the way in though.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's plenty of time for them to get out because they won't be able to take the structures that fast. So it's really about just jungle objectives, right? So take the Zero Golem, take the Crimson Golem, whatever you could find. And now, just nice, the Shadow Overlord going to be spawned into the Gorge as well. Look at the graph of this.
Yeah, both teams have just at different points in time found some way to take the lead or extend their lead, but it is still in a very close situation. I mean, 2,000 net worth difference is not a lot in the 17-minute mark of the game, so in terms of items, they are not all too far behind. Lady Sun's going to start hitting like a truck. So is the Heino, so they have to watch out for those two heroes.
Yep, Lady Sun, he's doing good for himself at this point. He just needs to make sure, right? Arashi, make sure he doesn't die in the team fights. That will be an important marker. At the same time, Vex is having his way with Rilva, and I think I agree with you. Rilva needs a anti-heal item, right? So Mortal Punisher would definitely do well to be in this kit.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Heino, man fighting against two, he's able to survive there. Lady Sun not able to nuke him down in time. Mid lane already pushed out all the way towards the tower. But no creeps at the moment. Good defense being mounted. That this might be a kill on towards the Kaiser. Invincible Warrior does come out, so does the CC immunity coming from the Zhuangzi. Can they get any kills at this point? This might be the biggest chance they have. There is no escape there for the Maestro Nui, but she's able to back off just in time. And no worse for Rare is both sides. River trying to find an opening. Can he find the Diren J at this point?
Yeah, it's difficult. I'm trying my best to be positive about the team fights, but we never get a conclusion here. Mac gonna burn the flash, and maybe this time we will see the ultimate winner of a, I don't know. It feels like they have so many health bars.
Look at the Zhang Fei. His health bar is just lines after lines. Even the Dr. Bien is pretty tanky, as well as the Kaiser. So much frontline survivability that you have to burn through to reach the Lady Sun, and not to mention the Byron as well. I mean, all of these heroes are reaching a point where everybody's thinking about which item to sell to get that Sage's Sanctuary.
It's 13,000 for the side of Zhang Fei without the shields from the items. So Redemption, we have the Dawn Light, we have the Long Night Guardian as well. So there's a plenty of heals coming out. Here we go. Finally.
They do get the they get the Overlord, so that's going to help push out the lane quite a bit for the side of SCARZ. That's going to enable them to recover this map presence. Vex taking a lot of damage, has to use his ultimate very soon. Looks like he decides to try and heal up the best he can. The Lady Sun does do a lot of damage, but you want backline Kaiser onto a Spore. He pops his Invincible Warrior trying to lock somebody down. That's going to be the death of the Diren J, and probably the second death as well. Is there any backup? No, there is not. That's going to be one down right now. Mac is out of commission for 40 seconds, and this mid lane looking spicy for the side of SCARZ to pick up.
Yep, that's 30 long seconds the Mac is out of the game, and this is exact replay of the previous game, so maybe SCARZ can do it for the 2-0 here. They just went and they ignored everyone else. They knew what they needed, they knew what they wanted, they went straight for the Mac.
Absolutely, and they're going straight for the base right now. Tier 3 going down really quickly. Death by Sunset towards the back lines. Not going to be enough. This drawn out fight is not going to be favored for the side of VP. They will get the tier 3 tower and they will back off for now. Can they defend this tin? Do they have enough items to stall out this push?
There's too much damage. There really is too much damage coming in. This is where Arashi shines, taking turrets, and he's gonna help himself towards Azure Golem, while the rest of the team gonna help themselves to the Crimson Golem. So now we have waited 20 long minutes with 9 kills across the board to reach the Tempest Dragon, boys and girls.
Yeah, and even with the lead right now, if you're SCARZ, you're not going to be resting on your laurels. You need to win this fight. You cannot give this away, because we know 20-minute games, what happens is you lose one bad fight, suddenly the game is pretty much over for you. So very important potential last fight for both sides. They are posturing around the Tyrant. Better for SCARZ, seeing that they broke down 2 tier 3 towers, so they are constantly having to send their lane to try and push out the lane. Oh no, that was aggressive. They spotted him out, but not enough for a follow-up mid lane. The Kaiser taking a lot of damage. Mac in some trouble. Can they close out the distance to try and go for Mac? No, the CC immunity will stop any sort of chase. And Vex smells blood. He's trying to chip them away from a far range, but this might be a little bit too over-aggressive. He does have his ultimate to get out of there if he wants to. We see Dr. Bien constantly providing the heals to the Kaiser. That he does not have Invisible Warrior, so he has to watch out. Meanwhile, the attempt on towards the backline, Death by Sunset not gonna be enough. Good kill by the Kaiser, getting the kill as well as the Tempest Dragon. 2 heroes already down. Mac in trouble. Mac, is he going to die? Yes, he is. Arashi still alive. Arashi trying to go bring down the Heino, and this should be it. This should be it. Kin, this might be the win. An ace for the side of SCARZ, as Virtus Pro will lose this series. And SCARZ, surprising everybody, taking a 2-0 sweep in this best of 3 series.
Oh, lovely. But, you know, SCARZ came back with a point, and boy, did they do it in proper fashion. SCARZ taking us through the scenic route of the Heroes Gods. 20 long minutes here, all down to that final moment where it was just a battle of smites.
Absolutely. I mean, that should be the cleanest game we've seen SCARZ play in a very long time. I mean, they've played 6 games so far, but this game, like you said earlier, during the game itself, they learned from their mistakes very quickly, and they defended their jungle so well in this game.
Yeah, they were, you know, they were drawing my breath. They were pulling on my eyelids as well for a little bit. It was a tough one, man. It really was tough. You could feel the strain on the players as well. It's been a long day, and Arashi this time will be the MVP for the side of SCARZ. 244,000 damage, and we all knew, right? So there were a couple of people in the game that were super important on both sides. But 5-1 and 2, this was a match that Arashi had to shine.
Shown he did. Fully slotted, kitted out, even switched up a couple of items, switched just to be able to survive the last few fights. His Sage's Sanctuary did pop, so that's why we see the dagger over there, but overall a very impressive performance from SCARZ. Where was this SCARZ in the opening few matches of the day?
I know, right? I mean, we were expecting huge things coming out from SCARZ at the start of the day. They did not manage to hit that expectation just yet, but what a game from them, winning 2-0 against the likes of Virtus Pro. Now, this is, I think, really props to Tay. I'm curious to see how much damage both teams have taken. Holy!
Soaking up 175,000. Similar with Zhang Fei as well. I mean, it was just a team effort. If you look at the damage taken, they're pretty evenly spread, but their deaths were very low, and I think all of that is because of the amount of sustainability they have with the Dr. Bien and the Zhang Fei, just keeping themselves up.
Yeah, I like the, you know, surprise pick onto the Zhuangzi, right? It really made sense. They really used the butterfly effect really for the shield and also for the anti-CC property. But at this point, I think Vex, there was nothing else he could offer. He did a total of 267,000 damage.
Yeah, I mean, it was a phenomenal game on both ends, but even in the draft, when we talked about, you know, SCARZ trying to take this to a battle of attrition with the Dr. Bien last pick, I mean, there was no way you would beat a battle of attrition without drafting the entire way for it. So that Zhuangzi salvaged it a little bit, but ultimately it was just not enough.
Yep, and this is a game of this wasn't a game of supports, right? The next time I see a Dr. Bien, I'm gonna take a seat belt and get ready for a very long game.
We will be strapped in for one thing or another. But you know, Dr. Bien has, you know, his strengths and weaknesses. If your jungle doesn't do well, you have no front line to really heal up as well. But so props to you know, SCARZ for really fixing up that issue, allowing their jungle to really express himself. And this was one of the early few fights where a huge steal coming from the D-Renjie, but it was just enough to stall out the game a little bit. Elaine sort of fell short in this game. We didn't really feel much coming from Neron. He didn't really was able to provide much, but not his fault. The members of SCARZ was just too sustainable.
Yeah, it's not an ideal situation here, but Rilva, really smart move to use the flash to jump in as well, getting that final kill onto Mac or Prince. And it was at this point that I think, you know, you could tell SCARZ was really different because they ignored every single person. It was just Mac.
You could see the focus fire from Tay. and they're probably shouting in their team comms in Japanese or whatever. Go for Mac. They know that kill off Mac, and there's no more damage on the opponent's side. And you can see the really heavy focus on them in that engagement. But overall, really impressive showing there for SCARZ. They show that, you know, they still have the fight in them. They're not giving up yet. And with that win, they bumped themselves up 1 rank, and they are 4th right now, with in a position to even take 3rd if they take the next win as well.
That's right. Now, this is not going to affect the top of the table, but the next match will. NONGSHIM Red Force still leading the table at 4-2 of the Weibo Gaming. Now, this is one more match for Weibo Gaming, and this will decide the fate of the top 2 of the table. Unfortunately for the rest of them, unless any one of them can take a game off of Weibo Gaming or NONGSHIM Red Force, the results will be as such.
Yeah, I think the next match, I mean, we were talking about this next match, it could be basically the decider of this entire qualifiers. You know, if NONGSHIM loses, we're gonna have very interesting top of the bracket, which means that, you know, Weibo is 2-0, NONGSHIM is 2-1, and Weibo Gaming's last 2 games are going to be against Virtus Pro as well as Tribe. So NONGSHIM, if they win, then I think they are secured almost a spot in Riyadh. But if they lose, that's when things get really interesting in the top of the table.
Yep, so next game, it is going to be a decider match, because this could propel NONGSHIM Red Force ahead of the crowd here if they take the win against Weibo Gaming. But of course, with that being said, it is Weibo Gaming. Both of these teams have showcased that they have the substance and the execution as well.
Yeah, they have been playing pretty much the same way. Like, we've been describing both of them in a very similar fashion. Aggressive, clinical, they like to put up the they like to play aggressive. They like to really push the tempo early on. And when both of them play the same way, that's going to be down to, you know, the draft and the overall strategy coming to it.
Yep, that's right. And they love to ban the supports. That's one thing we always notice.
Yes, you know, you're not gonna have a good pick of good field of supports there. I think Zhang Fei is not gonna see any game in on that side, so they're gonna have to think about something else, because the next game is gonna come up very soon, ladies and gentlemen. So hang on, NONGSHIM versus Weibo will happen right after this. We are at the end of the Honor of Kings Esports World Cup Last Chance qualifiers, but it doesn't mean that this match won't be spicy, because this will decide the fate of the entire groups. My name is Zero, joined with me is Kin, and we're going to witness probably the most important match of the entire qualifiers. It is NONGSHIM Red Force going up against Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, buckle up your seatbelts. This is going to be a tight one because it's going to be turbulence all the way. It is one of the games that we are both expecting to become a best of 3, meaning we will go the distance with this one.
Absolutely. I think this is, like we were saying, even in the middle of the day already, we thought that this one would be the one. And from how both of these teams have performed so far, they definitely fit the book. Similar playstyle, similar aggressiveness. Their aggression as well as their speed seems to be exactly the same. So it's gonna be going down to who executes better.
Yeah, and at this point, I think NONGSHIM Red Force, they want to be the ones in control, because if they win this, if they lose this actually, the fate is in the hands of Weibo Gaming instead, because they have majority of their games tomorrow.
Yep, it is going to decide. Right, this is the decider whether whether the entire qualifier is already done and dusted, or will we see some interesting things happening at the top. But we're gonna go into the draft here for the game number 1. Duna and Ta Xiao banned out on the side of NONGSHIM, and Weibo banned out the Zhang Fei and Ming. We talked about it, no Zhang Fei for sure for both of these teams.
No more beasts, no more unbridled outbursts, no more leaping saviors, and none of that nonsense, boys and girls. We want a clean game. No more last minute saves, guys.
Here, NONGSHIM, they were thinking about the Dolia first pick, but they decided to go for the mine, and that allowed Weibo to pick up the Dolia themselves and pair it up with an early opening pick. So looking like a very fast-paced gameplay already from the side of Weibo.
Yep, expecting huge things. So both teams have the tendency of high burst and high mobility as well, right? We have seen the outplays from both of these heroes before, right? If it's paired well, the Arlie can jump into the welcoming arms of the Lady Sun and just pick her off. At the same time, if you provide enough space, Lady Sun could roll in and get the kill onto the Arlie as well. So right now, in terms of the draft, I'm really liking it. It's toe-to-toe, right? There are significant win conditions that are possible for both ends.
Yeah, I definitely see that. I mean, Lady Sun paired up against the Arlie, laning can go either way, but the late game is pretty potent for both sides as well. And this, when we're talking about top teams when they're drafting, they never really leave any weaknesses in their draft. And do you see any weaknesses right now on either side here, Kid?
I would presume that Dolia actually is one of the opening entries for the side of NONGSHIM Red Force, because she's not exactly very tanky. So if she gets out of position, she could be the entry point, right, where they would break down the defenses from there.
Yeah, and Dolia doesn't really play on the back, right? She likes to play in the front, kind of in the front, but not really in the front. So she's always susceptible to be bursted down. And with the Lady Sun as well as the Maisha, it's definitely an opportunity to burst her down.
Yeah, she needs to be close enough towards their teammates, right? So it's a risk that they're going to be taking. At the same time, I like the bans coming out. Yu Huan, definitely important to ban out along with the Luna. These two are one of the most disgusting combinations that Weibo Gaming has already showcased to us earlier in the day as well.
Yeah, of course, with the Dolia, that factor gets just amplified off the strength. So NONGSHIM wants none of that. They are looking to up the tempo and thinking of picking up the pay to go with the main. Seeing that they picked up the Dharma already, which means that the Mayin should have an okay time in that area.
Yeah, so they're trying to balance out the early and late game potentials, right? So early game, you can expect a lot of rush coming up from the Mai, you can expect a lot of rush coming up from Pei as well. And I think pre and maybe just slightly post level 4. You could expect a lot of things coming out from the Lian Huo as well. So I like the draft coming out from NONGSHIM Red Force, but the big question is, can this aggression be staved off? Because they do have the tools for it on the side of Weibo Gaming as well.
Yeah, both sides, as far as the draft goes, I definitely agree with you. They seem very evenly matched, and you know, it's going to come down to individual plays. It's going to come down to micromanagement, and you know, just individual, just the smallest of differences that would decide who wins.
Yeah, for sure. You will expect the Maya. So Illusion this time will definitely, I think, will abandon the lane at the start of the game and really just go for the camp invades. That's one. And we might see the shift of the Lady Sun into the mid lane to try and compete against the Shangguan as well.
And yeah, it's like the laning stage is going to be very important, especially with teams being this aggressive. We see Aku up and top, being spotted out there by Nono. They're really putting a lot of emphasis here in this clash lane. You usually see the support going towards the mid, but this time they're just helping out the top, making sure that the Pei doesn't have such a good time and don't snowball out of control.
Yep, Illusion already stealing the first camp across the side of Weibo Gaming, so they will get the boards, but in the meantime they kind of balance it out with the rivers right in the middle as well. So I think they're easily going toe for toe at this point.
Yep. As expected from both these teams, they are very evenly, you know, they're always trading. You know, you might have had a bad situation at one place, you get something else done on another part of the map, which we expect, you know, from teams of this caliber. Both of these teams are vying for the one slot to make it to Riyadh, and they need every bit of this kind of advantages they can get.
Yeah, for sure. So a slight lead to the side of NONGSHIM Red Force here, but nice burst ram onto JD here. So just buying a little bit more time for Siri at this point. I think I favor NONGSHIM's farm lane a little more.
Yeah, NONGSHIM, you know, Siri, Lady Sun, you give her a good start, she's going to take that inch and make it a mile for sure. Oh, huge engagement up in the top. They get a kill on towards Pei. That is not good news for the side of NONGSHIM. That's the one hero you don't want dying early on. And good movement from Weibo Gaming, catching him off guard. That's going to put themselves ahead of the pack right now.
Yep, and also they put a cap on Haku, which is not exactly what you want to see, with, especially when you're having a Pei, right? Pei is meant to be that early game monster, and JD just getting poked down a bit by bit from this long-reaching Lady Sun.
Still, it is, you know, not too much of an advantage, nothing that they can't come back from in terms of the net worth. The Shangguan is trying to wait out for the Azure Golem to spawn out, and he will invade with the Dharma as well, just to make sure that the Pei does not get that. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, they are trying to
top lane Pei.
Pei does fall. They prepared. They were ready for this, and they do pick them off. They do pick him off. That's gonna slow down Haku once again. This is the second death for Haku. Were you in some trouble? Meanwhile, bottom lane just a little bit trade damage. Dharma has to use the ultimate, try and survive. Can Kyung get the last hit? Is he gonna go for it? Goes for it, gets the kill, and will be able to survive as well.
Yep, it's an important trade, but the true action's at the bottom side of the map here.
Oh, huge Lianpo ultimate trying to keep them at bay. The knockup hits 3, but is there enough damage to follow up? Shangguan goes straight towards the backline. Can he get a kill towards Siri? No, he cannot. Not enough damage from Gu Huai. Is Nono gonna refresh his ultimate for Gu Huai? No, he's not. Both of them do not have their ultimate. So they are just going to be happy with picking up the kill on towards Faye. So Shangguan and Delia, always a very potent combination, but still too early in the game for the Shangguan to really burst anyone down.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming putting destiny into their own hands here. Very nice recovery, and the fact that you know, they are actually funneling a lot of kills into Gu Huai, it's very dangerous for the side of NONGSHIM Red Force, because at this point he's going to be able to single target lock and prio kill the important members on the side of NONGSHIM Red Force.
Were you TPing down to make sure that they do get this Tyrant. A lot of emphasis is being put here, but meanwhile that means the Mayin is able to cut the creeps up towards the top lane. They do get the Tyrant, and maybe they'll move the Dharma up towards top. You see the Mayin really pushing up the top lane. but no rotation up top. They will take the trade 1-for-1, top for bottom, and still both these teams looking very even net worth wise. Only 1,000 net worth difference. Next team fight will either pull the gap ahead or just basically close out the gap for both sides. Nor in the front lines. He knows he's in no danger to dying yet.
Yeah, it's not a very good trade for the side of NONGSHIM Red Force. They will recover a little bit with the Overlord at this point, but the Crimson Golem being taken away is actually a huge deficit for the side of NONGSHIM Red Force, especially for Haku. He's going to try and come in.
Not taking a bit of damage from Haku. He's not had a great game so far, trying to recover the best he can, but he's still going to take a little bit more time. Pei is one of those heroes, man. You can't let him have a bad start, or he just falls off Mei Ying, trying to get a kill on first already. Oh, knock back in towards the wall. Huge engagement. That's gonna be a kill on towards Mei Ying. Kyung will fall. 4 heroes, actually all 5 heroes were there to try and go for it, and looks like they will be taking the tier 1 tower as well. So NONGSHIM Red Force will do the next best thing and get that bottom tier 1 tower. Another trade going across the map.
Yeah, but instant response coming in from Guhai here, TPing down just to make sure that the wave does not continue the onslaught onto the second tier on the bot lane as well. So very good recovery coming in from Weibo Gaming. They know exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, they have a game plan for everything. If we lose one hero on this left side, we'll go right and get something else in return. So, you know, both these teams, we talked about how close they are in terms of skill and strategy. And they are really just mirroring each other's moves at the moment, not taking any huge fights until they're sure they can take it. Oh, that's an aggressive move from Konglin, who's had a great start on this done, and he's not really feeling any danger whatsoever. Look at him just tanking up the damage from Haku and basically at full health once again.
Yeah, Kongling is a very scary Thun at this point. He's 3 levels ahead, 2 levels ahead of his counterpart here, and no one is going to be able to save them.
Shangguan pops the ultimate, but not going to be able to finish anyone off. But they are just so aggressive right now. He gets his she gets her ultimate refreshed by the Dalia, which means that she is ready, good to go once again. But bottom lane is going to be in trouble. The Arlie is there to start dealing the damage. Dharma is going to push out the top lane. But what else? What else can NONGSHIM achieve across the map when all 3 lanes are really just being pressured by the side of Weibo?
I think at this point, it's really just a damage limitation, right? They want to limit as much damage as possible that Weibo Gaming is trying to land down onto them, and this is going to come in the form of aggression on the top lane as well.
Wu Huai tried to dive a bit too deep, but will still get the tower regardless. Top lane, Guiyu in some trouble. Will they get the tower? They still have one more hit with the siege creep, and it will not be dead yet. But rotations are coming so fast. Haku. Oh, they don't spot him out? They actually don't know he's still there, and he's managing to TP out. To recall out.
Unfortunate. Yeah, unfortunate for Weibo Gaming, but nonetheless, it's still a healthy lead, right? 2,000 gold, they actually saved that tier 2 on the top as well. It will fall if there's a rat strategy coming out from NONGSHIM Red Force, but it's a huge risk at this point because they don't know where the rest of the members are at Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, they've been very confined to their portion of the map, so playing a little bit blind here once again. Weibo Gaming signature move, aggressively pushing their Crimson Golem, but they're trying to get something else out of return. Illusion in some trouble. He's dropping very low, but JD will be the one to fall. That's gonna be him getting the kill before he does fall in towards the end. Lian Po coming in. The ultimate coming from Gu Huai, not going to be finished on anyone off. Kongling a little bit deep, a little bit. Can he get out of it? He is regenerating quite a bit, but the damage coming in might be a little bit too much for him to handle. Well, never mind. Forget whatever I said. He's trying to turn the fight around, but Haku will go in for the burst, and he gets the kill. 1-for-2 trade-off, and NONGSHIM able to stop them at their tracks for now.
Yeah, finally a good trade, right, coming out from NONGSHIM Red Force, and it really came down to the fact that the Ma Yin Kyung was doing so much work, pulling away Gu Hai as well as No. Let's take a look at the growth of the items itself. Master Sword with the Storm Sword as well, and Meteor coming in. Oh, hang on, No. Okay, he's gonna be able to, walk out of it, but Boots of Resistance as well. Siri is pretty healthy at this point. Eternity Blade completed. He does have some good damage. Now it's really about, can they make the space for him?
Yeah, there's just so much dive and burst coming from the side of Weibo Gaming that, you know, one misstep, one pixel out of position, and you might just find all your net worth gone to naught. So it's a tough game when you're playing against teams of this caliber where they know what to do, and you just have to really just be on point at all times. One mistake and you might be the cause of the team losing. But Gu Huai going so aggressively in, uses his ultimate, already gets it refreshed. Dian Po, huge knockup on towards the back. Is this a good fight? They want to take it. Oh, secondary ultimate, just wiping them, leaving only Haku alive. He's trying to run away. There's nothing much he can do at this point. And Weibo Gaming turn up the pace, brings down 4, and will go for the high ground straight away. 10 minutes in, I say fast. This is not really the speed that they're used to, but hey, from 0 to 100 in a matter of seconds. Haku trying his best, trying to clear out the waste is not enough. Weibo Gaming going for the win at such a speed. Who cares about creeps? Okay, creeps are coming anyways, but an ace and a kill and a win for the side of Weibo Gaming. Wow.
Yep, keeping it status quo for the side of Weibo Gaming. BAU, business as usual. What a clean game, man. 10 minutes.
I mean, it was slow at the start because they know that their opponents play in a very similar fashion, but boy, when they spot Witness, they go all in, and Weibo Gaming gets a clean win towards the end.
Yeah, really enjoyable for the side of Weibo Gaming. Understood the the strategy, the things they needed to do to win the game, and that really started with the shutdown onto the pay itself. Very early game lead, and from that point out, Haku could never recover because he couldn't find the kills. He was tickling Kongling at that point.
Yeah, just too far behind. Like the invasion on the jungles and the 2 deaths on Haku at the start, way too hard for him to come back from. But let's take a look at the MVP for game number 1. It's going to be Gu Huai on that Shangguan. 5-0-1. We've seen mixed results from Shangguan picked, but this game has looked pretty well. Pretty good game.
Yep, 5-0-1 for 8,000 damage dealt in the space of 10 minutes. That's a monstrous amount. So crazy. We'll take a look at the itemization to see how she achieved that. And let's be honest, it wasn't a lot of damaging items. Along with the breakthrough rope, it's just the Pierce that was helping them to get the damage in as well. And Nono, a very good job on the Dawnlight, as well as the Howling Wind from the Crimson Shadow. So not only did they have the card to pull where there was a surprise attack, because of the move speed they could enter the fights in, the refresh coming up from the Celestial Melody allowed Gu Huai to come in with the double finishing stroke.
Yeah, something I really noticed about these top teams in this qualifier so far is that they love building tanky. You see, most of the players are building just to survive, knowing that hey, we just need the numbers advantage to take a favorable fights and drag the game long enough. Our marksman is gonna clean up house.
Yep, exactly. And Kongling, with the super build that he was trying with the tanks and all that, 54,000, double the amount of most of the members on his team for the tanking. So he allowed and built the space for the rest of the members to go in, especially JD and Gu Huai, to really just deal the pain. And NONGSHIM Red Force, they have been impressive thus far, but Weibo Gaming is just a different class.
Yeah, just on a completely different level is Weibo Gaming. So the early game, they just knew what to do, and we're gonna take a look at the highlights to see what they actually did to shut down this Haku on the page. Just constantly fighting, constantly being in his face, making sure he's never getting those buffs easily. And this is just Gu Huai really going in deep, going for the kills. And once again, just so much movement across the map on both sides. Good responses from NONGSHIM, but it was just not enough.
Yep, there was just too much damage coming in. There was a good trade though, getting the kill onto JD. But at this point, it was just a little too late, because at this point, they already had the tank ability. They managed to kill off Kongling here. Well done to them. But right after this, Kongling actually completed most of his tank items. He actually got the Long Night Guardian along with the Ominous Premonition as well. So it slowed down the attack damage, and Gu Huai here just going crazy with the finishing stroke.
Absolutely. everything. The world was his oyster, and boy did he feast on every single one of them. The burst damage way too much. Last ditch effort from Haku, not gonna do anything. And with that being said, you know, very clean game there from the side of Weibo Gaming. NONGSHIM didn't really make much mistakes, but not making mistakes is not enough to take on a team of this caliber. You have to perform above your best to be able to take a win.
Yep, exactly. So right now, actually, Weibo Gaming in a very good advantage, not just in the game, but in the table as well. Because what's going to happen here is that NONGSHIM, this will be the first loss that they're handed. At the same time, Weibo Gaming have not lost. And we all know if you don't lose any of your games for the entire series, Weibo Gaming could pretty much prepare to pack their bags and go to VR.
Yeah, and you know, Weibo Gaming has a much easier road ahead. Their last two matches are against Virtus Pro and Tribe Gaming. Now, Tribe is probably the tougher opponent of the two, but if the NONGSHIM and versus Tribe matchup is anything to show, it should be going Weibo's in Weibo's way as well. So as long as they win this match, win this series, they will probably already start applying for their visas. But if they don't, then you know it will be interesting at the top.
Yep, once again, no bias here. It is just the way that the statistics have been given to us. Yes.
Just math.
So, yes, 0 is Malaysian, but hey, we are very clear about what we're talking about, right? So no biasness.
Yep, absolutely not. I mean, it would be great to see a much tighter fight for the top. You know, that makes the entire storyline way more interesting, makes every single game much more interesting to watch, because you know of the implications, you know the potential implications that every single individual match is able to bring out. But before you even get to all of that, this is the last match, potentially the last match that, you know, Weibo Gaming needs to win to start really securing their spot. And they're going to open things up very aggressively. First picks the Arlie after batting out the Mai as well as the Fuzu.
Yep, you know what? I think the NONGSHIM Red Force have a tough job to do, because they need to find the balance between having the balance of early game rush down in the jungle and the ability to have the late game insurance to kill off the members on the side of Weibo Gaming as well. So I like the draft going into it. We're looking at a double smite composition, right? So with the Zhang Fei as well as the Dun, that would be their marker to try and even out the odds when the jungle is being invaded.
They have the avenue, they have the alley to play aggressive themselves, which can, like you said, you know, just balance out the odds and put the onus on Weibo's gaming side to respond with their own moves. So Weibo does have the Byron and the Heino picked up. That should be still a very flexible Heino, can go towards the jungle or the mid lane, while it is very telegraphed here for the side of NONGSHIM. They have the Zhang Fei support, they have the Sun Ce as the clash, and then sure, the Dun can be flexed into a support, but I expect him to be played as the jungle.
Yep, so I'm looking at the pay band, and I'm liking the NONGSHIM Red Force draft, because this is a very tanky, but they offer actually quite a bit of damage as well coming out from these Korean boys as well. So they need to find a marksman, a farm lane that makes sense for them. They have very good entry. So do you want to choose between long reaching arms, a Garo, maybe an Aaron, maybe going up against the physical lack of magical defense that the Byron will not be able to offer? These are some of the options, right? So
yeah. I like the Alicio actually, that, you know, you've got so many people initiating for you, you can just really pick up the pieces from the sides, you know, and enter and exit whenever you want. Also a great laning matchup against the Arlie, as long as you know how to press stop and don't constantly attack when you see the parasol is up. So heavy team fight finisher for the side of Weibo, picking up the Lady Sen and the Lien Po as the support. So that should be the Heino going towards the jungle this draft.
Yep, I like it a lot, and I think it makes a lot of sense, right? There's a lot of synergy coming in. They have the front to back, and with the Fate Rewind, every time it's up, Weibo Gaming will be looking to go for those very heavy, very dangerous fights as well. Now, I'm just curious about how this drop is going to be completed on the side of NONGSHIM Red Force, because it's still lacking a traditional marksman per se, right? And options are limited here. Not sure whether it's worth going for example the consort Yu, because you're going up against a Hainor, right? A Hainor. So there is a lot of magical damage going to be laid down by the Scepter of Fate along with Lady Zen as well.
Absolutely. The Marco Polo will be teased over here. I'm not sure how I feel about the Marco Polo. Not the best game for it, it seems. You know, you got so much poke damage. You got a lot of area denial with the Yenpo as well as the Lady Zen. So you can't really go in and out as much as you please.
Okay, yeah, I very much prefer the Garo at this point, right? The silence coming in could be the difference maker. And yes, they will commit and go on to the Garo. So Siri gonna get his hands on the Garo. Interesting, I like it. And, you know, I pretty much prefer it over the Marco, because the Marco, if the Maple Dance is timed perfectly, essentially nullifies a lot of the damage that comes out of that Fever Barrage.
Yep, absolutely. I absolutely agree with you. The Garo is definitely a more fitting pick. At this point, you've got the protection coming from the Zhang Fei as well, so you can always be sure that you have a buddy that's always looking out for you. So, draft-wise, who do you think has the edge here?
I think at this point, I prefer NONGSHIM Red Forces draft. I think they're a lot more mobile, their rotations will be faster, and the Zhang Fei will be sufficient in making situations easier for the steal, especially in those neutral objective hits.
Yeah, and so far, has the Zhang Fei actually lost any game today? It feels like it has won every single game it was picked.
I think so too.
That could just be it. So, yep, if math is correct, we should be going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen, but not if Weibo Gaming has anything to say about it as we head into the Gorge for game number 2. Potentially the last game of the night. Let's see how they do. They do put the Lady Zen towards the bottom against the Garo. Not the funnest of lanes for the Lady Zen. The range of the Garo is really stifling and can just constantly harass you. You see Garo off to a great start. Not the hero you want to have a good start to.
And at this point, I think actually, Illusion won't have that hard of a time going up against JD as well. So this is looking like advantage going over to NONGSHIM Red Force. And at this point, they have managed on the side of Weibo Gaming to really put up a defensive shield around the camps of the jungle. So it limits the amount of aggression that NONGSHIM Red Force are able to proceed with.
Yep, and interestingly enough, they are not really focused on invading on both sides. They're just really focused on securing their own at the moment. So no kills going either way so far. Net worth is pretty even as well, but this rotation towards the top might change things. Kyung, not in any danger yet though.
Careful. At this point, it's just about vision, and I like the fact that JD is hiding here. The rotations are looking a little bit dangerous coming in. Weibo Gaming.
Oh, Haku, not happy about that. He's trying to get something done of his own, but against the Byron, that's not the easiest target to go for. Neither is the Kong Ling. There's not any easy targets that he can really go for to go for the kill. So just have to be content with just scaring them off for now. But the net worth lead is starting to grow a little bit. Nothing too much to cause for concern at the moment. Kyung trying to be a menace. But bottom lane is where things are starting to get out of hand. I mean, Siri has been off to a fantastic start. They haven't really been stopping her yet.
Yep, and it's going to be important here. The Frigid Prison is going to be very critical here. If Illusion manages to land that, it could change the situation here. Here we go.
And it's going for it. Drops the Winter's coming, but No's just going to edge around the corners and be able to survive. Silence connects on towards JD, but no more commit coming from the side of NONGSHIM. So tough engagement regardless. They were playing pretty safe behind the tower, so not going to achieve anything out of that movement.
Yep, Illusion doing okay for himself at this point, and looks like the game is pretty even, right? So Weibo Gaming unable to find that opening, and Illusion wants to change that. He's going in, the freeze!
Oh, Perfect flash timing from Guiyu. Keeps him alive. Rotation coming in. 4 heroes on top already. Bottom lane, they're diving in deep for JD. JD dropping down very low, trying to man fight them, but it's not going to be enough. 2 kills going towards the way of NONGSHIM Red Force, as they will be able to pressure the tower as well. That's JD down for the count. Only 1 kill, sorry. The teleporting was...
He juked you, he juked you.
He juked me for sure.
Yep, tough situation to be in. Weibo Gaming, they expected a different result. Of course, they were looking for a gank at the top side or the mid side of the map, and I think NONGSHIM Red Force read the game perfectly at that point in time, allowing for the dive from Faye to open up the map for Siri to get the kill as well. A slight miscommunication there, because I think for a moment Siri was busy hitting the turrets as well.
Yeah, maybe just, you know, some control. Maybe he thought his teammate already got it, so he doesn't need to chip in and take the tower aggro. But they still got it towards the end here, as net worth wise, still very even at this point. They're still trying to, both teams trying to find an inch to make it a mile. Sunsa set sails, not for Phil, but for the bottom lane. They're trying to catch off the Arlie. Can he land? He can. He lands it up. The Parasol is already out though, but the burst damage from Sunsa will bring down the ladies, and teleport in coming from Guiyu, trying to hold them in position. Nor in some trouble. Good freeze coming from Illusion, stopping things for the moment, but this might not looking like a good fight there for the side of NONGSHIM. But I am completely wrong, because Guiyu is still left alive. No, he gets the counter. Sunsa, Fei very low on health. Illusion is still very healthy and still has everything he needs to try and stall them for the moment. So 1-4-2 trade-off here. Weibo Gaming takes the small win, but can they get something else out of this?
Well, small win indeed, but I think it really matters about whether they can turn this into a tyrant or not. Blue buff will not be stolen. It will be stolen.
Taken there by Kongling, and that's not a great thing. Not a good thing if you are Haku at the moment. They're trying to find something across the map. We see, you know, players going back to the lanes. Tyrant is open for the taking for Weibo, but looks like they're trying to get the tower and the kill first though. They know that Siri is alone, and they are going straight for it. Stunned up, locked down, killed there by Arlie, and they're going for more. JD a bit too deep. He has nowhere to run. Gets killed off there by the Zhang Fei, and Weibo Gaming sound the retreat. That was not the dive they were looking for.
Yep, on the top lane, they're trying to go for something else as well. Haku trying that one-on-one against Guiyu.
And not a position you want to be in if you don't have the energized charge there for Guiyu. You can't take the trade very efficiently. You don't have any lifesteal. Your damage is not empowered as well. But all things considered, both players will just walk away from that. Faye trying to protect, trying to give vision around the Azure Golem, trying to find some opening. Both teams really just trying to find mistakes done by their opponents to really tear the game apart, because it's still dead even right now.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the items itself. We are nearing the Eternity Blade coming out from the Garo here, and we might see a fight here. Okay, disengage immediately, but more importantly, the Venomous Staff actually coming out for Princess Frost.
Kongling, that's a bit too dangerous. He went in a bit too deep and might have messed up here, trying to lifesteal the best he can. Haku definitely can take this fight right now. The regeneration from Kongling, the lifesteal, is it going to be enough? Yes, it will be, but Kyung trying to go for the kill here. Is there enough burst damage somehow from both of these heroes? No, there is not. Kongling will be able to back away to safety. But meanwhile, on the top lane, they did manage to clear off the entire jungle on the top side, not allowing Kongling to have any of that. And Siri, he's starting to reach critical mass here. Garo with items is a scary Garo.
Yep, and not only that, they get the Tyrant as well. So this is NONGSHIM Red Force looking for some openings here. They do dive in. Illusion will be taken out, but there could be a return play as well.
That's a majority of the team fight though, without the Princess Frost. Set sail, finding for Gu Huai. He managed to catch him, but gets stunned up in towards the end. Lianpo ultimate will be used. Haku in some trouble. Can he get out there? Is there any silence? Is there anything to stop him? Yes, there is. That's gonna be the death of Haku, and that's gonna be 2 heroes down from the side of Weibo. as they will try and defend this tier 1 tower. But the pokes coming from Kongling will start to get in, and Siri might be in some trouble. Diving in very deep though, they're focusing on different targets. They get the kill on towards the Lady Zen, and that will be enough. They will back off for now.
Yep, that was a very oppressive move from coming out from Weibo Gaming, and then once again, they just want to even things out, and they always get the trade here. Right now, 6 to 5, 8.5 minutes in. That's 9 kills, at least one a minute.
Yeah, probably the most aggressive game we've seen so far. That's even. So it is definitely neck and neck right now. Barely 1,000 goals separating both of them. Nono looking for a steal or just information for his team, and hoping to spot out maybe Siri playing alone, maybe one of the supports playing alone to pick them off, and to open up the rest of the objectives around the map. No vision whatsoever. NONGSHIM is a little bit scared right now.
Yep, they have to be. They have to be really careful because no one is on the map in their eyes. Okay, maybe just Guiyu at this point, along with Guhai, they will try.
Lady Zen, they have to watch out for the ultimate, but use a little bit early. Not gonna catch out anyone. So Guhai's ultimate is gonna be a little bit off. Oh, no, was at the side trying to catch someone off, or even just cut towards the backlines, but it's not going to be. They're not going to be achieving anything, and just back to the lanes for now, hoping to once again find someone that is not in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, right now they're just poking and prodding, right? Feeling out the competition first, seeing if there is a potential of an opening or an entry into the important members, and it looks like Weibo Gaming have the better positioning at this point.
Yeah, in terms of the map though, Sunse has pushed very far ahead in the top lane, so they have to deal with that. They do still get the Tyrant from the side of Weibo. They're trying to go for more. They do manage to secure the Overlord, but a huge knockout from Lempo might set up a good fight here. Siri down already. Sunse is coming in. They have to watch out for that. The knock up, is it going to connect to anyone? It connects to Guhai. Guhai will fall, but Arlie, not before Arlie getting a kill on Dursa done. They do lose 1-for-1 at the moment. The Garo was managed to escape and heal back to full. JD spots out Kyung. Can he go for the kill onto his Kyung? The knock back into the tower, not enough damage. Barely survives there. Kyung able to back away out of all of that. And one basically just trading on both sides. No one really taking the advantage.
Yep. Very good crisis management coming out from the side of NONGSHIM Red Force, right? It always looks like they're in a world of trouble, especially when they get the jump on the backlines as well. Like you mentioned, Siri was always pushed away from the fight, but somehow they make it work.
Yeah, both these teams are very evenly matched. And just, you know, when we thought one fight, one trade is benefiting one team, they turn things around one way or the other. So very impressive showing from both teams so far, really knowing how to play across the map and taking every small advantage they can get.
That's right. Let's take a look at the growth of the items. Frozen Breath coming in for the side of the Lady Chen. So Guhai is looking for a little bit more suppression. Flip side, the Splendor coming out first. So you can expect a little bit more aggressive positioning coming out from Illusion.
They are definitely going to start needing to make these more risky and aggressive plays to separate this gap, because it is very even right now in all things considered. So now is the time for outplays, right? Now is the time for unorthodox moves to try and find an opening to crack open this match.
Well, set sail, the boat is coming down. They're looking for the Lady Chen. Will not hit the mark there. Actually ending it early. So Kyung will have to give up that bot tier 2 turret instead.
Yep, just constantly, you know, just moving across the map, trying to find advantages, trying to capitalize on mistakes. And this might be a mistake here coming from the side of Weibo Gaming on this invade. But both sides just knowing the implications of this match are just really dragging it out, really just trying to find the best fight. They're not looking for risks, they're trying to be as clean as possible.
Yep, actually not ideal because JD has stolen the Azure Golem, so there is a lot of cooldown coming in. If Kongling gets this Crimson Golem, it's going to be horrendous, but they will pass it over the series, so this is a good recovery coming in from the side of NONGSHIM Red Force. Kyung though, out of position.
Taking a little bit of poke damage from Kongling, who's starting to reach the most annoying part of that Heino, which is the constant harass, the constant pressure and damage. And the top tier 2 does fall. Weibo Gaming didn't need to commit too much for that, and they are trying to look for more at this point.
Yeah, Winter is here just to dissuade them from coming in, right? And the deterrence works. Hu Huai, he is actually, you know, pretty at risk. I noticed that they like to reserve the set seal for this Lady Chen.
Yeah, I mean, Sun Ce has a target on her back for the entire game, pretty much. Always just looking out for her, knowing that, you know, it's hard to find the early. Everyone else is too tanky, so Lady Zen's the most ideal pickup. A Lianpo ultimate towards the backline, the knockup's gonna connect out towards 3. Huge nuke damage, they bring down the Garo, that's most of the damage. Welcome to Winter. They say as 2 heroes already down, they managed to pick up the Lady Zen. But is it going to be enough? You're not back onto. Oh, they pick off the early, so that's a lot more of the damage. Both sides, marksman already fallen. Even trades again, trade after trade, and it looks always the same. Nobody has been able to take a very significant advantage so far, and the stalemate sort of continues.
Yeah, but the map is looking a little bit better for the side of Weibo Gaming, and as it stands now, actually not ideal because Siri is going to be out in the next 5 seconds or so. Haku looking for the potential for the steal as well.
Trying to go for the steal.
Senseo.
Sun Ce towards the back line, gets the steal on towards the Tyrant. That is huge. That's a huge potential, but the Princess Frost does fall towards the back line. Gui trying to run away from that. He's trying to lifesteal the best he can. Oh, hey, no, this is the best. This is the best situation he wants to be in. He is soaking up a lot of damage. He's getting a lifesteal. He might be able to get a kill onto a C. No, he decides against it. Backs out, waits for backup to arrive. 1-for-1 trade ultimately, but they do lose that Tyrant. But the Vanguard is probably more important at this point. That Sail is already out. They're trying to find the Lady Zen. Can the Sun Ce find it? He knows that it's coming for him. Goes towards the back line, but he's all alone. He's caught up. He's locked down. Kwon Kyung in trouble. Shut down there from the early. And they're going to go for more. Lianpo ultimate connecting on so many people. Garo in trouble. Garo actually gets a kill on towards the early before she falls. Kong Lin, he has no ultimate. He has to watch out for this. But can he survive? Can he tank up Siri? Doing a lot of damage from a long range. Lady Zen trying to dissuade them from pushing in. And it is going to result in both these players just backing off for now. 1-for-1 trade. The early really trying to push the aggressiveness, but he could not take the trade of damage against the Garo at this point of the game.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming keeps throwing punches, and NONGSHIM Red Force just punch back each single time.
Yeah, it's just been, look at that, a roller coaster of a game. And none of these teams have been able to find any way to crack this open. Net worth wise, basically dead even as well. 4 heroes from the side of NONGSHIM are already here. Kong Ling has been able to soak up so much damage for them, but it is not going to be enough at the moment. Let's look at the
backline.
This is a brand new fight. Backline. Oh, that's gonna be the Garo dead. Arlie, can he get out of there? Instantly destroyed there by the Arlie, and this might be the opportunity they are looking for. Haku is still in the middle of everything, but they're going for Faye. They know the importance. The perfect connection. Haku might be in some trouble. This might be the opening that they need. Weibo Gaming, the best fight they have ever taken. No trades needed so far. This tier 3 in some trouble. Kong Ling still taking a lot of damage. Arlie still alive. There goes the Sun Ce. There goes the Dun. And there goes the game as NONGSHIM will fall. Weibo Gaming takes this series 2-0.
My goodness, what a masterclass coming out from our boys in Malaysia. Weibo Gaming really just showing us how it's done. You know, NONGSHIM Red Force, they are not a force to be trifled with. They are really strong as well. But Weibo Gaming made it look so easy to really just pick them apart.
Yeah, I mean, the late game team fight initiation and choice of team fight really was the one crucial factor that separated both these teams. I mean, we saw the net worth, we saw how these teams were trading left, right, and center. Every single fight was going evenly until towards the end, where maybe it's just better experience in picking those late game team fights. But you know, Weibo Gaming definitely the team on top.
Yeah. Now NONGSHIM they will be leaving their fate into the hands of Weibo Gaming's next 2 games tomorrow. But first, let's take a look at the MVP, none other than JD. My goodness, 141,000 damage. What a player.
Yeah, and he knew that he needed to make those aggressive plays to hunt down the Garo, and he got her in the end, towards the end of the game, and that was just very well done there, risking his life, knowing that he just needs to make one huge play and the game is over. Very well done there by JD, definitely well deserved it.
Yep, that's crazy, and we should take a look at itemization on these boys as well. Let's take a look at JD first. Eternity Blade, Boots of Resistance with the Doomsday, Crimson Reaper, Daybreaker as well. And if I'm not wrong, that is the Sun Pool. So long range to match Siri's range as well when she uses the Sphere of Purity, and it looks like the damage actually was higher coming out from Siri, additional with the shields that Faye provided, but it was just not enough.
Yeah, ultimately, you know, late game is all about whoever is able to burst their opponent, and it was just towards the end, just way too much burst potential from the Arlie compared to the Garo. They managed to get the win, and this shakes up the entire table. This is going to be Weibo Gaming now on top, and NONGSHIM 1 game down.
Yep, exactly. And you know, this is all due to the last fight where Guiyu actually went on to put his hands onto Illusion and Siri, got the 2 of them down with the help of Guhai, as well as I believe it is Kong Ling. They were just chasing the back line like crazy, and Kyung made the mistake. You know, in fairness, I thought it was a great play, right? The set sail to wrap around, unfortunately left the backline open on his own team.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a true, they don't have like, they have a lot of peelers, but they don't have a true tank without the suit. So he did his job, but it is still way too tough towards the late game, where the Arlie is just better in terms of positioning, and it's tough. You have to pick up the Arlie first, but when you're trying to do that, the rest of the team will try and just support and back them up.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is the closest game we've had, I think, the day that lasted so long, 17 minutes, and it never went more than, you know, 2,000 or 3,000 gold at any point of time, all up until the last point of the game. Let's take a look at the replays. This was just back and forth the entire time. Kyung doing very good to really just jump on their backlines most of the time. And that's why I said the last play there where he went in from the back was not something that they didn't expect, but they got counterplayed.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you do that time and time again, they are gonna catch you out one time or another. But you know, this game was just, the entire game was just both teams getting even trades on both sides. There was never one team that pulled ahead in any part of the game. So it all came down to the late game. It all came down to micro mistakes, a little bit of out strategizing as well from the side of Weibo Gaming, and they still managed to really clean things up. So many clutch plays from both of these teams, really making this match very interesting to watch.
Yeah, exactly. There was a small moment where I think NONGSHIM Red Force, this fight, I thought it was going to go well, and this was a huge turnaround there.
This engagement that started the opening. You know, you see Arlie, he spots Siri, he tries to go for the kill, but Arlie not able to take the straight up fight against the Garo, and they try again here. Sun Search basically misses, and they try and look for the Arlie, look for the Garo, and they catch him out. That just means that without the damage that the Garo deals in the late game, it is pretty much over at that point. One big engagement, one good team fight was all Weibo Gaming needed, and the game was them for them to take towards the end.
Yep, exactly. They had all the health in the world. They had all the damage in the world as well. Guhai as well as JD, as well as Guiyu. There was no one else that can really do it like them thus far today. And they will step into tomorrow's games with an advantage. Now, they have played all the games required, so let's take a look at the table. Now, Weibo Gaming will stand on top of the table because they've handed NONGSHIM Red Force the first loss of their standings today.
Yeah, I mean, the first game definitely looked like a Weibo Gaming was just a better team, but the second game, the adjustments made, the movements across the map really was a testament of how much NONGSHIM was able to adapt in game number 2. And unfortunately for them, it was a 2-0 sweep in their favor, and Weibo Gaming now sits comfortably at the top with their remaining 2 matchups going to be the side of Virtus Pro as well as Tribe. So not the toughest of matchups left remaining for Weibo, but from their performance today, they should be able to close things out.
Yep, let's take a look at what's gonna happen next. This is the schedule for tomorrow. Virtus Pro will be going up against Weibo Gaming, trying to pull them down lower into the ground at 12 o'clock tomorrow, following which we'll have SCARZ going up against Tribe Gaming, NONGSHIM Red Force against Virtus Pro, and of course, lastly, Tribe Gaming going up against Weibo Gaming. If at the end of all of these games, we require a tiebreaker, that is where we will see at 6:40 p.m. if Weibo Gaming will be one step closer.
Yeah, Weibo just needs to win 2 more best of 3s to secure a spot in Riyadh, and also meaning that we don't need the tiebreakers because they will be able to just pick all the wins and basically secure that spot. But if either Virtus Pro or Tribe is able to take a win, then things become really interesting.
Yeah, that would be a story to tell for sure. So I hope you have had fun with us today at the Esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifier. It's been a blast. I think we had a lot of interesting strats, definitely different from the games that we have seen the past couple of days. So I have huge expectations. Very excited for what kind of drafts we might see tomorrow as well.
Yep, absolutely. And just so many matches happening tomorrow that will just decide the fate of this entire table. 4 more games left remaining for the last chance qualifiers to find one team to qualify for the EWC Honor of Kings tournament. And we will be finding each other tomorrow. But until then, guys, this is Zero. This is Kindofu as well. We'll be signing out. See you guys tomorrow, same time, same place, and good night. Of game highlights at like 8:34.